want to try out the X12. People in chat say that it's sometimes better optimized. Let's actually try that out. I haven't tried that yet. For the renderer. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Oh, there we go. Actually, that looks much smoother. To be honest. Is it brighter now, or am I hallucinating here? I don't know. I think it's like... I think it's... Is it way smoother? I think it's like Omega smooth now. Holy. Oh, let's try that one out. DirectX 12. Recommended. Similar performance to Vulkan may work better on some Windows systems. Well, let's try out DirectX 12, and then if it doesn't go good, then we go X11 again. Do I have the YouTube chat? Not yet. There we go. Oh. I think... Oh, we're good. Show me your hideouts, Froggy. What is this?
Hello.
Is that a burning crafting bench? Holy, what is this? Fuck did you do here, man? Holy shit. The haughty crafting here, that's actually... It's pretty well, man. Did you copy this or made it yourself? Lol. Is that a waypoint where you're grilling a fish or something? That's actually super cool.
Greetings.
Wait, where's the
Greetings.
stash? There's the guild stash. Where's the other stash? Holy moly, man. Oh, here. Very well hidden. Very far away from everything else. Perfect. Yeah, that should help. And I don't need scrappers. I don't need scraps and whetstones. Holy moly, now we can val a little bit. Wonderful, thank you. Oh, wait, stash is here. Okay. Thank you, man. That map device looks funny. Need a shot? Oh, sure, man. Thank you. Okay, so where do we... What was... Wait, do I have Lilocan? Yeah, I have Lilocan on. What was I doing? Did we do Fallen from Grace? I think we did, right? Yeah, we had one guy remaining. I killed that one. I missed the one that was on the super far south side.
Not right now.
We need to... Okay, let's go. Keep going, I guess. We have Lily. Let's do that real quick.
A wretched. While you time and tide wait for no man.
And then it's blasting time again, I think, right? Yep. Let's go. How are you doing, the froggy? You good? Wait, let me... Wait, how's it? Oh. What's next do you have? These are the sour Haribo guys. Yeah, I'm fine as well. Working away. It should be done almost, huh, the froggy? With work? Wait, you're 1 hour behind, right? I still got a little bit to go then, huh? You know, campfire from yesterday? Diablo 4.5. That's the takeaway. We're gonna be playing a completely new game. The only thing that I don't like, but I hope people will also not like it and put it on the PTR feedback, is that we will not get better items, but we will get more items when we're in the high levels of the pit. I don't like that. I don't want, instead of 3 items at tier 1 in the pit, I don't want to have 12 items in tier 200 of the pit. Instead, I still want to have 3 items, but they are just better. A good concerns video? Yeah, I'm gonna watch that one off stream then, when I'm done today. Gonna have a look. Game needs a loot filter badly. I mean, I think it's fine if they are trying out how it's gonna go without a loot filter. And then they're just probably just gonna add one. That's my guess. Right now I don't know if it needs a loot filter with the new systems. I don't know. Nobody knows. It might. It might also not need one. But yeah, I mean, I think you can't get around having a loot filter in an ARPG, right? That's just my... That's obviously gonna be a big topic always, I think. Would have more potential in deeper depths? No, they didn't say that. Joe Pipiora explicitly said that they will not be better. It will be more item. And I don't care about more items. Yes, I do understand that when you have more items, you have a higher chance of... Well, not a higher chance. You have more chances of getting the item that you need. I fully understand that, right? Like, that's not the problem. I fully understand that. But for me, that feels bad. I want to know whatever I'm doing here now yields me better stuff. Especially when I'm risking my character here in hardcore. Oh, wrong way. Right. It just gets even more amplified in hardcore. You are risking your character, not only your time and your materials, you are literally risking your character. And what are you getting? Wow, you get 4 times the loot. No, I want to have the same amount, but it needs to be better. And now it's for them to figure out how to make it so that we aren't geared in 2 days. So maybe just give it a small increase in quality that we're finding. The higher we go. Holy. Just give it a small one so that there is T1 I find 0% better loot and T100 I find 10% better loot. That's fine, but at least it's better. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, quantity, quantity is not a good thing. Rarity is a good thing. Quantity is shit. Rarity is good. Rarity feels good. Quantity, in my opinion, does not. Because quantity equals, I just need to filter, I just need to fine-tune my loot filter more. Which is not important. right? Yes, I get a slight chance of finding better items. I fully understand that. But it doesn't make me go wah. And you need players to go wah. And loot explosions, especially in D4 with its current state of the game, more loot just makes people go, oh my fucking god, please no. Never in my life have I really not wanted to pick up items as much as in D4. And I am pretty fast when it comes to going through loot and everything. And I can only imagine that it's what it must feel to people that are slow. It must be awful. I hope they hear that message. Well, they will hear it if you go to the PTR and give them the feedback. That's how they hear the message. It's the same as it's the same with voting. If you don't vote, then you can't complain about no changes. Right? Yo, Decanate, we do have a Discord server. So if you want to come hang out there, !Discord is going to help you out. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Let me open the tree real quick. I don't even know where we're going. I think we're going here. This, right? Increased ellie damage. Sick. Just need some fire. That also explains why we were taking so much damage. We're throwing too much loot at you guys, but then in the same stream they introduced a system that as you go further you get more loot. Yeah, but Spartan, I don't know, do people not listen to, it's so weird to me. They literally said that they are reducing the overall loot with Season 4. So what you're gonna see in the pit when you are very high is probably the current level of loot. It's wild to me. People spend so much time on the internet and really inform a lot and want to inform themselves about a game or anything else and then only catch half the thing that is said. It's insane. I don't get it. They literally, it was even on a slide. It was even written in text. Reduced item quantity. It literally was on the screen. And people still don't know. It's crazy to me. But yeah, if you want them to hear the message that they need a loot filter, you gotta log into the PTR and give that feedback. I don't know if logging into the PTR, writing that feedback and then logging out of the PTR is gonna help. I don't know if they have like a metric where they're gonna rank feedback higher priority the more time you spend. I would do it probably when I were them, so that I would get rid of all the people that just think they giving feedback, although they didn't really play the game. Guess I think I would probably do that. That I wouldn't delete it. I just would rank it a little bit lower than all the others. So I guess if I would do it, then they will probably do it too. If they are really looking for more feedback. I only heard half the stuff said. That may be true. I was trying to cook dinner and listen. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Spartan. I'll be right back. The door rang. Yo, Crooks ARPG. Thank you so much for the follow, man. How's it going? Ah, man. I think that's it with the fucking packages and the Amazon deliveries for now. Running all the way up and down. And I'm not going slow. I'm like, because I'm streaming. I'm running. I'm running up and down. Holy shit. At least it's not as bad as yesterday where I had to run up and down 4 times in a row. Okay, go here. Whoop. Oh, I thought I accidentally clicked. Wait, the banner? I gotta remember. What was the banner doing? The banner gave me armor percent evasion, right? 265. Let me see. Let's drop the increased banner. What's the duration? Is it just a range? How long does it stay there? Seconds per place, so that's 1 minute. Okay, that's a lot. Increased armor. If I place it, increased area of effect and increased aura effect. Okay, that's a lot though. 50% increased aura effect per stage. That's sick because it's always going to be 50, right? But I can place it if it's like giga tight, right? I could do that. But it's not building stages. Like this. 6% armor and evasion. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. I will need to listen to the campfire as I watch Barricade and Deadmons discuss the campfire and had similar concerns regarding the run creating a system that as you approach throws tons of loot and or are complaining about with the current system. Yeah, and they also haven't listened. I don't know what people are doing. It was literally on the screen that they are reducing. First and foremost, they are reducing the quantity and are increasing the quality of items. It was literally a written point. And now it's not like tier 1 is going to give you 3 items and tier 2 is going to give you 4 items and tier 3 is going to give you 5 items. That's not how this is going to work. There's probably going to be like tier 1 to 9, it's going to be 3 items. Tier 10 to 19 is going to be 4 items and so on. So that's like, I don't know why people say throwing items at you. Yeah, please go and clear a T150 pit with 250 item level monsters. Have fun. I currently don't know how that is supposed to work, especially when we are losing a lot of damage reduction stats. I want to see someone clear T150 pit, which is level 250 monsters. If you clear that and then you get 12 items, I think that's fair. To be honest. Especially if you do it in hardcore. But again, I would rather have increased quality instead of quantity. I think that's way better. It just feels better because you know, I'm getting better loot. Not more loot and then I have a chance that it's better. No, I'm literally getting better loot.
Not you. For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Can I write a message while I'm dodging stuff? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we go here. Okay, I need to heal once. Okay, dodging, dodging, dodging. Easy dodges. Okay. Are we alive? Wonderful. Easy. Not even close.
I need more mana.
Yeah, mana is a problem. I don't need double life, to be honest. I can play with 1 mana flask, I guess.
Let me beautify you.
The smaller area is kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. Yo, what the fuck is that ring? Holy moly, man, that bandaging. 4% of damage taken recouped as life? Holy! What's going on? That's a big one. The problem is currently we need... I mean, this one is not really that helpful either. So maybe we could do something here. Later. Oh, we're 44 already. Nice. We do the unbound ailments here for the fun. And then now we have 24% increased cast speed. How is Desecrate feeling now? Oh. Oh, this is such a big difference. Holy moly. Look at this. Oh yeah, this is great. Oh yeah, that's big. Holy moly. Yep, that's great. I love that. Prison gate, please. Oop. Oop. Okay, we got this. Yo, Danish! XDX. How's it going, my man? Can we one-shot everything with just 1 armor? Holy moly. What's my defense? Fire is pretty low. Everything else is okay-ish. Armor makes life always. I like the movement speed, but 3% is 3%. Gonna lie, I'm pretty excited by the updates from the campfire chat. Nice, man. That's good. How much of season 3 did you actually play? I didn't really know how much you were blasting in season 3 at all. What do we need? Riverways. Okay, where is Riverways? I think if I follow this, that should be correct, but let's find out.
When I'm ready and not before.
Take the waypoint. I think it's up here, right there, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Only had a few hours to play here and there. I think my bar's level 78. Okay, yeah, but I mean, you didn't miss that much. Okay, now Riverways is following the trail. That's right. So you didn't miss that much in season 3. What did you miss? Maybe Malphas was actually pretty cool. Malphas, I think, not the preamble, but literally the boss fight of Malphas was pretty cool. But obviously after day 3 we were able to one-shot, so that completely eliminated that anyway. There was nothing much anyway left. That was cool. Wetlands? Wetlands. Is this top? Am I right here? Let's see. Please let me run. Thank you. There we go. Oh, that's Southern Forest. Let's get the waypoint though. Yeah, this is the part that I have to practice for sure. Good that we're doing this. I don't know this layout at all. Wait, didn't I have a waypoint here? Didn't I click that one? Ah, no, that was before, right? Okay, let's see. Wait, is that armor? No, it's evasion rating. No, we're good. I always think my E is my Desecrate, but I changed that later. I changed that yesterday. So I end up just flame dashing into pegs. Kinda fucked. Can I do this? Yeah. Wonderful, that's exactly what I wanted. Go Western Forest, we go through that thing. And we're gonna find wetlands. Wetlands is top then. So it wasn't this one, it was in the riverways, it was top. Maybe banned next season. Why is he banned? What did I miss? We need wetlands. There we go.
When I'm ready and not before.
He got me banned once. Wait, do you mean in the chat? Are you saving up all of your channel points to keep Danish constantly on ban or what? On timeout? Lol, imagine you get targeted like that. Holy shit. That would be both funny and kinda toxic as well. Oh my god. Imagine people group up together with like a total of 1 million channel points. And then they're just literally gonna keep you on timeout for every stream all the time. That would be pretty crazy. Holy. Yes, he banned me. I banned him for eternity. Holy shit. I mean, it's not a ban, it's a timeout, right? I have 188k points. Holy shit, Danish. It was nice knowing you, man. It was nice knowing you. How can Danish make up for it? How many gifted subs to stop the permaban? Over. Oh my god. I don't even know what that number is without the dividers. Holy shit. What's that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 900 million. 42,069. That's a lot of subs, man. Holy shit. Okay, the mana issues are fucked. I hate that. Fortify. Chance to block attack damage increased. Fizz. F. Oh. And have awakened POE trade on. Wait, why can I not pin it to start? Ah, pin to taskbar, that's what I was looking for. Yep, there we go. Yeah, any specific uniques, by the way, I can trade if I have. Maybe a tabula rasa. But not right now. Maybe for later I need one to see how much damage DD does on a 6-link. Like, literally what I want to know is, like, is it worth, if I ever have a tabula rasa, is it worth going for it before going into maps? You know, like, that's what I want to know. Just to understand what the damage is compared from, like, a 4-link to a 6-link. I think that's pretty important to understand the scaling. Where are we here? 1.6k life only, holy. Int max Codress. Ask for one in chat. No, it's fine. Yeah, right. I don't need it, man. I don't need it from you. We good. I'm just, if I want to test that, I'm just gonna ask in chat. You're right. Usually, like, it's crazy because I don't play trade at all, so I sometimes forget that exists. So, do we want the haste? Okay, what are we doing against the mana problems though? Flasks. Do we have? I doubt we have mana flasks saved up. Oh, I have a medium mana flask. Let's go. Oh, this one is a mana. Instant recovery? Holy shit. Yeah, I guess we're good. Wait. This one has 54% reduced amount recovered. Okay, well, that's... And the recovery rate and then 50% of recovery. Oh my god, that explains everything. Holy shit, I didn't even notice. That was probably due to me being omega tired yesterday when I made this flask, huh? Minions. Oh no, wait, it was good. Oh my god, why did I throw it away? His life recovered. No. 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 Oh, that one would be good. Instant recovery when on low life. Ah, fuck it. I'll take it. Going well. I'm behind on sleep. We'll be around later. All good, Itoka. We are fine. I hope you're too. Take care. Razok KS. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. How's it going? Haste Flame Search. We don't have a spot here for one of these two. Maybe we can Chrome, although I'm a little bit scared. Oh, I keep clicking on the fucking guild stash, man. I think if you have good rolls on other gear, a tabella should be okay, but a lot of DD's damage comes from the zone level of the costs and stuff. I mean, a bit more, just will be more for defensive average. That's exactly what I want to try out, Revent. 100% agreed on this one. That's exactly what I want to try out, you know? For me, it's really important, especially when thinking about taking this into hardcore. I need to understand how much does a 6-link give me, and then only afterwards I can assess correctly if it's worth losing the defensive stats on the chests for a tiny bit of damage. If it's a lot of damage, right? This is how you test it out, because I have no feeling. I can guess, yeah, but that's not how you play hardcore. You need evidence, and ideally evidence that you tested yourself, right? You can't just, if someone in chat, even if it's a Froggy, Itoka, or someone just comes in and says, yeah, the difference is not as crazy, stay with the rare chest instead of the tabula, I say, nice, thank you for the info. But what I always do is I'll test it myself still, because you want this feeling of, oh, well, that doesn't even matter that much, or, oh my god, the difference is huge, right? No matter which way. Is it, oh my god, the difference in damage is not that high, or oh my god, the difference in damage is insane, right? So this is something that I always do in every game. Because even if I tell you something, you can believe it, fine. But I think very important is to get this feeling of, oh, okay, now I understand, you know? Now you know, but you don't understand. That's the thing you need to go after. Especially when you go for hardcore. In softcore, it doesn't matter. You don't get punished, right? You can just do what a person told you and then figure it out. But on hardcore, you can't do it. Your character's gonna die if you do it that way, right? Level understands everything for hardcore. Exactly. And this is how you do it, right? You need, that's why I'm playing this on softcore right now, because on hardcore also this testing is, you go a little bit too hard and you don't know that you are too hard. You're just overshooting a little bit and you don't know that you are overshooting. Boom, character dead, right? This is exactly what happened, for example, when we were leveling the Blade Dancer in Last Epoch. Remember how I think you weren't there here, but I was leveling a Weaver's Will item, and I was running around with poison resistance with poison resistance at 60% instead of 75. And I was like, yeah, it's probably gonna be okay, right? I'm just gonna instantly, when I see a poison monster, I'm just instantly gonna back off and I'm gonna be fine. I did. I barely survived by a tiny little bit, but then I got one-shot by a different thing because I was on low HP. So you see how I wanted to see and try out if it's gonna be okay. Boom, character dead, right? Now I know this, but I lost a level 87 or whatever Blade Dancer, and that one would have made it to the top 10 on the Maxroll leaderboard, right? For hardcore, or top 20 or something like that, right? But this is exactly what I mean, right? Okay, so we don't have this. Did we do Umbra, Father of War, and Puppet Mistress? Wait, did we actually collect all the rewards?
Greetings.
Yeah, we did. Okay, waypoint, go riverways. Wait. Southern Forest. Can instantly go here, and we can go for more max life. And we get strength in increased attack. Oh, we get more in attack and cast speed on this one. That's gonna be very nice. The 20. Wait, how much is it? Yeah, 24. That one is, you feel that instantly, that increase in cast speed, especially on the Desecrate. The Desecrate is so much faster now. It's actually insane. Feels so much better. You can move so much faster after the after you pressed. It's so good, man. Really, really nice. Okay, can we Flame Dash Immolate? We could do this way, so Flame Dash is gonna be cast faster a little bit, and we are only leveling the Immolate anyway because we want to get rid of the cruelty here, and we need double blue. We could try and do this, but I mean, yeah, not right now. Next time we go into a city, we're gonna do that. Yeah, okay, so let's do this. Boom. Ah, the faster casting is nice. Damage is sick. Nah, you don't have to be sorry, Reverend. That was my stupidity. And also, this happens when the game is new, man. This is normal when the game is new. Those are exactly what's going on. Those are exactly the things that you die to. Just not. You can't really call it stupidity, but it's just not like inexperienced, basically. I had to take a call. I didn't ban anyone. Oh wait, is it faster casting 1? Oh yeah, wow. And you can instantly feel it. How much percent is this? 21. And we will have the faster casting on the Desecrate at some point as well, so that's gonna feel great. Especially with like more faster casting on the tree, on the amulet as well. We're gonna have cast speed. I know this. Then we will also have probably some more stuff from the talent tree. I haven't looked at the full talent tree yet, only like the first part of it. But I'm quite sure there's gonna be some more cast speed. Nurch. Oh, let's get the waypoint. It's the level 49, 45. Yeah, now we need to start killing a bunch. Yeah, the cast speed feels so nice, man. Holy shit. But the mana is shit. But we now have this one. It's so fucked up though. I don't know if I need the Herald of Ash at all. Let me get rid of the Ash and see how that's gonna go in terms of damage. How much does it do though? More burning damage, 16%, and more spellfire damage. Let's actually try it out. Let's see how this goes. I think we should be fine. Let's see. Yeah, this is still one-shotting, so it's not gonna be a big deal. Yeah, the mana on... What was it? This one, right? Gain 3 mana per kill. That's definitely very helpful, I would say. Obviously, it doesn't really help on bosses, but... How much damage is this? Should be fine. Yeah, one armor brand is enough. Oh, the faster casting is so nice. And it's like, what, level 3 or so? Brine King is gonna be funny, especially with 69 cold. I mean, that's okay. 69 cold. For the memes, boys. Das ist... Yo, Citix! How's it going, my man? Nice. Exactly, Revent, yeah. Why am I taking so much? Holy moly! Ah! I'm not immune to bleed, Wait, was there burning or bleed? No, we need to run all the way. There we go. Actually funny that I die on normal mobs. Was that a bleed? Okay. I had to unequip the bleed one. I think I don't know if this was burning or bleed, the one that I had here for the mana. But to be honest, if I don't play Ash, I don't think I need the mana. Yeah, I didn't notice if it was bleed or if it was fire. I know that I know that you take more damage when you run, but I was zoomed out. I was pressing 2 because I thought, oh yeah, that's easy. Number 2 is the bleed stop. But I forgot that I just now changed it to be a mana pot. But I gotta be honest, when I'm not playing Herald of Ash, I don't need the mana pot, and we go with the bleed pot and we should be fine. Actually, this is a lot of damage though. Oop. Is 1 enough? Yeah, look at this. 1 is enough. 700 mana. How much is this? 238. Look at the damage, man. Oh! Oh man, I was looking at the... Okay, now we're getting fucked though. We need fire res, man. I should probably craft for the first time for this character, huh? Let me complete that pillar and then we go and craft real quick. Get some life. I mean, I'm running around with 1.7k in Act 6, so that's not that great. Should be at 2.4 ideally for like hardcore measures. Ideally more, obviously, but like an absolute minimum 2.4k. And I'm sitting at 1.7. So obviously they're blasting my ass. This is the softcore curse. As soon as I go softcore, I run through everything and don't care. Holy moly, the damage. That fucking thing is blasting. Holy, what is this? Oh, did I not have determination? That's why I was getting blasted so much? Oh, I think so. Why did I not have determination? Oh, maybe I cancelled it. Yeah, see, now I don't take any damage anymore. Wait, did I not have determ up? Oh, let me... I want to see that, though. Let me quickly check. Oh, wait, we need... Oh, no, we don't need any jewelers anymore, right? Ooh, all Ellie and increased fire. That's pretty strong, gotta be honest here. Maybe we do this. Then we still need fire, though. Can we craft fire? Yeah, we can. Oh, we can't craft... Oh, we could go fire cold. That would probably be enough. I mean, we can just easy craft this up to... I want to see, though. Did I have determination up when I was dying, when I died the second time? Because that damage was insane. What was that? Oh. Oh. And there we go. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay. I didn't have determination up. That explains everything. I was like, why the fuck am I taking so much damage? I didn't have determination up. I was like, what is going on? How did I die the first time there? Ah, yeah, that was the bleeding thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, then it's fine. Then both deaths are fine for me. I understand now. Okay, let's go. Why did I not... Let's go hide out. Then I can run the two... where's the flask here? Which one was it? This one probably? Immunity to burning. Okay, so it wasn't bleed then. Put this here.
How's the trail?
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's get some... What do we need? Fire, cold, and life. We can we get fire cold? Should be possible. No, we can't. We don't have fire cold on this one. Wonderful. A little bit of fire missing, but that's fine. And we can blast life here. And fucking typical brick, man. Well, we should be fine with this. Okay. Yeah, fuck, just craft. We can blast. We don't really need spell suppression so far. What was I missing? Fire, right? And not for 3%. We're not gonna craft that. Let's not craft on this one. That one isn't even that good. Okay. Let's go get... We could do int or mana regen. That would probably help. Or we go and do... Wait, what does the items... Do we have any DD swap? I'm gonna show you guys. We do have increased cast speed and increased fire damage. But we already have cast speed, so that's done. The gloves... But this is for the DD swap, so it didn't even provide the leveling stuff. Just go live everywhere and cast speed on amulet and weapon. Yeah, that makes sense. Can we get cast speed on here? No, we're full. Okay, can we do fire? Oh, it already has fire damage. Never mind. Didn't even know. Well then, basically nothing makes sense, huh? Just blast the mana regen on there, huh? Whatever. Take the cast speed. This one is full, right? Yeah. Can we get life here, please? Oh, fuck. Didn't I click the two? Oh, I don't have a scour anymore. The froggy! Help! Uh, do I see the level here somewhere? No, right? I just have to know that this one would be too high. Okay. Okay, what's the level? Does this one have max life? 53, and that's gonna be increased by the percentages. We would still be sitting at like 1850 or so. The chest is like giga bad though. Gotta be honest, holy. I don't even want to craft anything on it. Froggy, I need a scour, please. Please help me. Help. I need 2 scours. Well, maybe only one. Although I do need one. Oh, it's written right here. Am I blind? Lol, I'm fucking blind. Holy shit. It's great that I started POE this early, man. I literally don't remember anything. You need who? I need scours. These white bad boys here. This one is whatever. These are fine. These are good. Yeah, we're fine. Thank you so much.
How's the trail?
Yes, more physical damage, please. Let's go. What was the keybind again for using 10 at the same time? I completely forgot. Thank you. Are you coming to mine? There we go. That was fast. He brought his turtle. Okay, thank you. Oh wait. What are we gonna do with this one? Can I get the... I don't want to like have these big crafts already on the item. That would probably feel way more powerful than
I'll need to be more lithe for that.
is this one the dex one? One has strength. Why can I not use the stuff? Ah, okay. It's because of... holy shit. I hate this so much when this happens. Holy shit, man. When you have to do this stuff to be able to use your items. Holy moly, man. Now you can equip this. Now you can equip this. Now you can equip this. Oh, man. Okay, now we have this. Holy shit. Wait, we can we craft the... now when we're here already? Turtle? Exactly. Thank you, the froggy. Okay. We need 2 blue. How many chromes do I have though? 100. Holy shit. Blue. No! There we go. I should have probably done 2 green, although it doesn't matter. Same outcome. Okay, there we go. And we take the... Which one was it? Emulate support. But we still need to level this one. This one therefore goes here. And now we can level the flame surge as well, right? What does this do? I've never used this. Surge flame burning enemies are dealt more damage. If you hit an enemy, will create burning ground under them. Your damage don't apply this burning ground. More damage with hits against burning enemies. Cannot ignite hits on ignite enemies create burning ground. Burning ground deals 25% of fire damage per second of ignite affecting enemy. Okay, that's pretty strong. Okay, wonderful. Let's keep going. Oh, I need my portal. Said I need portal and ran away. No, my portal is dead. Why is my portal dead though? Did I log out or what? Oh, I need to increase the skill tree on the POE. I don't know where to go. Link to Brand, and you won't need to cast it. The Brand can trigger. It's pretty sweet. Which one? You mean the Flame Surge? I gotta look what the guide says.
When I'm ready.
Flame Surge?
not
Okay.
before.
Let me see if that is what they want to do with it. Holy fuck. First time I went far to the right. This time I went far to the left.
I need more mana.
Okay. I'm still struggling with the keybind change for the desecrated, to be honest. Holy moly, the damage. Let me see. Where's the... What items? Skills. Leveling? Is that what I want to do? Armor, Ignite, Prolive, Combust, Immolate. Where do they want the Flame Surge though? Flame Dash, Flame Wall. That's Arcane Surge though, right? Yes, okay. See, I'm leveling this. I was smart because I'm leveling that up for later. Where did I put it later though? Let's see. Ah, you self cast this until you have exposure gloves. Never mind. You don't self cast that at all. Okay, let me check the skill tree here. What are we going for? Mana reservation efficiency. That's gonna help quite a lot. Oh, we're getting so much cast speed. Holy shit. Photographs are massive. And let's see. We go here for more cast speed, but currently we don't need the cast speed. We need the mana efficiency from Sovereignty. Sovereignty. How do you pronounce this? Sovereign. There you go.
Sovereignty.
Sovereignty, okay. Sovereignty. Yeah, obviously. How could I not know this? Sovereignty. I mean, it's literally written right there. Who doesn't know this, right? Sovereignty. It's instantly visible that it's pronounced like that. Okay, what's this? Chrome, okay. Haste would be nice. How are reses looking like though? And what's the life? 1.8k. It's gonna be rough though. You can always lock or teleport. Or we can also just giga chat it up and just not die. That's also working.
Don't think I'm going to be
49. Are we 45 now? I think we're 45 now, right? 47. Holy. Okay, never mind.
right.
Giga chat? Yeah, exactly.
When I'm ready and
Oh, we have a daily mirror right there. You see it? I loved when Rex said that that's the gray peacock. Or how did he call it? He called it peacock, but what did he say? I think black and white peacock, or did he say gray peacock? I don't remember. It's something like that. That was funny. When I was like, yo, true. It actually looks like that. Oh, I love it when that happens, man. That's a dopamine hit right here. When you level up and the next thing you do is like your whole right side is filled up with being able to level up your skill gems, man. Yeah, exactly. That's a fucking Craigasm right there. And then you do this, look. Okay, let's blast.
so courageous. Such a fine example of womanhood. I simply knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Or my husband. You see, His Majesty could never be satiated on his wedding day by one bride alone. Thank you, my new sister. I shall always treasure your company.
Also, we'll probably dodge everything, I guess. We can like Omega AFK everything. Probably don't need to desecrate at all, right? Or we just stand still and don't get hit by anything. Easy.
I need more mana.
Please make it smaller, Brian Daddy. Yo, Chongsam. Thank you so much for the follow, man. How's it going? Welcome in. I remember first time I fought this, I was on hardcore, right? Like, it was, holy moly, man. I was so nervous. I was so ready to log out super quickly. I was so nervous. Bridge encampment. There we go.
The relic. Keep your wits about you.
You are well?
Okay, let's blast through this. What's the level here again? Let me see here. 48, they are 50. That's good. Let's go. Should have probably killed the rare pack there. Oh, I'm such an idiot, man. I keep fucking up the keybinds because I changed them so much. Man, any Necromancer enjoyers? Really scary the first time I fought him. Same with Chevron. Yeah, Chevron, I actually never really understood. I'm just dodging everything. Maybe we look up a guide and actually understand the encounter. And what's happening. I'm just literally dodging everything and then standing only in one zone. Mostly. Wait, no, that's not Chevron. That's the Deirdre. Chevron is just dodge, right? The Deirdre encounter. That's what I mean with I never really understood what the zones do. I just know that you shouldn't really be standing in all of them. just one. But there is a swap that is happening. I have no clue what's happening there. I'm just literally dodging shit. Never really cared about understanding what's going on there. Okay, let's see. Blast these guys. We need Felshrine Ruins. We should be top left, if I remember correctly. Nope, that's Sins. I think then we go a little bit further down, right? Is there a waypoint here? Not 100% sure. I think it's Chambers 2, right? So we could quickly go and get that waypoint here. Oh, there's the waypoint. Wonderful. We do this. No, we go back. Okay, that's super weird. I never did it like this, but it's fine. Something is wrong with my mouse. Let me... And I felt weird. Here we go. Okay, blasting all the way back. Don't do this. Never do this at home. Okay. Go down a little bit more. Here we go. Flame dash! Oh, it's a wall. It's not a ledge. Oops. Wasn't even looking. Is it bottom right then? Holy moly. Yeah. Like, what's it called? Part 2 is... I'm not the best at part 2. I'm just insane on Act 1. Because I had to do it 3 times. every time I was leveling a new character. That's probably why I know all the shit. And I never really did part 2 that well. Especially like Act 6 and 7. I'm not that good. Wait, do I need crypt only for... No, I need it for the thing. What's it? What's it called? Aligaros arena thingy map.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Oops. It's the mana now. 187. Okay, that's nice. Much better already. Yeah, I just sort of through them, have never sat down and learn X6 to 8. Yeah, I don't know. 6 and 7 are definitely my weakness. 8, 9, 10 is fine. I mean, 10 is whatever. It's pretty fast. But 8, 9, 10 is okay again. I don't know why 6 and 7 is not that good. I am not that great on that. Let's quickly do this. In terms of layouts. But I mean, now I can learn. Act 7, Feldshrine Ruins is bottom right. And then Crypt, which is kind of looking at the map. That time it can help, right? At least a little bit. So maybe I can remember it like this when I'm in Crossroads, which is literally the cross. And I need Feldshrine Ruins. I literally go bottom right. And then for Crypt, you always follow the trail, right? That's obvious. Maybe I can remember it like that. And next time I play a character, I'm gonna remember, hopefully. I think it was this way. Let's see. No, we're good. Wonderful. I was right. Why did it not work on the first time? Logout macro. Quickly get the thing here. Oh wait.
Farewell.
Fuck man, I keep clicking on the guild stash. Oh wait, it's down there.
Judging. Goodbye.
Granite, right? Kinda don't need that. Guess we could in theory run sulfur just for the lulz, but we don't need damage. We have an evasion. We'll try and get a better one. Or we take the granite. Let's take the granite. Let's see what it rolls. Reduce duration. Fuck you. There we go. Oh no, I need to go crossroads, but I don't have crossroads. Oh, I'm not gonna do that again. I have to though. Fuck. Wait, we are right here. That's what I did wrong. I shouldn't be here in the first place. Shouldn't have that waypoint, but I do have that. Man, Lilocan helps, but to be honest, on like 1 to 5 I don't really need it, but in 6 and 8 it helps. 6 and 7 it helps tremendously. Gotta be honest, man, these two acts are definitely my weakness. 8 should be fine again, I think. I need an instant flask, not instant flask on low life. That's kind of fucked. I'm looking at my life and I'm like, I press 1 and I'm like, what's happening? Because I expect it to be an instant flask. What's the level? 49, 52. That's good. There you go. Just wait a little bit until you're close to dying and then you are low life and then you have an instant flask. New meta. Got that one. We get the... do we need... No, we just go, yes, fuck it. Max life. Can we roll? Yes, we can. Let's do that actually real quick. Maybe we can roll a little bit higher movement speed. Why is my crafting bench looking like this? Didn't I have a different crafting bench? 32, 54, well, almost. 18. This one has 20, right? Oh, it's gonna be fine, actually. Getting the 4 link here, we need it later, so that's gonna be nice. And then while we're at it, let's do... craft the granite flask correctly. The evasion rating would have been nice, but I clicked too early. It's crazy how bad it rolls. Holy shit. That one was reduced duration and reduced effect. Not gonna crit, but I guess that's fine. And let's actually roll this one correctly here. Wait, this is a giant. Let's take the hollowed. Make this one an instant. Not instant when on low life. I'm getting paranoia when I use that. I thought it's gonna be fine, but it's actually not. Removes curses. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, this is correct now. Okay, chamber. And then blast mode. Give me the key. And we need since 2. Gonna be this way. I don't remember. Oh. Oh, do we need... No. There we go. South then, huh? It's good, we're learning. It's perfect for the Act 6 and 7. It's gonna be much faster if I like... Especially because when I'm zooming, when I'm like... League start practicing or so, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, I can't do 6 and 7 that well. Let's just zoom through it. And then you're not like actively trying to remember stuff. You're just trying to get over with it. But now when I say I literally don't care about the time and I'm reading through everything anyway, going through DD and stuff, going towards DD rather, then I do have the time to actually sit down to think about this, like how we did with the crossroads stuff. I think that's gonna help me remember that in the future. Actually.
When I'm ready and not before.
Okay, Northern Forest. Obviously go north. Or we could follow trail. And then go north, right? Is it that? Or is it up there? No, we're good. Just follow trail. It's so funny when you can just literally dance around them and have all the damage. It's still going on without you having to do anything. I'm curious how the mana is gonna be. Prisoner's Gate. This valley here, am I correct? Let's see. Do I remember correctly? No. Is it top right then, as always? Also not. Bottom right then, huh? Okay, there we go.
When I'm ready and not before.
It's actually pretty OP, and I can, if I pay a little bit more attention to defenses and don't just softcore the living shit out of this build, I can very easily play this in hardcore, I guess. With 2.4k life right now, I'm safe. Which one do we take here? Increase damage. Wonderful. Now we take these two. Have that life mastery already. And we take cast speed here. Take the cast speed first. How much is that? 4 and 6. Oh man, that's actually so good. Holy shit. That is just 15% just like that. So nice. Just literally one roll basically on the amulet, or well, that's not really one roll, but almost a roll. Okay, let's go Northern Forest. I don't remember where this is, to be honest. Causeway. If it's top right or top left. Let's see. There we go, top right. I was okay. Something's wrong with my mouse, man. How much defense do I have? 86. Whoops. 86 armor and 64 dodge. That's pretty good. I'm curious if they're gonna nerf the brands, man. Because you gotta be honest, man, this Armageddon brand leveling is just OP. Especially because you're literally right-clicking once, and that's it, man. Everything's dead. And you can keep running. That's the OP part about it, right? You're literally just playing Last Epoch monos.
When I'm ready and
And we get this, getting the star. -4 levels, it's good. Penance is so strong. Armor for leveling. Later Arcanist and then Penance Brand. Yeah, Penance Brand. I played Penance Brand at the start of the season. Before I gave all the gear away and everything. For, wait, the waypoint is in the middle, right? Before I gave everything away to go and prepare for Season 4. Sorry, Season 3. And Penance Brand is just fucking crazy, man. Especially leveling as Guardian Penance Brand. Holy shit. It was not Guardian. What am I talking about? The thing was called Guardian, right? Templar. That's what I meant. Fucking Templar with the Bernie boy. I forgot the name. What wasn't he called Guardian? I think he was called Guardian. Holy man, the burning Bruno, whatever the name is, whatever that name was, and then together with the Penance Brand. Holy shit, man, that leveling was something else. Drops are gonna be active during the live stream, Cafellunio. So in 3.5 hours. Big chungus, yeah, exactly. Drops are currently not happening. They will be happening in 3.5 hours. You need to be watching for 45 minutes. And you get the... what was the name of the thing? You get that back attachment. I forgot the name. Sacrifice? No. Something like that. Not sacrifice. What was it? Ah, man. I almost have it. Back attachment. Maybe I should make a command real quick for the drops so people know what they're getting. Yo, Hoagie, how's it going, my man? Let's kill Crook Tool real quick as well. Let's get the Fireflies though. How many more do we need? This one. And we're almost done. Pretty good. How's the blasting going? Marauder Chieftain, I just was really fun. I haven't played Marauder Chieftain, no. But I can imagine, yeah. With the changes and stuff. Blasting's going great, Hoagie. Thanks for asking, man. I'm glad you're good as well. Are you hyped for the POE livestream? Done here, right? What was that? Take that one. And then we take strength. Whatever. That's a ticket. Man, I keep right-clicking this stuff. Okay, do we do... We could do a lab real quick. Do a lab. There we go. Throw a lab. Put it here.
The goddess is watching.
Right. One life flask is not gonna be easy though. Let's try it. Fuck it. Gotta giga chat it up, and we're good. What did I say? Top right? Yeah. That's not top right though. That's top right. Curious how much damage I'm gonna take.
The weary traveler draws close to one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor. Finish this. Such resilience.
I take 0 damage. That's the answer. To season starts in POE, I will play Scorching Ray Totem. What are you gonna go next after? Like, what are you gonna go into afterwards? We go top right again, as always.
When I'm ready and not before.
Man, I gotta be honest. One health pot is gonna be rough if I don't focus up. Pathfinder, so Toxic Rain. Wait, so you're gonna play Scorching Ray and then what? Why are you playing Scorching Ray Totem and then going into a next thing? Help me out on that one. Why did you play Scorching Ray then to begin with? The Dex. D4 hardcore changes? That's exactly what I wanted since the beta. Wait, where do we go? Top right, okay. That's exactly what we need. Harder content and cheat death potion gone. So I can actually die. That's great. What's up with the blades? Why are they like this? Has change not really changes? Sorry, what? Top right though. There we go. And then I will play Pathfinder for the whole end content. Okay.
Strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
But you could play RF to farm way quicker Citex.
It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round.
Ah, okay. Gotcha, Hoagie. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to be able to die in hardcore. It's, to me, the last time I died from being stupid was
You are inexhaustible.
pre-season.
Sweep the trappings of past emperors aside. Make your
Actually.
empire anew.
Maybe I forget something in season 1. In season 1? No, in season... No. No, I don't. Oh, wait. Yeah, sure. I died because I did Uber Lilith and forgot my hardcore, my cheat death potion. That was in season 1. But can you count that? That was just stupidity. The last time I really died because the game killed me was literally preseason. Well, okay, the game also killed me with its bugs, but I don't count those in, right? Literally, I didn't die this season once on any character. And I was actually the last 2 weeks of when I was actively playing the season before, way before the gauntlet came out, I was running without a cheat death potion all the time. And it was impossible to die on any character. And I was still looking at chat 24/7 while I was doing that. Sure, if there's an explosion, you gotta watch out, right? But that's what we want to do. And then now, it's gonna 250 level monsters without a cheat death potion. Holy shit! Yeah, where do I have to sign up, man? That's exactly what I want. Finally, I actually can play, finally there is gonna be a skill difference. There's gonna be a clear difference. And wow, you clear T100? Perfect. Right, everybody clears Nightmare Dungeon T100. That's not a big deal. That's not an achievement or anything else. But oh boy, it's probably gonna be pretty impressive if you clear the highest pit tier on hardcore. That's probably gonna be very nice to do, I would say. One tapping the percent life Hunters Exalted made on a Stygian Vice. Holy shit. End of league crafts, man. The pit to run high. Getting so hard in hardcore. The pit to run high. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Looking forward to that. I actually, currently I don't know how we are supposed to clear the pit on hardcore. I don't know. Because level 250 monsters. Holy shit, man. And we're getting... Wait. And we're also losing... and we're also losing a lot of damage reduction on gear. I am very curious how we're supposed to survive that. Currently, I don't know. Before I could have told you, with the old gearing system, I know how to survive 250 level monsters. That's possible, I can do that. But with the new one, when I'm missing all my DRs, how the fuck am I supposed to do that? No clue. Wow, I didn't even want to go here. There we go. You're gonna be more tanky and do more damage, right? Who said that? The only thing they said is we're gonna have much less damage reduction stats on gear, so we're gonna be way less tanky. And there's not gonna be damage reduction on Tuesdays at all. There's just gonna be... It looks like there's just gonna be damage reduction. That was a question? No. I haven't seen anything. I can tell you on the first day of the PTR if we're gonna be more tanky or not. Currently, I don't know. I only know what we saw. What we saw is we're way more squishy than before, and we have to fight way harder monsters. That's the only thing that we know so far. Quality on the Desecrate. Where is it? I love this new Divine font, by the way. More life or something with the tempting and masterworking. You're a little bit. That's not gonna offset losing damage. That's not gonna offset losing 4 damage reduction stats. You lose... Your chest had DR life. Your pants had the exact same. And now you will have... You will lose you will lose 4 damage reductions total. You will lose a multiple, like a 40% damage reduction. Well, it's not really 40% because it's 1.2 times 1.2 times... Wait, you will lose way more. You lose, wait, you lose 4, right? Holy shit, wait. You lose 1.2, 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. No, you don't calculate it that way. Before we had, let's say on average they were 15, right? Because you had 10. Druids will lose tons of because of the shapeshifting DR. Yeah, but everybody will lose those. It hits all the classes the same. Some will maybe lose like 15% more or less. Additive. Sorry, multiplicative, right? So before, let's say the pants. Let's say they were on average 15. So that was 0.85. Oh. 0.85 times what? 3, right? Times, oh, not plus. Ah, holy shit. I hate it. I don't have a numpad, and then doing this stuff is kind of fucked up. 1, 2, 3. That's one item. 1, 2, 3. That's the second item. So you had 63% damage reduction before. Kind of, like very napkin mathy. Right? 67. Let me note this down. Let's say 67% damage reduction you had before, like total. And now you're gonna have... How high was the damage reduction on the items? Let me see here. There's no damage reduction here. Is there damage reduction here? No. No. Ah, that's a wand. No. Fuck, man. I didn't screenshot any damage reduction stuff. No, I didn't screenshot anything. I think it was 10.3. That obviously isn't masterworked, okay? And if you get like giga lucky and you masterwork it twice or 3 times, that would be insane. But let's say you have damage reduction. Well, will damage... The question is... Yeah, there were multiple items with damage reduction. But it was 10.3 as a max roll. The question is now, how many slots can have damage reduction? If we assume that still only chest, pants, and amulet can roll damage reduction, then we have a huge problem. But if, for example, now also helmet slot can roll damage reduction, then it's gonna be a little bit easier, right? So let's say 10.3, this is not masterworked, okay? So we have, that's what, 89.897, right? Times this, 1, 2, 3. Now we have 28% damage reduction. Before we had 67. Right. If they keep the slots where we can roll damage reduction the same. For example, maybe they make shields relevant and give shields damage reduction. For example, right? Maybe because they said they are removing the restrictions on items. Remember how they removed the Azure Wrath restrictions? So maybe now shields will be available to barbs, will be available. Well, they would have probably said this, right? Maybe shields will be available to everyone now. Maybe everyone can find a shield now. Right? Maybe everyone can equip a shield now, and then there's damage reduction on there as well. Maybe you can have a shield as a Sorc, as a Barb, as a Rogue even, right? As a Druid, that would be cool. And you can choose, right? You can choose a two-hander, you can use a one-hander and then focus, or a one-hander and a shield, right? Why can I only use... Why can I not have a shield there? Right? If that was the case, then we would still take... This is 36% damage reduction. We take double the damage now. Which is good, because before we were not taking any damage whatsoever. We weren't taking any damage whatsoever, right? So now we take double damage. If they didn't add... But wait, but this is with the shield. Oh, this is with a fourth slot. Wait, let me do this again. This is with a fourth slot. So this times this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's 28. Before we had 67. We take 2.5 times the damage. That's a lot, man. But this is without masterworking. And they said masterworking is a 1.5 multiplier. And this is without greater affixes. So let's say you get unlucky. You don't get a greater and you masterwork damage reduction only once. That's already 15.3, right? 10.3 times 1.5. 15.45 minus 100. That's 84.55. 0.8455 times this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's way better already. Now we have 40% damage reduction then, and we had 67%. So we take 50% more damage, kinda. So we take 50% more damage if you get if you are able to masterwork one. If you get to masterwork all the 3 damage reductions once on all 3 items, then you still take 50% more damage. That's okay. That's fine. That's good. That's good. I like this. Taking 50% more damage is good. But then obviously, if the monsters suddenly are level 250, then you have a big problem. Let me see here. We had this great calculator by a guy. Where did I have this? I had this somewhere. Found it. Attacker level 250. Oh wait, did I not copy this? Make a copy. I had this though. I was pretty sure I had this copied already. Maybe I opened the non-copied version. 250, huh? He didn't. Okay, let's assume... Wait. Why does this not work? Oh no, it worked. There we go. 250. How much armor do we need? 20,000? Holy shit. 22,000? No. It's too much. 20,500. Okay, that's also too much. There we go. 290. 80. 50. 30. 200. Okay. 190. 150. Okay, there we go. 60. Oops. 80. 75. Okay, there we go. Almost. Hey, there we go. This is the armor we need. Oh, please be 69. Ah, it's not 69. 20,170 armor. How much do we have now? Yeah, this is easily hittable though. Wait, do you guys see this? Let me make this bigger. Let me share this with the boys. Many thousand. So you need Juggernaut Disobedience. Or you masterwork some total armor rolls. Oh man, this is already so much better, man. This is already 10 times better. You have 10,000 more options to do what you need to do. This is already so good. $20,000 armor we can easily hit. This was with one masterworked, with 3 masterworked, with 3 level. How do you say this? This is with 3 damage reductions masterworked once. If you masterwork, how does that work? It should be, so if it's 10.3 and you masterwork it once, and then you masterwork it twice, it should be like this, right? So if you do this, you have 76825. 0.76825 times. That is 2. 1, 2, 3. What was the previous value? Is this the previous value? No, it was something like... This was the previous value. Hope they can implement the changes and it works everything fine. Well, you gotta log into the PTR and help them test it if you want to ensure that it works. If we only have 10 people working and all of them are from the Maxroll team, and that's not gonna really help them that much. We can only find so much, you know. But obviously, if you just want to have fun, then we'll do it. Okay. We need to find all the bugs and all the... Don't worry about the calculations and such. Don't worry about that. Just play the game, and if you find something that is weird, report it. 0.45. So this is 30% more damage than before. No, we don't get a movement skill, else they would have said this yesterday during the class changes. Okay, and now how does it look like with 3 out of 3 masterworked? I don't want to log out. Okay, so 10.3 Where's my number? No. 1.3 times 1.5. Okay, that's gonna be crazy. Minus 100. 6.652375 times that. 1, 2, 3. Ha! Is that the exact same number? No. Wait. Wait, where's the number? No, is it gone? No. Wait, is this the exact same number? I love streaming. I can just go back and watch. There we go. Oh, wait, that's wrong. We go slash chronics R. Let me see. Our Omega AFK can also make the exclamation mark drops. Did we start calculating? Okay, so let's see here. Which one is this? Wait, we're gonna take... It's 377. What do we have now? 27764. We're gonna take less damage. but you need to pull this one off though. You need to pull this one off. You need to masterwork your damage reduction 3 times in a row. That's gonna be rough. And then you're actually gonna take less damage than currently. But that's all RNG based, obviously. Gonna be not so easy. What do we get here? Oh, we get more cast speed. Regenerates 1% of mana per second. Oh, that's great, actually. What is exposure? Again. POE exposure. How do we apply this, though? With what? Oh, with the conviction. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That I didn't see it and I didn't notice. Okay, perfect. Let's keep blasting. That was interesting. So what did I say? That's gonna be so good, man. I love this. And to be honest, like masterworking your damage reduction once on all 3 pieces is gonna be possible easily. And the good thing is about the masterworking, you can reset the masterworking, right? So even if it didn't work, you can just reset it and then keep going until you hit it once. At the very, very least. Right? So this is something that you will have to look forward to for the game. You will obviously remaster work quite a lot to... You can reset masterworking? Yeah. Is nobody listening? What did I make the summary for? You heard it live? You heard it live when they said it, and then I repeated it for you as well. It's so funny how much info gets missed. It's actually crazy. Holy. I'm not laughing at you, Citix. I'm just talking in general, right? Earlier we had Spartan who missed like half of the announcement, although he was listening. That's kind of funny. Okay, where are we going? Val City. Yeah, that's kind of... They need to delete this as well, that I have to go to the waypoint. But I guess that's gonna be the case in PO2. Although, you have to run to the fountain to refill your health pots. I don't know if that's really gonna be the case then. That you can if they kill quality of life like that, are they really gonna give us the option to waypoint everywhere where we want? In the at least in the main hub, without having to stand close to a waypoint or being at the waypoint. Don't know. Hopefully, although I don't really think so. Now thinking about it, although it's desperately. I think it's desperately needed to do so. Be quite honest. Okay, let's see here. I hate the doors, man.
Not before.
Oh, I wanted to do the drops. Ah! Ah! Why can I not click the stairs? Okay. What was the... Where was that? It should be in Path of Exile, I guess. Oh, there we go. This is the one, right? Yep. Suffering, that was the name. Okay, let's do this. Let's create a command real quick. What do you need? What were the requirements again? 45 minutes, right? I think about the D4 Season 4. It's very good. Very, very good in person. Really happy about hardcore finally being hardcore and that we finally get harder content because the game is way too easy in my opinion. Oh, I don't have a drops command. Oh yeah, I deleted it earlier. Drops. How do we call this? We write watch 45 minutes of POE to get the suffering back attachment. More info here. Drops. Proper endgame grind content like LE and POE? No. I think I'm still gonna be finished with the game in 3 weeks. Maybe 4. 4 already is kind of like LE then. I don't know. I have to play the PTR, but I don't think it's gonna be... I don't think it's gonna be needed to have a 3 out of 3 greater FX Shaco and Ring of Starless Skies and all greater FXs on all of the items to clear the endgame content. I think you can do that way before, and because that is the case, the grind will be too fast. Because I don't think I will need full 3 out of 3 greater FXs on all gear slots to clear the level 250 bosses. Clear the 250 pit and the 200 bosses. I think I can do that with maybe some of the items 1 out of 3, some of the item 2 out of 3 greater FXs, and that grind is gonna be done in 2 to 3 weeks, and then I'm done. So it's not gonna be final, but it's moving in the perfect direction. It's exactly what we needed. It's still not there yet, but I also did not expect that at all. That we are gonna be at the goal with just 1 patch. That's just not possible. Okay, let me see. Does that work? Yep. Okay, there we go. Wonderful. Suffer. People will be bored after a few weeks. Oh, don't get me wrong. Just because I'm done in 2 or 3 weeks, that doesn't mean that the general player base will be done in 2 to 3 weeks.
It's my lucky day.
big problem is still gonna be the why. Why do you want to kill the level 200 bosses? Is there gonna be... What do I get? Is there an achievement? Is there gonna be a title? Is there gonna be a leaderboard? There's no leaderboard, by the way. There's nothing, right? You just kill them. And you get 1 Resplendent Spark the first time you're gonna do that. Okay, wow. But when I kill the level 200 monsters, I will have my Uber Unique... the bosses. I will probably have my Uber Uniques done already. So I don't know what the Spark is gonna be. Like, what do I need the Spark for then? Yeah, we'll have to see.
when I'm ready and not before.
We'll have to see how easily it's doable and how... Or not how easily it's doable. So that's gonna be a very interesting thing to find out. I need to play it to give you more info, but it doesn't look like it's fixed now. It's very good. It's a very, very good direction now, though. This is what I've been saying, like, the last half a year or so. Just give them time, and we will, at some point, we will see what the current team wants the game to go towards, right? What is this? I never had this strange barrel strongbox. Kick W. Unique strongbox? Yeah, but it's a weird one. Holy. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, which way do we go? We're 52. What are we missing here? Let me see. I do have these two, right? Yeah. I have these two as well. What am I missing here? Give me a second to see where we need to put the points. I think I'm blind, guys. Oh wait, I did. You know what I did? I did probably too many passive points. That's why I'm already into the next step. Yeah, there we go. There we go all the way now towards all of the other stuff. We go CI or what? Oh no, that's Eldritch Battery. Never mind. So most probably it will still stay behind LE even after Season 4 changes. What do you mean behind? It's a completely different game. What do you mean behind? I don't know. It's like it's impossible to say. I haven't played it. That's rough, man. I don't think anybody can answer that. How those games are gonna square up against each other. We go straight for Eldritch now, though, because of the mana problems, so we just ignore that wheel at all. The melding. We go this way, this way, this way, and then go like that. And then we take this after. Start getting the spells up. I mean, currently Ellie is very far ahead of D4. After Season 4 changes, I'm curious, but I can't. If I haven't played it, I can't give an estimation of which one is gonna be better, and it's also gonna be subjective. So don't like take what I say for granted. Always like try it yourself as well. But it's what I can say, and I think that's very easy to spot as well, is that it's gonna be a much better game. I mean, what's the best way to farm gold? Does most gold just come from gold that drops in ground after killing mobs? No, you farm, if you need gold, you farm very high corruption monoliths that give gold. Or you sell good items. That's how you farm gold. Valuable items sell on age, but how will I know which items are valuable or not? It's great I want to do, but it's really complex. Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to understand all of the other builds and understand what the other builds need. And then you know what they need in terms of rares that are gonna be good. And obviously if you find an item that has a lot of LP, that one probably is a pretty good item at that point. If you get very lucky and you find a 4 LP Xang, for example, you're instantly rich. But you need to know what are good items for other builds, not only for your. So the problem with this is you need to broaden your loot filter by quite a lot, which I really hate. Which is why I'm playing solo self-found always and COF. And I also really like finding the items myself.
Arakali. Death is the true climax of perverted lust.
Check its price on age. Does you have to take much longer? Yeah, of course it's going to take much longer because you can't just straight up buy it. Straight up buying is the best power in the game. Nothing can come close to that. And you can literally just go on the auction house and instantly buy the thing you need. That's the fun. There's no way. Nothing is faster than that. It's literally impossible to have something faster than that.
When I'm ready and not before.
Pick up every exalted item? Well, T6 items are probably not gonna sell for a much. T7 items, maybe. If you hit the correct T7 ethics that a lot of people need, you can probably sell that, I guess. If you find an item with double T7, that one is probably easily sellable. This is like something you have to get into by playing a lot of builds and understanding the commonalities between all those builds. And this is not, I cannot teach you this. You need to learn that yourself, unfortunately. There we go. Sorry, that was my email. I needed to check that one. Ooh, 30% movement speed. I'll take that. Holy. But we need 2 blue, ideally, and a green one. That would be nice. Let's do that. And 1 green would be nice. Look which items are good in the age, make a filter with them. Yeah, but then he won't understand why the item is good. That will not help him, Citex. That is not a helpful advice. That just fixes the problem, but that is not really making him understand what he needs to do, you know? One also needs a green.
Son, what is it? Need some help?
But yeah, if you don't care at all about understanding why an item is good and expensive, then you can just look at the auction house and then obviously just look at the items that are good, compare the stats. If you find a stat multiple times on very expensive items, then that stat is probably very highly sought after, right? That's what you can do, but I would advise against that because that's just a short-term solution to your problem, right? You need to figure out a way to understand why an item is good, and you can only really do that by playing a lot of builds and understanding how different builds work, and therefore you can understand which items are worth, and then you can adjust your filter. There's probably, again, like as a short-term solution, someone very much likely did a YouTube video where he says, yo, this is the best Merchant's Guild loot filter. Just download this and sell everything with the color green, you know? Someone obviously did this. If this is what you're looking after, that's what you could do, but I would advise against that again. Okay, so what are we doing? We need another green one. That would be sick to level the haste. Especially with the more... We could probably run the haste as well already. But I cannot. This is armor. Yes, it's going to be rough getting 2 green on there. Especially with 40... What's that? 43 chromes. What's this? Defiance banner, shield charge. Is there something we don't need currently? The flame ability, we need flame dash, swift affliction. That's something we currently don't need. So maybe we just swap these out so the haste levels up a little bit, and then we can use the haste here. Lightless Arbor is a gold sink, and Soulfire Bastion is a gambler. Oh, put Desecrate down there. Oops. Okay, let's go. Wait, which one is this? Sin. Would have probably done that instantly, huh? Much over time. Yep. Asks Restoration of Ignite. Wonderful. We need sewers. Go down there. Gold sink. A gold sink is something where you lose gold or where you can spend a lot of gold and get something in return. I can't run haste. F. Okay, well then. Oh well, we can just put it there to level it up a little bit. I guess we need it for later. Oh no! Ran all the way for nothing. I'm 52.
Oops, clumsy me.
I mean, we could get rid of the banner for the haste. How much am I losing without the banner? Let's see. With the banner, I'm at 64 and I don't have any evade, so we don't really get a lot from that anyway, right? Oh, I'm stuck. 60. We get 4% actually. It's not really that much. I'd rather zoom a little bit more and get cast speed. But then I have 18 mana. I can't cast anything then. Okay, never mind. Do we get more reservation efficiency? I guess so, huh? Let's see. Let me see the end game tree. Reservation F. I will get one more node, but we are very close to much more for sure. Let me see. Mid game. Yeah, then we're going for. Wait. Still only go for one. Let me see here. Okay. We don't get more reservation efficiency, but I mean, with the DD respec, I'm probably gonna lose some of the auras anyway, right? I guess. Okay. I mean, with Eldritch Battery, it's probably not gonna be a problem anyway, right? I would guess. Help. Okay, we wanted to check out for science what Deirdre does. Let's see. YouTube. Deirdre guide. Act 8. We had more and better results before, I think. Is there no one that explains this? Is this a guide? I don't think this is a guide, huh? So I do it as I always do it. Oh, there you go. Where to find and how to kill. That looks like Act 8. Okay, let me see. What's the guy gonna tell us? He's just gonna one-shot with the minions. Without explaining. Yeah, nice explanation, dude. Very good. Casting Flame Surge is funny. Okay. See. Who needs a guide? Enter Su Outwit. Enter the Kwai. Let's go. Music, please.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Let me through. Help.
Exile.
Oh wait, I didn't find the Ankh yet. Whoops. Where was the Ankh? Was it top right? Oh fuck, I completely forgot about that. F boys. That's a wall. Was it here? Was it here? No, there is... This one is where it goes next, right? This one. I need to go... Fuck, I need to go all the way back, huh? Well, can at least kill some mobs, I guess. Funny. Wasn't able to pick that chest. I wanted that chest so bad. Let's go. Is it here? Completely lost. I think it's this one. There we go. Okay, so I go down, take that little slot right there, and then I go all the way down. I don't know why I missed this. I know this usually. Stupid, maybe. West side? Yep.
Give it to
Uh-oh, fire and ignite resistant. Go back and then I go right side.
When I'm ready and not before.
The grain gate. Let's get it. Which way are we going now? This way. And we go. Do we take this? For more? Yes. I guess so. Although, does that really help me? I mean, I rather want to go Eldritch Battery first, try it out, see if it was too early. And then I know, yeah, that's a good, that's very good. So we need 1, 2, 3. We're saving 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yeah, curious how that's gonna go. That's a good experiment for the time being. Okay, got this. What's their level? 57. We're good. What is it? 2 hours, 40 minutes until we are more smart about POE and POE 2. Man, I'm curious. I don't even know. Like the big problem that I see currently is that the embargo lifts exactly when the stream starts. So that's kind of shitty. I wish the embargo would lift after the stream. That would be nice. So we wouldn't have to worry about watching YouTube videos while the stream is going live. Is today POE stream? Today is POE stream.
I'm ready and not before.
That's why I'm saying, like, we ARPG players are eating good this year. It's info after info after info. It's gonna be insane, man. Super good. Really looking forward. I'm curious about so many things. I want to know the season theme. I want to know the POE 2 stuff, and then we have like watching all the videos afterwards. Like literally watching every single POE 2 video that everyone uploads. Or uploaded rather. What's that? Is that a map? I think that's a map, huh? We need some maps, I guess. We don't have maps. I didn't look. Okay, we're 5 levels down, and never mind, 4 levels down. Wait. I need to go more like that. Okay. This. That's so fucking much damage. It's insane, man. Literally so much fun in softcore with this build. I can probably go for a little bit more defense like that. And play this in hardcore, actually. Would definitely work. Wait, what do we need? Do we need anything? Probably do. Need some cold, huh? Cold lightning, maybe. Or plain cold. Cold lightning. Yeah, that one is cooked. Holy shit. But that's a lot of... Those are a lot of stats, for sure. Attributes. I hope they buff melee. Then I might be playing Slayer, Cyclone, or Flicker. Man! If they remove... Imagine they transfer all the power that is on totems into the melee characters. Holy shit, man. I don't know. I think the POE community is going to implode when that's gonna happen. Do we go here maybe? We do have some bosses. We get some life as well. This will be the hardcore choice for sure, but we would have gone here earlier to collect the life instead of the damage stuff here, for example, like this or like this. We would have delayed this power spike here by going this and taking the life. But since this is softcore, fuck it. Solaris Temple. That is too much. Yeah, I think they can't do that change because I think everybody would just explode. Not even joking. Wait. Where did we come from? I should have... Why did I log out? I should have portaled. Oh. Well. Happens. Wait. Did I do this right? The Solaris Temple? It is Solaris Concourse. Yeah, I think we're good. But I just don't... Wait. What am I doing wrong here? I think we just go here, right? No, wait. That's Dawn. Ah, we go that way. Never mind.
When I'm ready and not before.
Oh, we can't go that way. Wait, what am I doing wrong here? Solaris Concourse. Where the fuck is that again? Oh, earlier I said I'm good at Act 8 and 9 and 10. Now I'm fucking this up. Well, I mean, that's the first fuck up. I literally can't remember. What did I do wrong? You go here, you kill Dawn. Oh! Wait, I think... No. Wait. What is wrong here with Liloken? Teleport to the Solaris Temple. There is a second door. Am I blind? You mean all the way? Ah, why did I did this wrong? Let me see here. Waypoint? Solaris. Do I have to go here? What is this? This is Imperial Fields. Is there another door down here? Is that the way? Yo, Itoka, how's it going? I think this is the way then, huh? Okay, I didn't remember. fixed. Thank you, Citix. Appreciate it. Completely forgot about that somehow. Why did I think I needed to go to temple level 2? It didn't make sense, but yeah, whatever. Yep, thank you, man. I'd sleep more, but my brain thinks sleep is for losers, so awake. Sleep is for losers, though. Okay, what do we need? We need Harbor Bridge, which is gonna be here. Was too early going up. At least I know the general directions. To be honest, that's actually pretty good for having such a long break. It's not too bad. Actually not. Oh. 35% more XP and gold across all realms March 26th to April 2nd in D4. That's a good thing to do for sure. If people are leveling up and playing their alts, that actually makes whoopsalooly. Oh wait, why does it show it like that? I thought we found a big amulet. No. Oh, we could improve the desecrate since we already have some quality there. You know, we're gonna blast it like that. Fuck it. Usually you don't do this, but I'll do it. With a waypoint. It's level 58. We're good.
When I'm ready and not before.
The problem is I didn't do the filter myself. I don't know if the sounds are actually worth going for or not. What bonus XP? D4. 26th until 2nd of April. I'm curious if Armor Brand and all the brands are gonna survive today or not. Wait, did I run through a daily? Oh, wait, I did. Whoops. That explains why I'm taking so much damage. Itoka is going like, what? What did he run through? Why is he taking damage? Huh? Holy moly. It's fine. Resigned to all of this going over my head. Yeah, that's good. It's also very good that you learn how to ignore stuff, I think. Especially important in Path of Exile. Especially when you learn Path of Exile, it's very important to learn to be okay with ignoring stuff. Yo, Jopsy, how's it going, my man? What does Kale and Kai mean? I mean? I'm not mean. I've changed a lot. How did I change? Jopsy, how's it going, my man? Long time no see. I remember the name for sure. I hope you're good. How's it going? Did you get a haircut? I did get a haircut yesterday already, yeah. It's very short now. I might have been crazy. No, it was yesterday. Okay, let's go here. Working doors. Was you with the dude I used to watch like 5 years ago? That might be true because I'm not called Kyle. Viewer rates? Yeah, I wouldn't. That's definitely not me. I would never be able to do viewer rates. Holy shit. Yo, Path of Arthur. How's it going? I saw your follow when I was offline. Thank you so much, my man. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Thank you. How's it going for you? The German is right though, Jopsy. I can't really remember though when you and I met for the first time. It might have been Lost Ark. That was way back. Or maybe World of Warcraft, but that wasn't for too long. So I think it must have been Lost Ark at that time. 17th March 2022. So that's Lost Ark then. Ain't no big deal stream last night when you raided. One of Solas, no, one of yours. Ah, okay, yeah, now I remember. Lost Ark. Yeah, it must have been Lost Ark. March 17th is Lost Ark. Okay, bottom right it is then. It's this zone. Benares is bottom right. How can I? It's the exact opposite. Okay. The pumped for League announcement today? I would say I'm more pumped for POE 2 news, but obviously I'm also really looking forward for more POE 1 news. Your league ended. 4 mirrors dropped. You're afraid of POE 2? Why are you afraid of POE 2? If you play POE 1, POE 2 is gonna be quite a lot more approachable, I would say. Tomorrow is LE stream again. I don't know, Citix. Nerd, and now I'm banned. Lol. Yeah, you shouldn't say that word. That will get you banned here also, Jofsy. Holy shit. Why would you do that? What's up with the Awakened PoE trade today, man? It's not instant. What's going on? I don't exit? No, it's all configured correctly. Watch from Execo in the past bits. They have demoed. It looks so much like they are trying to make it like Diablo. It looks so slow. It just looks so slow. They already... It can't be... You're not right, Path of Arta. The problem is when you say you've watched everything that they demoed, then you would have also seen that Jonathan already said that the demo that they previewed on ExileCon is now not up to date anymore. And if you would see a demo of PoE 2 now, it would be a different game already. So that's not really true. You saw that. So how come you're saying that then? Okay, now we go Lunaris and go back. From suspension till next league. Nice. We will see something that changes your mind today. Well, I trust Jonathan when he says that it's different now. And you have to see, like, you didn't play it yourself. You can only see that content creators said it's a bit slow. But what you also have to see is the gear that the characters had was... Wait, where are we? Usually I do it the other way around though. Why am I doing it this way? I don't know this way. The characters have back then the characters were intentionally weaker than the area level. Wait a second. Oh, this is right. Weaker than the area level, and the gear was all blue, if I remember correctly. So imagine you play PoE with all blue gear. It's gonna look exactly the same. Play Val Molten Strike build. Nice, Jofty. Are you gonna blast on season start? On league start? I believe being a weird mod who is currently not playing an ARPG, that's totally fine. Right now is the time to not play anything. If you're not going to play PoE with this league start, then not playing ARPGs right now is the correct moment. It's so good this season, even though nobody played it. I think Molten Strike is actually pretty cool. I like the theme of the spell, actually. Yeah, I know that you're playing Stardew. Felt like they are disconnected from the bulk of their player base that wants hard and fast playstyle, and everything they have shown has looked like turtle mode. Don't hate me for my opinion. They are definitely not disconnected from the bulk of their player base. %20 increase buff to two-handers? What's that? other side of the coin though. Want to show the fundamentals, which is hard to do when it hards and fast. Exactly. Usually I would be blasting to like 60. Maybe we do like until we get Eldritch Battery. So two levels maybe. Practicing for League Start right now? No, this is learning DD. Else I would have a timer running. This is not practice because I cannot practice League Starts with a build I've never played. That doesn't make sense. I would be failing left and right. And I would be angry because I'm an idiot and fail stupid stuff. I don't know anything about the build. Well, that's not true. I know how the build works and everything. But I've never played it, so since I consider League starting it, I wanted to understand it first, and then we can do some practice runs. We have so much time until League start.
I need more mana.
Back to the early days of playing POE, I love learning new character, discovering pathing points, Jules gear. It's a joy. Yeah, me too. This is a lot of fun to me. Figuring out how all of this stuff works and why it works and how it interacts with each other. It's so much fun learning new builds and really understand, like, not just following a build guide. That's not what I do. Obviously, I take a build guide to learn the builds. Maxroll.gg, by the way. And, well, then I follow the build guide, but every time I put a point into something and I don't understand why we take that, I go and try to figure that out. So I learn the build. And this is a lot of fun to me, just learning that stuff. Holy shit, that's so good. Good level up, lol. A fluke you've gotten in into ARPGs? Are you regretting it though, Itoka? Or are you happy that it happened? Oh, hell no. No regrets. Nice. Let's see, is one armor brand enough? Oh man, one armor breath is enough even. Hey, holy. Let's get the divine ready. Just watching your train brackiness on occasion. train wreck? Exactly. That's more like it. That's exactly what I want to hear. I don't know when we ever had a train wreck stream. Oh, whoops, what did I do? With no arrows or kawabangaing? Well, as soon as it's softcore, it's kawabanga time. And this is softcore, so... The time you kill the Rune Master like 3 times in 2 days or something? Oh! True. That was... Wait. I remember something like that. When was that? Wait, how many Rune Masters did I kill? On accident. I remember that day. That one was a very interesting stream. That's true. With the player one character can make the next stream to a completely different one. Lol. Yeah, I mean it was a new game. I can derp around a little bit. But yeah, I remember that. I want to try and remember how I died, but I don't remember right now.
I need more mana.
Fucking cremation does so much damage, it's insane. Oops. So that's the twerking was when we were grinding super renown for you and you just kept wandering for quality checks and dying. Yeah, but I mean it's softcore, of course. In softcore, when I'm getting carried by you through the renown, then of course I'm gonna do some weird shit. Had a deathlock command that would show you how you died last. Maybe that's gonna come with POE 2, who knows? Was one of them from doing skills during battle? That was one of the first one. Reminds me of Rex's D4 death from reading the Maxroll guide. He doesn't want to smack his head and tell him to stop it. It was funny. I mean, that's the beginning of the game for you, though. That's exactly what happens all the time in beginnings of the game. I don't remember what happened. We're all here for you and you will gladly remember. No, I remember the... Now that you said it, I remember dying a lot on Rune Master. But I mean...
Oh, you must have.
That happens at the start. Like, do you think I'm gonna full clear POE 1 without dying once when it releases? I'd be glad if I could do it, but I think we can all agree that it's very likely not gonna happen. Yeah, of course I'm gonna play hardcore in POE 2. Not gonna play anything else. Maybe, I haven't decided yet. Maybe in the beta I'm gonna play softcore to learn the game. And then on the launch I play hardcore. I think that would be the best thing to do. I think. I'm not 100% sure. We will have to see. I mean, after today I will already have a way better understanding of, or like more info, so I can make that decision much more, much better. But right now... If you can tell him, Itoka, that if he wants to have fun during Season 4, he shouldn't play the PTR. You don't play PTRs if you want to have fun. You only play PTR if you're a content creator or you want to help. If you want to help make the patch better. But if you are trying out the PTR for fun, you're killing the fun for yourself. Unfortunately. Right. Bathhouse, complete trial, enter the High Gardens. Okay. What is Liloken telling me to do now? What do you mean? Citix? First we have to understand the game. Do you mean like me full clearing hardcore on the first time I enter POE 2? It's literally gonna be impossible because they said the bosses are going to kill you once in the later stages of the campaign when you don't know a certain thing. So they literally confirmed that you will not be able to full clear it on hardcore in your first try. Yeah, I know it, Toka. That's why I'm telling you guys that you need to be very thoughtful if you want to play the PTR or not. Because I've seen multiple people that are normal gamers, or like people from Twitch chat, that were like, oh man, I'm so hyped for the season, I'm gonna play the PTR. Then they're gonna rock the PTR for like 1 week straight, and then they're not even gonna play the season for 1 second. I've seen that multiple times. So if you don't want to play the season, go blast PTR for sure. But if you actually want to play the season, then don't play PTR. Except, of course, if you want to help develop the game, then that's a whole different story, right? Yeah, if you play PTR in the season, perfect. That's fine. But I've seen a lot of people not log into the season at all after playing PTR. Which, don't... Trust me, LE isn't going to look that much at D4. They will do a 4-month cycle anyway. I'm not 100% sure if they're done with everything. Skip the bullshit? Ogie. You will be max level in 10 hours, probably, in Season 4. What do you mean, skip? With all the XP changes.
Bugle
Yeah, you need to. That's. I think it's way more important to, you know, you can probably release. You can release LE season 1 month after D4 season, because I estimate I'm done in like 3 weeks. But again, this is a very, very early guess, right? So yeah, that makes the casual done never, but the semi blasters, the hardcore casuals, will be done in like 4 or 5 weeks, and then you can release LE. That's a good timing. I don't know how that's gonna work out with the PoE 2 beta though. 1 month after D4 boots them into the PoE beta launch window. Yeah, that you can't release at that time. That's true. But let me actually look at the calendar. I haven't looked at the calendar yet. Can we look at the... There we go. Can I please see this full-size image? There we go. Okay, so where are we? Let me get a screenshot here. Let's whip out the best program ever made. Paint. Okay, so Diablo. Oh. D4 is red. D4. So that's gonna be... That's here, right? May 14. Let's make it a bit smaller. Okay, there we go. Do you see this? Is that... Can you guys see this? Or do I need to make this bigger? I think that's okay, right? Let's do this. It's fine, XCX. So July 7th. Wait, is it June 7th or July 7th? It was June 7th, right? Wait. I don't know. June? Okay. 7th. Here we go. Holy shit, a Friday. They are doing it the right way. Oh, wait. What color do we do PoE? Green. PoE. Yeah. And last epoch is this. Last epoch. Okay. February 21st. Thank you. So we're here. Okay. So I say... One second. Three months puts them May 21st. 4 months puts them in June 21st. Yeah, so what's clear... Wait, is this right? PoE 2 beta release. June 7th. So 1, 2... What the fuck is the 21st? So weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I dumb? 1, 2, 3. Why can't I count? So you can't release here. And you definitely cannot release here. So the only thing you can do is you can do here. Wait, did you guys say yes that I'm dumb? Ban them. Ban them right now. Both of them. Citex, Itoka, Perma. Let's go. I think going 5 months between the launch and the first cycle would hurt the game. Yeah, there's no chance. You cannot. Ideally, you would want, like, without thinking about anything, you want the game, you want to release, Last Epoch wants to release here. Ideally, but you can't do this. You can't do 5 months. That's impossible. You cannot release here. That's clear, right? You should have 1, 2. You need to. You can only really release here, right? And the week of 26th is already too late, kinda. 21st? Yeah, because of D4. Everyone wants to try out the new changes there. Man, Last Epoch is gonna have a problem here. The only thing that they can do is they can hope that POE says beta release is 28th. And then Last Epoch 1. And you know what I'm gonna predict right now? Put that on the bingo for later. POE 2 beta starts 21st. And you know why they do this? To help out Last Epoch. Because they're a giga chat. Because they are a GG giga chat. Do you see what I did there? That's exactly. They got shanked with D4 pushing their season start back. 100%. But you know what good guy GGG is gonna do? Elden Ring DLC? Yeah, I don't have a clue about other game titles. I literally don't care. But yeah, if that's Elden Ring, then yeah, they don't put it there either. Okay, let's put Elden Ring somewhere as well. What color fits Elden Ring? Blue? No, we don't see that. Let's make Elden Ring black, whatever. Elden Ring. When is Elden Ring? 21st of June or what? Yeah, is this Elden Ring? June 20th. Okay. Yeah, it's... Yes, it takes. Yeah, right. That would be sick. That would be so good, man. Imagine 1st of January is D4. Then 1st of February is Last Epoch. And 1st of March is POE 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then 1st of April is the new D4 season again. Holy shit, man. Yeah, of course they planned around that. Imagine this. January 2025, D4 season start. Then February 1st, Last Epoch. And then March 1st, POE 2. And then April is D4. Then it's Last Epoch. And then it's POE 2. Holy shit. A lot of people are selling LE gold for real money. Is it legal? Imprisoned. What do you think? Yeah, but LE is fucked. So good guy POE has to... You know what they did? Good guy GGG said, you know what, Last Epoch, we like you. POE Giga chats and says July 1st beta release. LE takes the spot of POE. No, LE takes 4th of June. Or 3rd or whatever. And then POE 2 beta is here. But the problem is POE 2 wants to launch this year. So for them, every week kind of counts as well. When was that? 20th? Yeah. Poor last epoch. Yeah, the only thing they can do is release here. But then they're fucked. Or they say fuck D4 and 1, 2, 3. No, they're gonna have a 3.5. I predict this day one already. They're not doing a 3-month season. They're at least gonna have 3.5 to 4. So it's gonna be 1, 2. Yeah, the problem is they can't release here. They can, but this is exactly what I said. They release here. POE says, we got you, boys. Unfortunately, POE has to delay beta to 1st of July. Or maybe this week. They maybe POE, yeah, POE releases, POE beta is 28th. POE beta is 28th, and they GG Giga chatted it. And that's how they gave last epoch 1, 2, 3 full weeks. And a bit. 1, 2, 3.5 weeks. Who cares about Elden Ring? I don't. I literally don't, but a lot of people do. Watch this. POE 2 beta release 28th. Because POE likes EHG, because GGG likes EHG. And LE says 4th of June. Clip it. Clip it. I'll be right back. I need to pee. Copium? Yeah, you know, that's for me as a content creator, now that D4 looks good as well, I don't really care that much which one I'm gonna cover. or how much time I get to cover one. Like, for me as a content creator, it's gonna be fucking crazy. Having the ability to cover all three is insane, man. Or the possibility, rather. It's crazy. So good. Can we get haste as well? You can play 24/7? Exactly. I need to order something to eat. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Or if I'm gonna quickly go get something to eat. Let me see here. If I order something, I order 2 meals. So I can have something for tomorrow as well. It's just too expensive. There is a pasta bar. It has very good ratings. And it's also free delivery above 15 euros, which I easily hit when I order for today and for tomorrow. Ah, man, I hate fucking eating. I just think they're pushing people to it because they announced it a year ago. Yeah, you never know. Something can always happen, you know, Hawk. Something might always come up. You never know, right? You never know. Maybe they encountered a critical problem. It needs more solving. Who knows? But I don't think they're gonna delay it. That was obviously a lot of sarcasm in there. They're not gonna delay it. They might be friends with EHG, or like they might be talking to EHG, right? They confirmed, like EHG confirmed that there's like Discord between them and so on. But like, they also have to get their own product out. Jonathan said ideally they want to release this year, right? So you can be as nice and friendly as you like, but at the end of the day, if you want to release the game this year, you're gonna do everything that you need to do to release the game that year, right? And if someone comes and says, "Oh, can you please delay your game by 2 weeks?" and you're like, "That's gonna be rough," you never know. Maybe they say, "Oh, you know what? We will easily release this year, pushing it 2 weeks back to help out EHG. Well, you know what? Let's do it." But obviously, you don't have those informations. We have no clue. So yeah. I'm thinking. I kind of want to try out this noodle place, to be honest. They also make an XXL box. So I could just split this up in 2 portions, or maybe even 3. Imagine I could make 3 portions out of this and eat 1 today, 1 tomorrow, or maybe 1 today, 2 tomorrow. You know what? Let's actually try out this XXL thingy and see how that one's gonna go. €24. if that's 2 portions, that's for delivery, that's okay, to be honest. Wait, I need to Google what the noodles are looking like. Fusilli. Uh-huh. What is that? Penne? Oh, I like penne. Tortellini. Full corn noodle. I want plus €4. Holy shit. Okay, we take this. Okay, let's blast this one. I'm curious how that one's gonna be. I ordered extra parmesan and extra ham. Let's go. Blast it. Fusilli are the best? Yeah, for sure. Let me pay this real quick. Penne is your favorite? I also like penne, but one day someone told me that penne, due to... Wait, what's going on? One second. Hold that thought. Trying to hold it. Are you guys holding the thought as well? Hold! Oh yeah, no, I remember. I changed the password, that's why. 1 second. Hold! Why do they say the password is wrong? The password is super right. Fuck you. I'm gonna order... Gotta order online then. Okay, perfect. I ordered. Okay, the problem... I also really liked penne, but the big advantage that fusilli have, and I hate that it is true, because I really like penne as well. The thing is, fusilli have a bigger surface, so they can take more flavor, and if you have some stuff, they can transport more stuff, like a sauce, or like bits of ham or bits of meat, way better due to their increased surface than the penne can. And after I heard that argument, I was like, that's true. Although I also like Penne more. I do have to be honest. But it just makes sense. Oh, yeah, you said that, Citex. Yeah, 100%. There you go. The soul sticks better on the Fusilli. 100%. Ads drop on being killed. You don't care about the gold that is being dropped by the ads imprisoned. You care about the monoliths. You care about the echoes that give gold. You want to complete those really, really quickly. The gold on the ground is minuscule compared to what you get after completing a high corruption echo that gives you gold. They said it's going to be released the moment it's ready and you will be able to play beta literally game releases. Yeah, exactly. That is very much correct. Okay, let's go. Where are we? Descent. We need to go descent. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
When I'm ready and not before.
So that's POE stream? Yep, exactly. 1.5 hours. That's gonna be crazy. I am super curious how much info we get for POE 2. Obviously, the amount of info we know for the POE 1 leak, we already know. It's standard leak info, right? But how much about POE 2 are we gonna get, you know? You can go buy food, yeah, for sure. Okay. Whoops, I should probably look at the game when I'm playing. Man, I want the haste to apply. I need some more mana. Need some more int, huh? Can probably craft some int somewhere. Since we now have... What was the name again? Eldritch Battery?
Life is short. Deal with it.
Hello, can I please get that? Thank you. This gives me... Oh, energy shield, okay. Not mana. There we go. Embargo lifts on streamers 1 hour after. No, is it 1 hour after? Orc? I thought it's the exact same time. That would actually be nice, because I said earlier that I hate that the embargo lifts at the same time that the live stream launches, because I want to slowly watch through the live stream, talk about the live stream, and then I want to jump into all the PoE 2 videos. Literally all of them. At the same time, as I'm looking for gold rewarding echoes, I have to progress the echo in a specific direction. Can't change direction due to the gold echoes, so I need to maximize corruption ASAP by killing the shade, right? Yeah, you maximize your corruption by killing the boss twice and then the shade. That's gonna be the fastest way of doing that. Because you have diminishing returns after the second boss. So you kill 2 bosses. And then the shade. Stream starts in 9 for you. Embargo is in 10. Is it really +1? That's super cool then. Because I was very... I hated that... Oh wait, I was right actually. I hated that the embargo lifts at the exact same time that the live stream starts. I would have hated that. Obviously, we would have still watched the live stream first and then all the videos, but I wouldn't have liked it, you know. If it really is this... if it really has a 1 hour difference, that's huge. Yeah, that's kind of true, Hawk, with the a lot of super info because we have embargo. A lift. That's 100% true. But you don't know, you don't know, unfortunately we don't know yet how much they got to play and what did they see. Were they able to play the full campaign, you know, only Act 1, all the classes? Did they see ascendancies, you know? So still it's kind of unknown how much info we get. We just know it's probably going to be a lot, right? But how much really, we don't know. Whoops. Got stunned. It's 1 hour. This confirmed it when people ask. Nice. 1 hour after. That is so good. I like that. That's exactly how I would have done it as well. Because I want people to chill and enjoy live stream. And then they can dive into all the embargo stuff. Gonna be a blast, boys. Next month? Why next month? Next month is only PTR. Oh, well, I mean... Yeah, we also have PoE 1 League. So it's actually nice, yeah. Oh, man, missed... Okay, next month. Yeah, that makes much more sense. I get it. Talk to Sin. Stormblade stuff out. What are we gonna take? Priest Ellie. But is it gonna roll cast speed? It didn't. I hate that it didn't. It's a big upgrade though. So, see you later, have fun. Gonna buy food. I'll see you then, Citex. Do we have Scours still? I think so, right? Yeah. %, global crit multi. Well, I mean the int is nice, the fire damage is nice. Actually a pretty good one, to be honest. We need better... whoops. There we go. Do I want to go for the divine? Usually I don't, right? Okay. Oh wait, you know what we can do? We can roll this one and then level this stuff. Maybe we can get a green. There we go. Oops. Okay. Get this.
You owe your
Wait. What did I do wrong? I didn't kill the basilisk. Oh, I didn't do that. We need to go foothills. Yeah, okay, that's a bit fucked. Now I wasted some time there. But it's fine. I think Boiling Lake is still good. Yeah, okay, we're good. Wait a second. Let me see if... Enter the Boiling Lake. Find and kill the basilisk. Take the basilisk acid. Let them relock Highgate. But I did. Talk to Sin. Taurus. Oh, okay, never mind. Now we go over Stereo Desert. That's what I didn't do. There we go. Now we go top right. Right side. Not top right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's still active. Nice. So. Man, the cast speed is very nice. Holy. We can get more on the amulet as well at some point. Gonna be nice. And this is without haste as well. I hate that this is so slow. Always. But you can't like make it faster somehow. I always think stuff like that. Support 3 out of 3. What? What's this? Your new subs goal? Oh, there we go. Wait, but it says 3 out of 3 has been completed. Did you see that? Citex, thank you so much for the Prime, man. I really appreciate it. You killed me, by the way. Thank you. 2 months only? I thought you were here for much longer. Holy. I thought you were easily like 4 months or so. What? I was like 100% sure you've been here for longer. But did you also see that in the chat where it said like our goal is completed and stuff? Did you see that? I was like, what? 3 out of 3? That was weird. I always think in ARPGs or like games in general, on stuff like this, give me an option to make it faster by increasing the difficulty. Just let there be more monsters if I want to, but the payoff is gonna be I'm faster. The animation of the guy, of the boss, is gonna be faster. That would be nice. Oops. I don't have any more health pods. No. Easy. 27 of first, I think. Wait, what? Yeah, see? What? Wait, what? Why does it say that you're subscribed for 2 months then? Oh, sister, well, obviously you wasn't instantly surprised. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah. That was me being an idiot. I kind of thought you were insta-subbed. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought that. That was dumb. 2202. Yeah, then it makes sense, right? What's the news? Ah, wait, there are other streamers? Ban him. Ban him right now. Itoka, you know what to do. Holy, the damage is sick. But I'm not dodging. I'm memeing too hard. Whee. Oh dear. Now it's me.
Rest, my child. Be free from the torments of immortality.
Now it's me. In 4 weeks it's another one. Yeah. I know, Citex. I know guys like you. I thought you were different. Stardew Valley mods? Is there a KW mod? Inside he's happy. True. And now he's yapping. It's compatible with the new update. There's probably a kick W mod, yeah. Don't need that trial. Thankfully. Actually, quite a lot of elites here. But leveling here is not needed, huh? It's not like a big jump in power or something.
When I'm ready and not before.
We need Shrine of the Winds. Where's Shrine of the Winds? I don't know. There we go. Top left, okay. Or middle left, rather. Ah, it's this one. Oh, I would have known. Idiot. every time I fucking flame surge. Going invincible. Oh, that was an early flame surge. Oh, sorry. I was too slow to mute.
My love.
Bless you. Thank you, Hoagie. What are you blasting right now, Hoax? Are you blasting something right now? We need more cold for later. Man, this one is actually so good. Holy shit. Work and it totally blows. Fuck, man. F for Hoagie. Oh, we need to go to Irasha.
Not. You killed.
Oh, wait, it's 2. So we have this. This is gonna be what? Increase max life gains extra maximum energy shield. Oh, that's actually pretty cool for super duper mana. Or like not having mana problems rather. Okay, now it's time to go to spell suppression, huh? So we go this way. Then we take this. And we take this wheel as well with more ES in life. Holy. That's a lot of ES in life. Man, I like that. I want to take the life, to be honest. We don't need the suppression right now or the faster recharge currently. So it gives me a few heart palpitations. Nah, this is... I am literally hard as fuck when I look at this. Literally hard as fuck right now. I meant the desk. The desk is hard. Oh, my foot. Yo, Hoagie, thank you. I know. I saw that one. Man, I've got 4 port. This is the XXL box. I'll show you my phone in comparison. And it's like filled to the, it was filled to the brim. But of course, I didn't get fusilli. That's why I hate ordering online, man. People do not do it right. Although it's literally written there. It tastes great. So what did I pay? Paid like 30 or something, or 30 divided by 4. 760. You are still way cheaper if you do it yourself. But this is still the cheapest takeout that you can get. Or delivery, rather. It's great. It's like a white, I don't know how you call it. A white sauce with these bad boys, the little beans, and ham. Really delicious. But it's very fucked up to eat out of this box. There we go. Is there anything we can watch? Maybe someone leaked something already? What? How do you get to that conclusion? What? What? Barricade, what's going on? Now I remember, I wanted to watch Woody's video. Half an hour. Holy, half an hour. Okay. Let's go, I guess.
Hi everyone, so last night we had a Diablo 4 Season 4 campfire chat where Blizzard has detailed a lot of the changes coming to the game very soon. I
Oh,
already
my
made
camera is perfect.
summary video, so it was a really long one, like over 2 hours or something.
Right.
And I tried to break
I need to mute the sound.
this down in like 20 minutes here. So if you have not seen anything about it yet, it was generally a very positive event, very well received. A lot of people are very excited for it, including myself, and even a lot of the more critical opinions have been silenced, I guess. So it seems like the game is moving in the right direction, but there are still concerns, there are still points missing that I want to address in this video here. Now, I'm sure that Blizzard is probably already working on some of them, or they're at least aware of some of these points I'm about to make. but I just put together this little list here of stuff that I want to discuss in this video and give a few of my points. So let's get into it. The first point here is loadouts and armory. This has been a much requested feature, and I think this was actually mentioned in the Q&A, where compared to, for example, Diablo 3, we cannot save our builds and then like quick swap between them. You always have to go change your paragon boards one by one. You have to change your skills one by one, and people would like to do this much more easily. And I think especially with this new world of Diablo 4, where we have actually pretty high-end content with the pit and those uber bosses, I think it makes more sense than ever to really focus and on this feature and try to bring this as soon as possible. So this is not coming to Season 4, but I think it will be felt in Season 4 in particular.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm not listening.
Because there is a lot of this like... So let's get into it. The first...
Double the view duration, let's go. Back later. Bye-bye, Atoka.
Point here is loadouts and armory. This has been a much requested feature, and I think this was actually mentioned in the Q&A, where compared to, for example, Diablo 3, we cannot save our builds and then like quick swap between them. You always have to go change your paragon boards one by one. You have to change your skills one by one, and people would like to do this much more easily. And I think especially with this new world of Diablo 4, where we have actually pretty high-end content with the pit and those uber bosses, I think it makes more sense than ever to really focus and on this feature and try to bring this as soon as possible. So
yes,
it's not coming to Season 4, but I think it will be felt in Season 4 in particular that this is missing, because there is a lot of this like open world, easy kind of content like Hell Tides and Whispers and that kind of stuff, where you have to make a completely different build compared to something like Pit, where, you know, if you have played Albatross Zia, for example, you have to make like a very tanky, very high damage setup. Speed is kind of irrelevant, and it's exactly the opposite in open world content, for example. So there is definitely a bit of like a light at the end of the tunnel for this though, which is the codex rework. So in case you have not seen those, codex aspects can now be imprinted over and over, and you can put every single aspect with the perfect role into the codex eventually by finding them and then establishing items. So effectively, you never lose aspects that you have found a single time, and you can basically always imprint whatever you want. So while you can swap builds manually, I think that this feature actually opens up the possibility for such a loadout feature in the future very easily. So because there is no cost and no like, okay, you have to go find the item again to imprint it again, you can always just imprint it from the codex, maybe at like a small cost or whatever. And this would actually allow this loadout feature to exist. So I'm very positive that because of this codex change, we're going to see this relatively soon, maybe even in Season 5. But I would really hope that we are seeing it in Season 5 or as soon as possible, basically. But my expectation right now is that, yeah,
I'm making you hungry.
Definitely going to be missing. There's also other
Yeah, make some
stuff
food
that
now,
we
really
need,
quick,
like,
before the
we need
update.
a gauntlet. Like, we need to have our pit pushing build, we need to have our bossing build, we need to have our like Helltide build, and then we also need to have a gauntlet build, and we have to actually swap to that like every week. It's not like, okay, I can just like grind, you know, 100 hours of Whispers and Helltide at the start of the season and be done with it forever, and then I swap to a pit pushing build. But I would also have to swap back every week to get my gauntlet build ready, or at least every 2 weeks or so, right? So I can do like, you know, maybe last day of 1 week and then the first day of the second week or so, and kind of like how we do it in WoW maybe when you swap builds. But yeah, this is kind of missing right now. Now, the second point here I want to make is about loot filters. So this is still a much requested topic and something that I think will not be such a huge problem. So in general, people wanted a loot filter because we have too much loot. And now in loot 2.0 in Season 4, it sounds like we're going to get way less loot, and out of this loot that we want to pick up even less. So especially with these greater affixes that you're going to get here from these new item drops, you can actually parse the loot even on the ground already. So I think that at least early game, you're probably going to pick up a lot of stuff. You're going to replace your items very frequently. This whole like crafting stuff with tempering and masterworking doesn't come online until later anyway. So tempering seems to start somewhere in like World Tier 3, early World Tier 4. And then masterworking actually seems to start once you reach roughly level 100. So a lot of this crafting will be kind of like later on, once you're closer to max level. But you still have these greater affixes.
I'm from Germany.
Items, and those are going to be kind of your loot filter, I guess. So I think that the way.
Where are you from, Pathwater?
You're gonna care about rares, like when you're like level 30 or level 50, or even level 70, and then at some point he's gonna like not ever care about rares again because they have only 2 stats instead of 3 stats, and then you're gonna start caring about ancestral legendaries, and eventually you're gonna get like 1 greater affix on all of your items, and then eventually you look only for items that have 2 greater affixes, and eventually you look for the GG, like 3 out of 3 greater affix items. And like this, you're basically never gonna pick up items again. I guess these are probably gonna be very rare, and well, I think the problem will somewhat solve itself. However, there are still those cases where, those greater affixes are not necessarily the stuff that you want for your build. And if you're not really big on trading, then you're just going to find useless items anyway. And also that, especially when you don't have greater affixes, some of these rolls can also either roll very high or very low. Now, it doesn't seem like such a crazy concern anymore in the future because it seems like most of these ranges are somewhat small. So you can see on this example, this lucky hit chance is 8 to 10%. It's like, a 20% difference or so. It's kind of similar here with the crit damage and similar here with the int. Seems like there's like not really a massive gap between the minimum and the maximum roll. But there could be some cases like that where, a minimum roll would be significantly weaker than a maximum roll. So there might be some other examples here of maybe crit chance. I think there was like this example of a ring that they showed here. I'm going to show this real quick. It's this one. And you see here, for example, this crit chance roll. This can go from 2% to 5.5%. So the maximum roll is almost triple the value of a minimum roll. So I'm not sure if this is just not like an updated value right now, or if this is how it's supposed to work. But compared to some of the other affixes at least, this one has a massive gap. And having a minimum roll crit versus a maximum roll crit would just be kind of useless. So in that case, there could still be cases for loot filters where, I might want to say, hey, I want to find only items that have like at least 5% crit chance or something like that. But this greater affix system might mostly diminish this need for loot filters. We'll see.
You're from America? Nice.
Could remain a concern. Lastly, on the topic of loot filters is also that at some point, especially if you're
what time is it for you right now, Arthur?
For like 300 hours in a season, and you've grinded a pit, you have like the GG items in every slot. There will be like this one thing missing at some point where you just can't really find this 3 out of 3 greater affix amulet, for example. And I don't really care about any other loot anymore besides amulets. And yeah, while you can kind of like parse it yourself, just looking at the loot on the ground, I think it would be cooler if it could just like say, okay, I want to see only amulets, no matter what, basically. And then you can maybe say, okay, I should have at least 2 greater affixes or something like that. So I think if there was like some kind of like very minimalistic loot filter, it could go a long way. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how it actually feels. Now, my next point here is power creep and World Tier 5. Blizzard has not announced anything about World Tier 5, but I did talk to the devs a little bit, and it seems like this might be a bit on the radar. Maybe this is an expansion thing or something like that. But in the grand scheme of things, we are going to get a lot more powerful in this patch. Like the power creep is definitely noticeable, and this will mean that they have to rebalance the entire game. And well, they have already done that relatively successfully back in Season 2 when they changed crit and vulnerable, but generally it felt like they made the game very easy and there was not really anything to challenge you, especially if you're an experienced player or if you just played a good build. Nothing in the game was really hard, and that was kind of a problem. So now they're actually adding the pit, which has seemingly infinite damage and like monster scaling. And then there's also those level 200 Uber bosses. So I expect those to be pretty tough, especially because they seem to give very good rewards. So that is a really nice addition there. But in general, we have the problem that basically everything outside of those systems is going to feel extremely obsolete, most likely. And I think that a World Tier 5 would be in order to implement. I don't think that's going to happen for Season 4, but I think you're going to feel this in Season 4 very badly. That, what I just described earlier with the loadouts, you're going to have like your open world, like Hell Tides and Whispers that are level 100 monsters and just super easy, and you just one-shot the entire screen. And then you have the pit where, monsters have like 1,000 times more HP than that, and you have to make a completely different setup. Everything is going to feel much harder there, and, there's an actual challenge. So I think the fact that just open world content in World Tier 4 is designed to get you to level 100, but then it's actually kind of the start of the progression, right? You have a much longer tail end of the progression now with this whole like master working system and tempering system and the greater affixes and the uber uniques. There's a lot of stuff and a lot of power to be earned once you are level 100, but there's nothing that actually would kind of like raise the bar for the monsters a little bit. So I think that is a major problem in the game right now, and it's going to be very noticeable in Season 4. So I think that it's generally fine to make like the early game and the game in general somewhat easy up to like level 100, for example. But I think it's not fine that I take my character that can do like pit level 300 or whatever, and then I have to go farm whispers with level 100 monsters. I think that's just kind of stupid.
Yes,
And I really
that's
hope that
100%
at
true.
some point, at least, maybe in Season 5, we're gonna see a World Tier 5 where, you know, everything gets raised to like Nightmare Dungeon T100 level or something. So like level 150 monsters, and maybe there's a new type of elites, or elites have more affixes, or, you know, monsters are faster and more intelligent again, like they are in like the previous World Tours. You know, they have like a bit of a progression there. So stuff like that. Maybe not just higher numbers, but also, you know, something that actually makes it feel a bit more impactful. So I would really love to see that. And I think then it's totally fine to kind of keep like this easy content in the game, make it, you know, give people an easy way to like, you know, farm certain things. I don't even want to see like new item types, for example, in World Tier 5. I think it would be totally fine if World Tier 5 still drops Ancestrals, but maybe have like a slightly higher chance of greater affixes, or, you know, maybe have like a bit more chances to find boss materials or these kind of things. So it doesn't have to be like a whole new world. It just needs to be some higher baseline. Now, I actually voiced this concern last night when I was watching the campfire chat, and then people told me, you just want D3 again and Torment 16 and all that. No, I do not want Torment 16, guys. I want one extra endgame difficulty tier, basically, because there needs to be something that reflects this power level that we gain in like this tail end progression, basically. But I guess we'll see how it will feel. But I think this is definitely going to be a concern here. Now, the next point here is the endless boss grind. So we have seen that in Season 2 and Season 3 with Durials, and, well, it seems like that kind of continues. Now there are these Uber boss versions now, and in general Uber uniques are much more accessible. They said they will start dropping basically in World Tier 3 from level 55 monsters, which, well, I don't expect anyone to really find many of those. It still seems like they didn't raise the general chance to find Uber uniques. So this means for like open world drops, that's roughly a 1 in 2,000 chance or so when you find a unique. And yeah, some people will find them, some people will not. But the point is, Uber uniques are still somewhat rare, but you can get 6 suspended sparks now guaranteed from doing the level 200 bosses the first time. So we have this here. I'm not sure if this was actually said on the slide, but yeah, basically those level 200 versions, they're gonna all give you 1 spark. So you have basically 1.5 Uber uniques just by default, and you can craft whichever you want, and then you just need 2 more sparks, you can get another one. So yeah, if you find like a few Uber uniques, then you basically have everything that you want. But there will also be the chance to roll greater affixes on those Uber uniques, and then stuff gets really wild. So for those people that really want the absolute GG items, you're gonna have to mega grind those bosses yet again, but just getting the Uber uniques is gonna be much more accessible. And realistically, it's not gonna be like a make or break, I guess, for, you know, if the item is good or not. If it's not a greater stat, or, you know, if it has 1 or 2 greater affixes, we'll see how rare this will be, we'll see how accessible this will be. But in general, I think that the whole problem of like grinding Duriel all day long is not entirely solved, at least. It is somewhat solved. There's just more Uber uniques dropping in general, and you can get 1.5 Uber uniques by default from just doing these bosses the first time. So in general, there's like a much lower incentive now to just mega grind Duriel all day long. But in the grand scheme of things, yeah, we're gonna get more mats, we're gonna kill more bosses, but I don't want to farm Duriel 1,000 times yet again. So I guess now we can do Andariel 1,000 times. But I hope that especially those level 200 versions of the bosses are going to be, you know, much more rewarding, for example, so that this unique grind is not such a problem. So I guess we also have to see a little bit where this will end up with like those boss materials. So apparently you can find Zir materials now from those Hellborn, which are basically Bloodseekers and Helltide, or maybe Whispers drop them here and there as well. So there seems to be like some more sources and just get more boss materials everywhere. But in the grand scheme of things, well, you still have to go and kill those bosses a few hundred times, and they are not necessarily all that interesting. But maybe those level 200 versions are going to be what we're actually going to be farming, and we don't do that many of them, but, you know, they drop a lot more items, or like a higher chance for Ubers. And they also mentioned that all of the smaller bosses will have a chance to drop Ubers now. So that also will help a little bit, I guess. Next up, we have the dopamine tunnels. So this is just an evergreen topic, I guess. So early game in Diablo 4 right now is actually somewhat boring, I gotta say. It kind of feels like leveling up a character in a fresh season in Diablo 3, where you just like run the same zone, like the Temple of the Firstborn in Act 2 or something in Diablo 3. And you do that like for like 2 hours straight, and then you're like in level 70 and you can blast endgame. And it kind of works the same way in Diablo 4 right now with dopamine tunnels, or Domhain tunnels, which is a dungeon in Skullsglen where you have lots of monster density, and you go and just run circles there for like 2 hours, and then you're in nightmare difficulty, and you can kind of play the game. Now there are some changes here, and that is that Helltide is going to be in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 now. So this was already kind of similar to the Blood Harvest in Season 2. And in general, this whole new Helltide change seems like it's basically a copy-paste of Blood Harvest, just with Hell theme.
But I
So
think it's
that's
good. I like
because
that.
people really like Blood Harvest.
Yeah.
But is that better to make to supersede Domain Tunnels?
We'll have to
that.
see, yeah.
Depends
They
on
need to
where
omega
what
buff
you want
that.
to go to and how much XP we're getting. If you can already start farming Fiend Roses and Forgotten Souls, and potentially even some of the boss mats, or just in general it's like very rewarding and very fun, then
Yeah.
I think most people will probably go to the Helltide. I guess that's
100%.
kind of the idea that early game you can do Helltides and Whispers, and then once you're in Nightmare difficulty you also have the dungeons, and then once you're in Torment difficulty you will also have the pit, and then you have all these bosses, and there's like more and more stuff opening up. But I'm somewhat concerned at least that generally the fastest strategy will remain Dormant Tunnels. So if there's no nerf to this dungeon or Helltide is not like omega buffed, then well, we're probably still going to be doing that.
Rather buff
But
Whispers and Helltide.
how this will feel,
Because if
how
you
good this actually is,
the
but at least I can tell that
the problem with this is always that, when you nerf dopamine tunnels, we will just find the next best dungeon to run, right? And I'll just sit there for 2 days and calculate the best one, and then I'll make the video, and then everybody's gonna run the video, right? That's the problem. Or Woody is gonna make the video, whoever, right? So you need to omega buff Helltide, and you need to omega buff Whispers, so they are equal to dopamine tunnels. Just literally take my PTR run of dopamine tunnels. I'll send the footage, whatever. They can calculate the XP per hour that I'm doing. 2 days, they can look at me doing this, and then they do exactly that. Then they watch me do Helltides, and then they just buff the experience so that it's same. And then people will love it. It's gonna be great.
for example, compared to Whisper
So
leveling,
easy. I don't understand why it doesn't work.
If it's going to be something like that with Helltides and monsters are, for example, not higher level, usually monsters are higher level in Helltide, and this may be the same here, and this may actually kind of give us the advantage here, and you just farm Helltide, I guess, down to 50 or so, but I guess we'll see. For now, I think it wouldn't hurt to like maybe slightly nerf Domain Tunnels just to be on the safe side here, because I think Helltide would be a lot more fun to do as well. Now,
Yeah.
my next point is, why do rares exist? So this is part of this item changes, but basically rare items will only
True.
have 2 affixes in the future, and it also sounds like they cannot have greater affixes. So we have this here. So rares go from 4 to 2 affixes, so there will mostly only be a use for them in the early game. So I guess like up to maybe Nightmare difficulty or so, you might find the rares, and maybe you're gonna even reroll a stat or 2, and then you throw them on your character, and you're slowly gonna feel like your character getting a lot more powerful by transitioning to legendaries, and then transitioning to greater affixes, and then starting to temper and masterwork and so on. So you can still temper and masterwork these rare items, it seems. So technically, if there's like no good stats that you can roll anymore on the 3rd slot, then you could get exactly the 2 best affixes you want, and then you can temper 2 more on them, and you have kind of like the 4 out of 4 dream item, but well, you're missing 1 stat. And it seems like in general there are a lot of stats that are really viable and useful on all of the item slots now. So they made it like much more open. There's like, for example, gloves here that have life and resist. So even if you don't really need anything special on the gloves, you can still get something like life and some other stuff here that will always benefit your character. So in general, legendaries are always better, and rares are just kind of like pointless. So it sounds like they have some plans to do something with rares in the future and maybe make them more exciting, but it seems like at least for Season 4, rares are just completely pointless, and you're basically never gonna look at them, you're never gonna pick them up even, probably at some point once you have enough crafting materials. It's gonna be like salvage trash, basically. I think it would be cool maybe long term to give them maybe some alternative crafting method or so. So I'm thinking about, for example, Last Epoch. These greater affixes are definitely reminding of exalted items, and for example, there could be like rare items that have this like kind of like empty 3rd affix slot that could maybe be filled with like a special type of affix with another crafting method in the future, something similar to tempering, but maybe there's like a new pool of affixes that you can only put on those rares that is maybe a bit reminding of experimental affixes.
That would be pretty cool, yeah.
Just as an example, I think it would be cool to see maybe more stuff in the future that goes in
So
that
you
direction,
also have
but
like,
for now,
do I take a rare? Do I take a legendary there? That also gives you more opinions, more options, and that's always good in an ARPG.
Some questions here, basically. I guess it's mostly stuff kind of unfinished, and let's see what kind of plans they have. But at least for Season 4, yeah, we have to keep this in mind, and hopefully we're gonna see something in the future there. Our next point is the solo versus group balance.
Oh god,
Now,
yeah.
In general, it's not a huge deal that groups are better at something in the game. I mean, this is kind of expected. This works like this in every single game that I know. Groups are always better. There's always group synergies, and you have multiple people doing multiple things at the same time. So of course groups are better. But Diablo 4 has traditionally been a game where groups have been so massively superior compared to solo play. But mostly on like the more high-end, the more coordinated people could really benefit from that. So what I mean is, for example, boosting people in dungeons to like the next world here and like letting them leech XP. For now, we still have like infinite experience range, so you can just have like you can park it over one character at the start of a dungeon, and then the level 100 guy blasts off and clears the entire dungeon, and the guy standing at the start just leeches XP for free. Basically,
I think this is intended though. I think they want it like that.
And I think that can be changed at some point. Like almost every game that I know has some kind of like reasonable range where like maybe 2 or 3 screens radius, you share XP and loot, and outside of that you don't get anything, so that you actually play together instead of promoting a system where, well, you are in a group but you don't actually play together. I think that's kind of like not how group play should work. And on top of this, we also have the boss ladder still, where you can summon a boss with one person's materials, and then everyone in the party gets the loot, and everyone does like these dual rotations, and we still have this like more than 5 times benefit of doing it in a group versus doing it as solo. And especially with those level 200 versions of bosses, I think it sounds like it's going to be a really cool challenge to try to achieve and kill all those bosses with a character, and make a build that is strong enough to actually do that, and having this kind of like sense of accomplishment. But if we still have the same system where
just give us SSF mode, man. Literally.
Well, it's going to feel really bad to try to challenge yourself with those level 200 bosses. It's going to feel like it's a waste of mats, basically. Especially if you fail this boss fight, or you feel like you're not strong enough, and then you have to come back and bring more materials, and these kind of things. I think that should be addressed, hopefully before Season 4 already. So I don't think it's bad that people do these bosses together, but I don't think it should be 4 times better. I think it's fine if like maybe there's like a bit of an efficiency bonus for doing it in a group, so that it's still worthwhile, finding group and going in with your friends and having some fun. I think that's all fine, but the gap is way too large. And for example, if like group play is like 50% better than solo play, but not 300% better, that would be much more reasonable. So I think this is probably somewhere like the ballpark of like where they should be aiming. And I really hope that we're going to see something there that maybe wasn't yet announced.
SSF mode.
The patch notes or maybe some last minute changes. I mean,
Please.
the season is still almost 2 months away, so there are definitely some capabilities there, I guess, to do some adjustments. But I think this is a huge miss here that we've seen in Season 2 and Season 3. And well, I hope that is going to change now. So that's all I'm going to say. Then we got getting to the last 2 points, which is here the lack of meta progression. So what I mean with this is that we don't really have kind of like a higher purpose in the game right now. Kind of similar to, for example, what POE has of the Atlas and the Atlas tree. So
yes.
You unlock the maps and you raise
the
power of the maps. And
that's what I said earlier, right? It's super important to, like, why am I killing the level 200 super duper boss? Okay, I get a Resplendent Spark the first time I do it. Okay, fine, that's good. That's a good why. But why would I ever go in there afterwards to get more gear? Why would I do that? I just go pit and get the key, get the gear there. If I need gear. What do I need? Like, what's the next step? Because it's probably it's not gonna be super duper hard to do this. Probably. So what comes next? What's the next step afterwards? That's what I don't understand so far.
Unlock the Atlas passive tree, and they can like target farm certain things. So all of that stuff is completely missing from Diablo 4 right now. So yeah, we do get pits, which are basically rifts, and we do have the nightmare dungeons, but there's no kind of like unlocks. There's no like changes in what you're gonna find.
I need a like kill all the uber duper bosses, get like 6 skill points for a tree that gives you, I don't know, 5% more XP for your alts, or like, I don't know, 10% more movement speed, or a 5% higher chance to fight greater affixes on your items, or stuff like that. Because then I want to kill those bosses. Because now, just for loot, well, no, I'm just gonna kill them. I get the achievement, and then yeah, well, thank you, bye bye. But when I get, now that I get like 10% more experience, oh, maybe I'm gonna make that new build. Especially when I have like account-wide plus 10% movement speed now. Holy, 10% more movement speed account-wide for my alt, and 10% more experience for my alt because I killed all the Uber bosses. Log in. Fucking let's go. But just for gear? Why? I'm done with the character afterwards. I don't need any more gear. I killed the bosses. What do I need the gear for now? That's the problem.
Yeah. And I guess that will not make it to Season 4, of course, because it's like a whole new system they have to build there. But long term, I think we really want to have something like that in Diablo 4 as well. Similar to the Atlas, similar to the Atlas Passive Tree and POE. It doesn't have to be that large, that complicated.
Or the Altar of Rights in D3, but more so targeted towards the end game than the early game, right? What I mean by this is like targeting that, targeting the end game by you need to do end game stuff to progress in that Altar of Rights in that case.
Of course. But if there was like, some way to customize Nightmare Dungeons or customize those pit runs, or something else that you're working towards, not just with your character's gear and your character's levels, but there's like some other progression path, that could be really cool. Maybe it's going to be part of the expansion, so I guess at the very minimum this would probably be somewhere in the expansion, but I guess the earlier the better, and it's just like a point I want to bring up here. I'll be really looking forward to such a system in the future. And lastly, we have trade and RMT. So I guess this is going to be a hot topic forever until they fix it, but well, we don't really have any good way of trading items in the game. Especially with them opening up trade to uniques and legendaries now. So first of all, you can find the perfect codex powers, so you can actually go and hunt them and find like exactly that aspect that you need for your
Or you
build,
can also
which
sell them
roll
now, right?
and put it in your own codex and have it forever. So that's really cool. And then you can also get those greater affix legendaries. And if you get like a 3 out of 3 greater affix legendary, that's going to be a lot of worth. So you have to try to sell that if it's not for your build. And in this case, we don't really have a good platform to sell. People are doing this through online websites. There's the Diablo Trade, there's a Crimson Market, which is my sponsor, and I've been doing some trades in the past with that, but in the end, it's generally somewhat tedious. The in-game systems for that are terrible, and there is definitely a lot of demand for like in-game auction house, or it's just a better trade system of some sort. For example, we've seen that in Last Epoch with like the Bazaar, which is kind of a cool feature there. So it's a bit like an auction house, but it feels very immersive, so that's kind of nice. So I hope that in the future we're going to get something there. And lastly, also we have the problem of RMT. So if you don't know, that means real money trade, which is always a topic in online games, I guess, where you have an economy. So this means that people actually go out of the way to pay real money for items in the game. We have seen this a lot in Diablo 4. We've seen this back in Diablo 3, where there was actually a feature with the real money auction house. And well, in general, it is something that is not very highly regarded, and something that we expect Blizzard would also take some effort to actually try to curb as much as possible.
Those were the days, man.
This is going to happen, especially when there is any kind of like competitive modes in the game. We have to go on that already, which is technically a competitive mode, but not really such a huge deal. But as we progress and as the game matures, we're going to be getting more stuff like ladders, leaderboards, conquests, whatever. I guess we'll make it into the game eventually. And the more competitive it becomes, especially for like season start races and these kind of things, well, the more we have to kind of like keep an eye on real money trade. So I just hope that Blizzard will take some initiatives here and actually try to like diminish that a little bit, so that the integrity of the game and the competitiveness and all is gonna remain intact a little bit better. But yeah, those are all of the points I want to get out of here post campfire chat. So I'm generally very positive towards season 4. So I just talked about the negative points and my concerns here, but of course I'm very happy with the update. A lot of people seem to be happy. Like this new crafting system sounds really cool. The new pit stuff could be really fun. I'm really excited for hardcore being actual hardcore now. So in case you haven't seen that, they removed the 2 deaths. And we have the level 200 bosses, so I think that's going to be like a really cool milestone to reach for like a build, like try to optimize the build enough so they can actually beat those bosses. So in general, a lot of really cool updates are coming. I'm very excited, and I'm going to be blasting the PTR, so stay tuned for more videos before the PTR, and then on the PTR I'm going to be trying out everything. I'm going to play all the classes, and well, you can expect a lot of uploads then. But for now, that's what I got. So let me know if there's anything I missed, something like a huge point, like a huge concern that I didn't talk about now or something like that. I can definitely bring up more feedback to the devs as well whenever I get the opportunity. And let's just hope to make the best out of it. So let me know what you think. Hope you liked this video, and I'll see you guys next time.
Great thoughts as always, Woody. What a giga chat. Okay. Oh, I need to download the new POE stuff, right? Maybe we can play for like 10, 20 more minutes and then jump into the live stream. I'll be right back. Okay. What were the patch notes? POE 3.23 patch notes. Is this the one from right now? Oh fuck yeah, coming in. Set them up. Well, yeah. Holy. Wait. There we go. Added support for our upcoming Corporate League announcement and its new supporter packs. Added support for our upcoming Necropolis League announcement. Support for our upcoming Necropolis League announcement. What? What is that? What is that? Holy... The Froggy, how's it going, my man? You good? Okay, where were we? What's the chat? Did I miss it? No, half an hour. A little bit less. Quarry. About to leave for Pilates. Oh, fuck. You're gonna miss it then. Gonna miss it. I mean, maybe you can catch the reactions to all the POE 2 videos then. But I mean, you can always watch the VOD, right? Ciao, dog. Yo, bye, bye, the Froggy. I'll see you then. What do we need? We need refinery. Who are you? That was close. Do I have anything? Yeah. Refinery should be here, right? Okay, blast this.
And so we stand.
Where is everybody watching? Oh lol, Quinn is unbanned. There we go. Which Path of Exile? Wait, I'm not following Path of Exile? Holy shit. D4 bad POE login, D4 bad POE login, holy shit. Okay, let's go. Okay, blasting this. Gotta focus a little bit. I'm taking a lot of damages. I'm missing a lot of cold res, but there's no cold damage here, is there? Or maybe some elites. Oh well, there's lightning damage though. Lightning is fine though. Fuck man, I keep pressing D for fucking Flame Dash because I had it there earlier after I dropped Headhunter 2 days before no league. I don't play PoE late in league. Well, I'm learning a new build, so that's very interesting to me. Obviously, I wouldn't farm for anything at the end of a league. Doesn't make any sense. So that's why I'm just taking my time learning a build that I've never played. Just because I like learning this build. You think DD is getting obliterated? I'm not even playing DD yet. You mean Armageddon brand? Yeah, maybe. I'm not even learning. I'm not even playing the build that I want to learn because you can only swap to it in like maps. So I still have a lot of time to go until I get there. Well, not a lot anymore, but at least some time. And if they kill Armageddon brand, that's fine. And then we're just gonna level with something different. I think a lot of transcams are getting nerfed. DD is not a transcam though, really. I don't really need to. I can just play without. Just it's Val detonated. But yeah, it's I mean, we don't need to be kidding here. It's very, very likely that it's gonna get nerfed. You are not wrong. But then at least I played it when it was viable. You know? So I can put a check mark there and go like, yep, at least I played it at once, you know? And then maybe we can play it in its new version too. Especially because I want to kill all the Ubers this league. Just before POE 2 release. I just need to take a break for the D4 PTR, which I'm gonna do, and that's fine. And then we're blasting again. Dang, Waterloop, I can't play anything with buttons late game. Anything with buttons. Well, but that's a lot of things, huh? That you can't play then, Hawk. Yeah, I understand though. Wardloop is better and no buttons. I can fully understand that one for sure. How much time is there? 19 minutes. Okay. This one is so nice, man. With the 63 max life, all res, cold res, fire res. This one's actually nice, but the other are currently a little bit better. We'll have to see. I don't have any chaos. Oh man. It's not good. I didn't even look. But I mean, it's softcore. I don't mind if I die here. Because I literally didn't pay any attention at all. It is what it is if I die. I should have replenished pots. Or the pot at least before. To give it a fair shot though. Because this is just inting. Now with full pots it would have probably easily worked. But without pots I can't. With like minus 22 chaos I'll have a problem. Without like minus 22 and no pots. Oh. Minus 22 and no pots, that's a big problem. Oh, and I didn't replenish auras. Whoopsie. See, this is what I mean. I hate playing like this in softcore because it just feels stupid. I forget the auras. Like, how can you forget the auras, you know? Is there anything we need? Maybe this. Maybe this. Max life, armor, max life, all res. That's pretty good actually. Fire res. And we can craft, you know? This one's actually pretty good. What's this? 50 chaos res during any flask effect. 2 spells and attacks during any flask effect. Hey man, that one is actually pretty sick. Holy. Okay.
You're well. Ready to go? Just
Okay.
in time.
What time is it? 15 minutes. Let's stop playing. Do you eat? Yeah, I did eat already. Yep. Okay, let's log out. There we go. Exclamation mark Maxroll. Do they have any sound? Okay, we need a typical live stream position here. Boop. Let me see here. Whoop. Oh. Wait, I might try something different as League Start. Normally I do EA Ballista. Yeah, that makes it fun though, right? Like trying out the new stuff. I don't know. To me, that exactly is the fun stuff. Let me see. How do I enable the thingy where it like sticks to the edge? Where was that? That was somewhere, but I don't know where. Let me do this here. I think I found it. Let's see. SRS Guardian. SRS Guardian is crazy leveling experience. Guardian is fucking insane as a League starter. And Bone Shatter is my absolute... I love that fucking spell. The chat difference between D4 and POE is so nice. D4 hate and POE all want to log in. 100%. Okay, let's see how it snaps. Oh yeah, this is cool. How can I disable the snap though? Or holding down control, and if I leave it, then this is cool. So it's a bit magnetic, you know. Yeah, having the chat open is kind of nice. You get the Twitch drops here as well, by the way. Be right back. I need a paper towel real quick for my noses. Yeah. Yo, Osla. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? I hope you're good. Do we also blast the POE login in there? I also blasted a login in there. The difference is crazy, man. Yesterday, it had like 10k viewers, right? And this is like 5 times. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. I need to use you as a mirror real quick. Yeah, we're good. Patch notes when. Man. 7 minutes is so long. What's in your opinion the best necro build for a first-time hardcore player? In which game, Osla? There is necros in POE, D4, and Last Epoch. D4? How do you define best? Safest, fastest, funnest? I'm sorry, man. I can't just give you a answer like that. Safe over DPS. The safest is for sure Bloodlands. Then Blood Surge. And then Bone Spear. I would play, to be honest, I would always play Blood Surge in World Tier 2 until you can do the capstone. Then you do Bloodland. Yeah, then you do the capstone. You kill the whole capstone with Blood Surge. All the bosses, but not the last one. The last boss you kill with Bloodlands. You just take out the points in Blood Surge, put them into Bloodlands, one-shot the boss, go into World Tier 3, do Dopamine Tunnels until you can do the Capstone 2 at around level 60 or so. You do that again full with Blood Surge, then you take the points out of Blood Surge, put them in Bloodlands, one-shot Elias, go into World Tier 4. As soon as you find a lidless wall, you go Bone Spear because you're literally immortal and kill everything. Or you just stick with Blood Surge until level 100 if you don't want to respec. Because Bone Spear is just going to be faster at that point. But if you don't care about fast, just Blood Surge all the way to 100. Try to get a lidless wall ASAP as soon as you're in World Tier 4. And on the last bosses in the capstone, you do Bloodlands. Literally, just take the 5 points out of Blood Surge, put them into Bloodlands, and that's it. You use Bloodlands only on 2 enemies. That's the Curator, the end boss in Capstone 1, and Elias. That's the Capstone boss in the second Capstone. That's the only times you're gonna use Bloodlands. Not for the monsters before, only for those 2 bosses. And then you just play Blood Surge until 100. If you want to be safe. And try to get a lidless wall and a shielding storm instantly, because if you have a shielding storm and a lidless wall, you cannot die. Hi, it's Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Exactly. But he says, I'm Chris Wilson. Or doesn't he say, I'm Chris Wilson? I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Your Games. Look at the chat, man. Holy. I gotta log in as well. So many first-time messages as well. Holy. The chat is moving so fast. 67,000! And you gotta remember, right? You gotta fucking remember. There is 15k watching with Quinn. There is 10k watching with Ziz. There is 7k with Bota. 3.5 with Methyl. This is fucking insane, man. 155k viewers. You have to add basically all 155k viewers are watching this right now. Even if we go down to me, look at me. Even lol. It's snapshotted me. Look, everyone is watching that. It's literally 155k people watching this. Look. P4, POE greater D4. Yeah, for now, for sure. 100%. In terms of viewership numbers on Twitch, 100%. I'm curious how far this is going to go. 100%. But, you know, the thing is, that is only us. We are a very small percentage. You know how fucking successful it is for the... You know how fucking successful D4 is for them? For Blizzard monetarily? It's insane, man. You know how much money they are making with D4? Or how many casual players there are that are currently playing the game? It's insane. Are we gonna watch like this with the chat going like that? I kinda want to. I gotta do the login again, boys. You can't even read the chat. Holy. Full screen? I want to see the chat though. Can we leave the chat for a little bit? Only a little bit. Just a tip. 50-second, boys! Ah! There was Citix. Was there Citix? I didn't see. Log in! After I'm Mark Roberts' chat is off. He was damn fast. It's super fast. The chat is moving so fast. It's crazy. There was the toucan. Did you see the toucan? Holy shit, man. What is going on? Yeah, let's go.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to our live stream. We have a busy lineup today with announcements for Path of Exile 2.
Wait, but this is
as well as the
pre-recorded.
exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Necropolis, which launches on March 29th. For the first time ever, we'll be releasing this expansion simultaneously on all platforms: PC, Mac, and console.
Oh wow, that's big
Twitch
for
drops
console.
are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your suffering back attachment. Today's stream will start with Path of Exile 2, where Jonathan will show you our latest announcements.
Campaign
Mark will then take you on a
improvements?
deep dive into the new Path of Exile Necropolis Challenge League, which launches in 1 week. He'll cover the league mechanics, its deep crafting system, large in-game changes, some improvements to the core Path of Exile campaign, and finally some quality of life features.
How's sound?
We'll then show you our new supporter packs, and we'll head into a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Oh. A little bit more.
Hey guys, it's time to chat about POE 2 again. It's only been a few months since we talked about the Mercenary, and yet even since then a huge amount has changed.
Oh, which
When we
preview?
announced the Mercenary, we also showed off a lot of the new capabilities that our engine has around animation and character control. Moving while shooting was a huge deal in that class, but there were a lot of other more subtle things going on to make it feel good too.
105k, holy.
Well, in recent times we've only been showing off new character classes, but one thing I've been really excited about is to go back and apply all the new ideas and capabilities that we have to our old classes too. Today I'd like to show off the Ranger, and I hope that you guys like what you see.
I've lived in this forest all my life.
Me too.
And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that a ranger must never miss.
I'd love to play ranger in hardcore, but it's not possible.
But it is the cruelty of man I fear. There is no truly escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead.
This intro is so good.
Feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
Oh. It had like a longer pull. Did you see that?
This exile has changed me. No more running. No more fear.
That's the guy that should have killed her in the starting. Whoa.
I will put an end to this madness.
Mounts? What? Yeah, I think so too, Hawk.
Let this be a warning, Gianor. I'm coming for you next.
I don't like the icons either. I would love to play Ranger, but in hardcore it's just not possible. That's the problem.
Let the hunt begin.
I hate this so much. I don't like how this looks at all. I think this all looks super shit.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty.
This is so good.
This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here, I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground.
That's so
It's
cool.
really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away.
Maybe you can play
Once you've
hardcore
landed,
Ranger.
If monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time. If you land the right timing, Snipe is guaranteed to produce a critical strike.
Nice.
It has a small AoE as well, so it's a great finisher. You can also move while shooting arrow range skills too.
That's why you
This
can't
skill
play it
is
in
Lightning
hardcore.
Rod. It shoots an arrow into the air that sticks into the ground and does a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again. This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo.
Do you mean LE?
Now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of things I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items called skill gems. Each skill gem has coloured sockets in it, and these sockets are for other items called support gems. Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the customization of your character comes from.
This is so
First,
cool,
I'm going to
man.
take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire multiple arrows. This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo.
What did you put in? I didn't see.
I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too.
Ah, faster project.
Now next up I'm going to grab this chain support gem. chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them. If I add it to my
Holy.
lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage.
Boy. Was that an auto pickup? No, it was instantly hidden. Oh, look
Now,
at
I
the
think we can use
DPS.
support gems to improve Stormcaller arrow as well. Let's start simple. I'm going to chuck less duration on here. This will cause the lightning from the sky to strike a bit faster. Next up, we have a support called Shock Proliferation. This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well. It's just a chance to proc, so it's not going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick. Another useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE 2. It
What?
enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times.
Ah.
With what we have here, I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow.
Oh, that's so
It'll
cool.
generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You
Oh,
could
that's
also
so
use it
cool.
at just the right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now.
Yo, this is
It's
so
very
cool.
versatile and can be used in a range of situations.
What's up with his HP, man? He's constantly dying.
Now, even as mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this. If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod. First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily. Now, sometimes when you use Electrocuting Rod, the enemy dies before you get a chance to electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly.
Look at the HP bar Citix and then ask again why you can't play Ranger in hardcore. You can?
Now, this skill works really well for suppressing a single large enemy.
Yeah, not
But I'd like to
Pathfinder.
improve my crowd control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well, which will make the freezes last a bit longer.
Yeah, but not Pathfinder.
Now when I use my Frost
Pathfinder is
Escape on
not
that
a
front
Ranger.
enemy, others nearby are slowed down. It would also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the Ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's
Oh
have a
my
look at
god,
Vine
look at
Arrow.
this.
This skill fires an arrow
Holy.
into the air that creates a small plant where it lands.
What?
The plant sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them.
Oh my
But it does have
god.
another function too. If the plant gets further poisoned, it transfers that poison to the monsters it's attached to.
That is so
Normally
good.
you would only be able to get 1 stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison as you want on this plant. You could just use the plant to slow monsters down and not worry about the poison part. But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode. Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the Poison Burst arrow at enemies nearby and watch your plants grow more and more powerful.
Yes, it
Poisoning
is,
the
but
pustules
it's
causes
not
them to
a
do much more
real
damage and makes them
Ranger.
explode much faster as well.
A Ranger is a marksman
I can
for me.
also add the Pierce support to Poison Burst
Right.
arrow. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison bursts as it goes through each monster.
Yeah.
We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow.
Oh, they took
Gas
out
cloud
all
arrow.
the
This
support.
skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of
caustic.
gas that continuously poisons things inside it.
They took out all the skill gems at
Throw
once.
your
That was
plants
cool.
down, then put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow.
Oh, holy shit, man. Look, you can take out the whole thing. That is so cool.
Another poison-related skill we have on the Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses spirit. When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster.
Where? Top left or what?
You can see
Oh,
the
you didn't see
counter
it.
on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned.
Ah, it's on the skill. It's
Now
also
I'm gonna
top
fight
left.
these monsters and make sure to poison them as much
Look.
as I can to build up the counter.
On the buff and here. Here and top left.
It does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage. Now next up we have
That
a
was so
classic,
cool.
Rain of Arrows. It's simple. Shoot a bunch of arrows in the sky and they rain down for a short time. It's decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce Frenzy Charges. Frenzy Charges are used for a variety of skills on the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they can be used to extend the duration.
You're mine.
How do we get some though? Here we have a skill called Sniper's Mark. Put it on an enemy and it will grant you a Frenzy Charge when you crit them. Now remember that snipe skill from earlier? That skill guarantees a critical hit. So first we Sniper's Marked an enemy, then we sniped them. And after that, the next Rain of Arrows will last a really, really long time. We still have some weaknesses though. While Rain of Arrows hits enemies with a ton of arrows, each one doesn't do much damage individually. It would be nice if we had a way to break the armor on enemies so that Rain of Arrows dealt more damage. Thankfully, we have this Corrode Armor support gem, and we can put it on our Gas Cloud arrow. Corrode Armor causes poison to erode the armor on targets until it's all gone. This will significantly increase the damage that Rain of Arrows does against armored targets. Oh yeah, and one more thing about gas clouds. They can be detonated with explosions. I have an explosive arrow here. Let's check it out.
Still.
Oh my fuck. Holy shit. What?
Now, because monsters and gas clouds are likely to have their armor broken, I think there's another useful combo we can do. This is an exploit weakness support. This support provides extra bonus damage to targets that have their armor broken. Perfect for what we have going on here. So, those are just some of the skills we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills, let's see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the boss of the temples, Thanos.
That thing looks huge. That looks fucking cool, man. Yeah, animations look sick. Especially the jump. I love the jump up. That is so cool. Why is he not armor breaking though? Nah, that's not true, Hawk. It's gonna be much faster. These characters are hard under-geared, so you can show the gameplay. You will... usually it's already dead now, you know? These characters are hardly geared. You will have much better gear when you fight the guy. Because they want to show the fight, you know? Yo, that is so cool. Look at this. Look at the fires. Oh my god, this is so cool. Look at this. Yo, Oh, this is so cool.
Exalted are the ones.
Yeah, then you have to unequip your weapon, Hawk, if you want that. Or intentionally only wear white items or something like that. Or only blues.
That's the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check
Yeah.
this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters, so he's nice to have around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up, so be careful.
What?
So that's what we wanted to show you today. Now there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news.
Oh!
Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed.
See?
We previously said that we would get the beta out on June 7th.
I called it!
And while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time,
28.
underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with.
28.
We're still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year.
What?
In the meantime, you can still play Path of Exile 1, of course. Now, speaking of POE 1,
End
we
of
also
the
have
year?
324 expansion to announce. I'm going to hand over to Mark, the game director on POE 1, to show us what's in store.
POE saved last
We had
epoch.
a lot of fun
Yes.
making this one, so let's just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile Necropolis.
What? POE 2 delayed? Oh no, but I called it, man. I called it.
Cold flesh, dirt, maggots, and ghosts. Our job is to keep them where they belong. It's your first night, so you'll need this. A ghostly lantern for ghastly tinkering. You'll learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You'll learn how to twist them. Meet me in the necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse, but you can pilfer glorious things from a soul. I need a gravedigger.
Yo, that animation looked cool, holy. Tier 17 maps? Multiple Atlas passive trees! Scarab overhaul! New penultimate bosses! More transfigured gems! Ah!
The job's hard, but the pay's good.
Oh!
What do you say?
In the Necropolis League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramor, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose. These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Rayclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramor, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Rayclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to employ you to rid Rayclast of this menace, and further his cryptic cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area. When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mobs.
Oh, that's cool.
It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving.
Yes, that's cool, holy.
When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area. Rowers here are considered common. whereas the water elementals are more scarce. If you want things to be easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often. We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League. The spirits come in a number of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are servant haunted, causing them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Vol's Vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage. As you reach higher level areas in Rayclast, the tier and number of spirits that are haunting monsters will generally increase. Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer. However, if we found a spirit that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramor provides other useful information, such as the types of abilities monsters use, or the damage types they deal. So for those who are less familiar with how these monsters work, this can be a great way to learn what you're up against. The spirits are constantly moving throughout Rayclast, so if you are finding a campaign area too difficult, you can just wait a few minutes and peer through the lantern again to see what's changed. Of course, powerful spirits beget powerful rewards. There are two reasons why you might want to face a challenge now and then.
Look at the
Firstly,
AoE, what's going on?
Not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the Nameless Seer, an NPC that will grant you a single unique item after you defeat all of the packs affected by that spirit.
What? That was a
The more haunted
tabula.
monsters you defeat in the previous area before using the lantern, the more likely the devoted monsters will appear in the next area. Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning that sometimes it's worth putting the hardest modifier possible on very common monsters, if you're brave enough. Again, we've tried hard here to allow players to customize the danger and rewards as much as they can. Aramor is an Undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to him. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and
That
store
looks
them in the
so
morgue.
good.
Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view the monsters you have collected, and then get to work burying them in one of many graves in Aramor's cemetery. For example, we will bury this Katava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots.
Plus 52 speed modifier.
These boots are useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for. And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines.
Holy shit.
You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item. All of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item. This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers. Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally, I'll apply some crafting effects that improve the probability of getting good rolls.
What the fuck?
Now, let's craft our item and see what we get.
You can choose which item slot you want? What?
As you can see now, we have a much better pair of boots.
Holy
from the
shit.
souls of our enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be. We hope to see some really crazy grave crafts. If you
Show
are
it
lucky,
to us.
you might find corpses with meta-crafting modifiers.
What?
These can be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways.
Oh my
This
god,
one increases
what?
the potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses. Another meta-crafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft,
What?
with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
May the ferocity of Throldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may shield them from harm.
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclast, you
What
might
is
find
this?
the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage.
May the painters and poets of the Novalius family spread the story of the Eternal Empire far and wide.
What the
For example,
fuck?
the Navalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out. You can use other corpses alongside them to grant implicit mods, manipulate the values of explicit mods, and more. In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates.
What
This
the
unique
fuck?
is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree. The stats it adds are randomly generated, but you can bias it towards a specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get.
So that you may empower a bow the mighty lion I would be proud of.
Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're gonna have to go and collect more corpses. Of course, you can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them. Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the All Flame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the All Flame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast. And you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them.
Acid flask.
These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas. For example, we have found this all-flame ember of Tarfor.
Karui tattoos?
We can now
Holy!
go to enter the next area and replace one of the monster packs in here. You can see we have also gotten one of the devoted modifiers to appear. We can pair up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the tentacle miscreations. However, when replacing packs, you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack.
You can level so fast.
The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos.
Holy shit.
If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do.
Log in.
There are many different types of itemized packs.
Log
you can find Breach
the
and Legion
fuck
monsters that drop splinters,
in.
Untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of course, these Ember monsters can be raised as specters too. Finally, let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps. Each in-game map will allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI.
Instantly.
However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map.
Okay.
Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device, so you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it as too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid, like porcupines. We're also trying something new this time around. During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the League on the Atlas passive tree. Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways.
Oh, that is so good.
One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone.
Oh my god.
With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to
just go
adapt to
random.
them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame.
Holy
Introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps,
Holy
and streamlining the Atlas.
Holy
The most
fuck.
difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses,
Holy
such as
fuck.
the Maven and the Searing Exarch.
Holy
Currently,
fuck.
the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas
Oh,
passive
yes!
tree. While this system offers a nice element of control,
Yes!
it causes a problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights.
Yeah!
This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of
Yeah!
simply selling them.
Yeah!
Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses.
Buff normal bosses.
In 3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content. Where do you get these fragments? We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps, which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end.
Oh my god.
We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself.
Oh my god.
First, we have the Citadel map. This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced. Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight. Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable. Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming.
Holy
However,
shit.
these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool, and rebalancing them to fit here.
Oh my god.
One example is this reworked version of Wraith Lord. It has 4 Abyss sockets,
What?
and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye Jewel socketed into it. Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls. Alongside adding Tier 17 maps, we have also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts.
Oh my
This
god.
means there is a reason to farm both versions.
Oh
Let's take
my
a look
god.
at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper.
Oh my
The
god.
Shaper will drop these uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun. Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the Tides of Time. Another example of a new unique is
Holy
this helmet
shit.
from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion, and these gloves from the Uber Searing Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools.
What?
We've identified another major problem with the endgame we'd like to address.
Oh!
With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps. It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. It can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them.
Yes.
To solve this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The 2 main systems we've removed are Sextants and the Master Mission Selector.
Wow.
It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics.
Okay.
And many, many more.
Oh my
Let's
god.
take a look at some of them.
Oh my god,
Commonly,
what
you
the
might find
fuck?
Scarabs that simply grant access to different content.
What?
Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror. Each type of Scarab now has multiple versions, So if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so.
Oh my god.
Here's a suite of ultimatum scarabs. This
Oh
ultimatum
my
scarab adds an ultimatum encounter to a map. This ultimatum scarab of bribing then causes that ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards. And its
POE
monsters
has
to
been
yield more
twittering
experience.
non-stop, by the
This
way.
ultimatum scarab of dueling will cause that ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trial Master boss fight at the end,
What?
assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This ultimatum scarab of catalyzing will cause all rewards from that ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards. And finally, this ultimatum scarab of inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This divination scarab of
What is this?
curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favored map you have selected. But it also causes whatever map you're running to only drop divination cards from those favored maps. So if you want to try and aim for your mage blood and don't want to just farm Crimson Temple, then this scarab is for you.
Oh my god.
This divination scarab of completion causes your divination
What?
cards to have a 20%
Yes,
chance
I
to
know
drop
what
as a full
divination
stack
cards are.
instead,
I
for
was looking at
maximum
the
dopamine.
armor.
Basically, there
Look
are
at
now
the-
just a lot of scarabs.
What is this
You might
base?
have
This
also
is
noticed
what is
that
this?
they no longer
This
have
is new.
tiers.
What is this base? It's
Scarabs
new.
are now all world drops. You can get them anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there'll be a lot more options than before, and more
Wow.
interesting combinations to consider. If you want to target specific scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree. You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding master missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree. Not only this, you can now get Jun, Einhar, Alva, and Nico to appear together in the same map. We have also removed some keystones such as Wandering Path, Grand Design, and Growing Hordes.
Okay.
But have added some new ones too.
Okay.
For example, Unwavering Vision, Back to Basics, and Thorough Exploration. And we have added some new notables such as Remarkable Relics, which allows you to try find better variants of scarabs. Mounting modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2%
Oh
for each
my
explicit
god,
modifier.
what? That's
And
sick.
Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a set of many that allow you to target farm specific types of scarabs.
Oh my god.
These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree.
Holy fuck.
Lastly, we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree,
This
which
is
can
so
be swapped
good.
between maps at your leisure.
This is so
You
good.
can unlock up to 2 extra trees for a total of 3 by progressing through the endgame and completing core content.
This is so good.
When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to use.
Oh,
For a given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way.
oh
You
thank
can also label your
you.
trees to easily identify which one has which content.
Oh, thank you so
With all
much.
this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine through.
Oh my god, thank you.
While playing through the campaign
Oh.
in 3.24,
Oh
you'll
my
notice a
God.
myriad of small improvements and surprises.
Oh
The
my
fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclast. The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped.
Oh,
What are these ritual shrines doing in the northern forest? And why are they giving me omens?
will be consumed when
This
you...
device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items. There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases, so keep an eye out. In the previous expansion, 3.23, we released a large number of transfigured skill gems. These are alternate versions of existing skill gems that function in very different ways, allowing for more
Don't click
build
there.
and gameplay variety. At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve, We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 324, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished.
Oh my god.
Ice Shot, Incinerate,
Oh my
Artillery
god.
Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit,
Tornado.
Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction, and lastly, Summon Holy Relic. Hopefully those of you who missed your favorite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured gems. One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. As a result of this change, it is clear that the endgame potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence. And if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill. That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 324.
What the fuck?
And there's a shitload of them.
A shitload?
Many of these have been revealed in teasers already.
Did
but
he
here's
just
a quick
say that?
summary.
Did he just say
We've
that?
added the automation and call to arms skill gems for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click.
I mean, this is good.
You can now hold down
But the
control
bad
and
thing
left
is-
click to
is-
automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result,
Oh,
or you run out.
yes.
For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links. You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory.
Oh.
Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects.
Oh.
When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so
Oh.
you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts.
Oh.
When you use a Val orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified.
Oh.
Instead, it adds a new implicit.
Yes.
We've created a set of implicits that affect the areas in fun ways. Related to that, corrupted and mirrored items can now be identified. Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked.
Oh.
Upgrades to Pantheon powers now apply to all characters in the league. You no longer need to grind divine vessels on each new character. With harvest crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's okay.
Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward.
Yeah, that's okay,
Instead,
but I don't know
Veiled
about
orbs
this.
now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod. These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop. Flasks can now be corrupted by Val orbs,
That is so
giving
good.
random -10 to +10 quality.
That is so
The
good.
capability to add extra quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal. The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Kirak, and he'll open a map device window with the invitation already in there,
Yeah,
ready
that's
to be
not
rolled.
so good too, because
Valdo's
then you
maps that
can't
granted
roll that well.
invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new
Yes,
League
take
supporter
my
packs.
money.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Take my money.
The Solar and Eldritch packs.
Take it.
Each tier contains the full pack's face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Take it.
These packs are only available for the duration of the Necropolis League.
Take it,
and will
Daddy.
leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your
Take
character's
my
power or
money,
progression
Daddy.
in any way.
GGG, please.
The Solar series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Cosmos weapon effect
Wait, that was
adorns
a
your
turtle.
weapon with stars.
That was a
Hitting
turtle.
enemies causes cosmic energy to
That
spill
was
out
a
into the area
turtle
around them.
hideout. You fly on the
Radiant Orb
turtle.
of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item.
That is so cool.
Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the sun radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as
That
you
was
use
a
skills
turtle, a
and emitting
flying
solar
turtle
flares as you
hideout.
run.
Did you see that?
With the supernova level up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you, before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up. This one is my personal favorite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle. Carry the weight of the sun on your back with the Solar Guardian back attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash Pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout and scare unsuspecting exiles. This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time. The Shaper's Slam finisher effect sends slain unique enemies into a
Final abyss.
Okay, that's
of
cool.
unending darkness.
That's cool.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you defeat it by embracing your bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it bursts from the shell of the helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger?
Oh my god.
The seed within the Corrupted Growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout, the more maps you complete on your atlas.
Oh my god.
Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection.
Nice.
Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist, allowing the Eldritch Horrors to settle their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect.
What's that?
Which of the Eater of Worlds or Searing Exarch do you think will win? These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis.
The turtle hideout?
Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Oh my
Afterwards,
god.
we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis' full patch notes.
Oh my god.
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new Mystery Box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass.
Holy shit.
Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
That turtle is gonna be
We're looking forward to doing
480,
some
Hawk.
awesome gravecrafts and conquering the new in-game
That's not
bosses
gonna
with
be
you next
90.
week. We'll begin the
What are you
Q&A
talking
shortly,
about?
So please get your questions ready.
That turtle is not 90. That's a hideout. That's 480. Turtle is 90 bucks? Wait, send me the link. I'm buying it right now. If it's 90 bucks, I'm buying it instantly. What? Where is it?
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Oh.
Good morning, exiles, and welcome to our Q&A portion for today. I'm joined by Jonathan
Where?
and Mark. And first thing, we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 1 questions. As I know that's the content that you'll be getting your hands on soon and want to hear all about. And then afterwards, we'll follow up with a bit of a deep dive into Path of Exile 2 reveals, both from today and also some of the other stuff that came up during the recent hands-on event. But good morning, Jonathan and Mark. How are you going?
Hey, really nice to be here again.
Yeah, good morning.
90?
Thanks for having us.
That's an
Always a pleasure.
instant buy.
Love talking to you folks about some Path of Exile, right? So let's kick things off with the new League Necropolis. And I just want to ask, should I ask about Lycia and Katarina and what it means for them to be involved, especially since they're like characters that are actively present elsewhere in the game in another mechanic right now? Like, what does that mean?
We bent the rules a little bit on that teaser. They're not actually involved. They're only in the sense that they are both T17 map bosses. So you don't actually fight them together, but we thought it would make a cool, little teaser shot there. And I think it did. It raised a lot of questions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, we're just doing some timey-wimey stuff. Oh, they both kind of like deal with death, so there's a bit of a connection
Well,
there.
like when you get into maps, everything's all memories and the line gets a bit blurred. You can kind of do whatever you want, which is a good thing about that system. You don't have to stay so grounded and sensible. But so yeah, we do have some
It's
interesting
League. I buy that right now.
encounters going on there that are
Literally
a bit
buying
different,
right now as we
but,
speak.
You know, it's again the maps allow us to kind of detach from the groundedness of the world and the rules of what's actually happening in there.
It looks like there's a lot of boss stuff coming this league. Is that all focused in the new T17 maps, or is there some with the league mechanic itself as well?
No, we focused the monster development this time round on the T17s instead of the league. So there's no new bosses in the league, but there are some reuse of monsters through like the All Flame Embers and whatnot, but not bosses. And then we put all our boss development towards creating these T17 bosses as well as the monsters. Like there are quite a lot of actual interesting monsters in the T17 maps as well. Like I don't know if people saw, but you can get Brutus as just a monster. Like he's not a boss. There are packs of Brutuses and various other monsters throughout the non-notable ones, which will be quite interesting to see. You'll probably find a rare hasted Brutus as a whole different level compared to even the Brutus map boss and whatnot. So.
Yes, we experienced that last league in Affliction at launch. For those of us there who empowered that boss. That was an experience, to be sure. So we'll kind of change my order of the day then with the tier 17 maps. So there's 4 of these, was there?
We got 5 of them. We got the Ziggurat map, Sanctuary map, Fortress map, Abomination map, and Citadel map being the 5.
And these are like effectively Uber maps, but we kind of also had Uber maps last league in a different way with the community made maps as well, but this is a whole different system, right?
Yeah, this is different. Obviously the Valdo's maps come with a little bit more craziness going on. There are custom mod pools on these. And there is a little bit of overlap, but nowhere near as crazy. Like you're not going to roll the like mod that sends you to the Void League or anything like that. That's exclusive for those player made ones. But yes, this is a new tier of difficulty. It is expected that they are hard for sure, but I'm sure some of your questions get into some of that. So
yeah,
sure, explain them as it comes.
So these are the primary vehicle now for getting like the Uber fight keys. What led to the decision to make them come from a tier 17 separate map thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key from Maven?
Like, okay, like let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper, let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine, but eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him, it's not fun to go back and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently, like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's for the people who want to farm their own ones. They're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop. The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher. But there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing, you end up with like, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial to say the least. And we didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so, yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So, like, your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less, and then you're not going to get, like, 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on.
Right.
It is also worth noting T17s cannot drop T17s. They are not self-sustaining.
That would be so good,
The intention is
Hawk,
that you are still kind of doing
I hope so.
T16s
I
and
hope.
occasionally diving into T17s. Unless you want to trade, of course, in which case,
What was that?
World's your oyster.
So I saw they have their own new mod pool.
What was that?
And we saw things. One of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters remove 10% of life, mana, and ES on hit. The mana removed on hit seems to break a lot of builds in particular whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system in Path of Exile.
Ziggy?
And it gets me thinking in general about mods like 80% reduced recovery and things that disable auras and stuff like that. And it feels just a bit not too dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
Forgot to mute Facebook.
It certainly was the ideal
Who is
dream back
using
when
Facebook?
that there are a lot of modifiers that can't
It
be done
happens
by every
almost
build, and
every
you'd reroll them
Q&A.
and whatnot.
Holy
Now,
shit.
obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't reroll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time, be a bit more careful to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character, and you have to maybe build a different character that is capable of doing, or more characters that are capable of doing different maps. There is one tool, though, that is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means, so you can't just use it on every T17. But two of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are disabled and suffixes are disabled. So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes, and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier, you can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So it is like one of the tools that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not just a kind of like, well, you don't have to alch them, they drop rolled, but it shouldn't just be a T17 as mindless go in there and do it.
Look at
Unless,
the statue.
of course, your
I
build
want
is so
this.
strong and so diverse that it can do that.
Holy
which,
shit.
That's fine. If you want to build your
This
character
looks
that way,
so
then,
good, man.
you know, that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So...
Right on, right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other endgame questions that I have. But what you're doing with the difficulty control for Necropolis, where you can select which monsters get buffed in which ways, seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Afflictions launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of content we were facing. That said, how do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like adding to the time it takes to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to like read through those things and shuffle the menu each
I
time.
thought so too, yeah. It takes too long.
So obviously we like giving control. But yes, in this league, you cannot skip the difficulty. Having the control is a way to make it easier or harder if you want. But you cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, like it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the league in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder.
Oh.
So this is a rare league where in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot. But you know, occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty, and I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have failed. Like it obviously should be worth your time from a reward point to go, oh, awesome, I got this thing, I need to put it on some XP, I need to put it on this pack, or you get like, you know, the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. Like there are certainly lots of positive mods that, or like spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very rare pack, you're not going to get very many of them. If you put it on a common pack, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of shrine buffs throughout the area, which in turn also makes it easier. So not only does this league make it harder, it also makes it easier in some ways. Now, one thing you said talking about the time, like obviously when you get to end game, which like for every map, you do get presented with that UI, but because we have added the nodes on the Atlas tree for Necropolis, we have added a keystone that allows you to, well, effectively what it says is the mods are applied randomly and there are more mods. So it is harder and it is more rewarding in some senses, but you then don't get to customize it. But if someone is like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with interacting with that between my maps, you can just run the map and it will randomly do it. And like, that isn't necessarily to say that that's better or worse. It's just one of the ways someone can customize their experience here. But yeah, so through the campaign, you don't have to use the UI, but it will probably be harder and less rewarding. So you should be wanting to do it, unless, of course, you just want to get to endgame, go for it. And at endgame, if you want to invest in the keystone, you can skip doing it on the maps themselves if you, again, don't want to have to deal with it. So ideally, we've given, the choice here to do both versions and play the way.
Oh my god, there's a red video
I
of
think that's
27 minutes.
really clever using the Atlas passive tree as like a tool to be able to customize that league experience. Now I'm to the point that I'm surprised it hasn't happened before, right? But it makes sense if it's
actually we were talking about trying to find a way, and we were talking about like checkboxes and all that, and it's all just a little bit inelegant. And it was actually a suggestion of one of the programmers was like, we could do a keystone, and then we're like, hey, we never actually do tree support for the
DM
current
video.
league. Like, it's just not even a thing
DM
that
video.
we've really considered. And
Sorry, I
from
wiggled
there
too
we're
much.
like, wait, we should just do this. Like, of course we should do this. Like, this is going to be fun and allow people to do different strategies, and like, why not? So I think it is a good addition. We'll see how it actually plays, because it's the first time we're doing it, and then we may continue doing it for future leagues, or maybe it's terrible. We'll see, and we'll not do it again. Well, who knows? I mean, we think it's cool here, but we're not always right.
All right. So in the campaign, the monsters you kill in one zone affect what happens in the next zone, like the amount of devoted monsters, modifiers that show up. And this is the first time I recall seeing a league like this where what you do in one affects like kind of the next zone like that. Does it work on like any next zone you enter, even like a zone reset of the same zone or somewhere in a different act or something?
No. So this doesn't. The league actually isn't customizable when accessing through waypoint or through the world map.
Oh.
Which is bit different. I mean, you might think, but my blood aqueduct farming, and yeah, sure, you can still do it technically by farming from town, but we're also like, not that I know how many people even still do that outside of like, SSF tabular farming, which I still don't even know if necessarily as a strategy. But either way, yes, farming the same zone over and over is not really embraced in this league. The difficulty will still be there, but you won't be able to customize the mods, and you won't get devoted mods either. So it's more for like, the linear playthrough when you're going through. So
Souls
the way it works, the way it works effectively is like the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you will get devoted modifiers. It's a campaign only feature. It doesn't happen in maps. Maps are completely randomly generated per item. So it's an interesting way where it works a little bit differently in the campaign than maps, which I think is interesting. I kind of like having subtle differences there. And yeah, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you are to get devoted monsters. And this is actually a reward for why you want to make it hard. Because let's just using Mudflats as the example, if you put all the if you have, say, 2 out of 4 of the packs, or however many packs there are, have haunted mods, you might want to say, I'm going to make that easier and put them on the zombies and water elementals. But those are the least common monsters in that area, and thus you are less likely to now get devoted modifiers to appear when transitioning into either Fetid Pool or Submerged Passage. So you actually have an incentive to put them on the rowers and the other pack of rowers, because they are like the dominant monster in that area. Which is kind of interesting. So again, like there are many pros and cons to controlling the difficulty and rewards. And then when you click the next, when you next peer through the lantern, it will like show which mods you got. And yeah, hopefully you get as many good ones as you can. But also the other thing, just while we're on that topic, of the other reason why it's actually sometimes good to make things harder, in some sense, there's so many axes here that it's more like you want as many monsters as possible haunted by as many high tier things as possible, is that the haunted monsters are the ones that can turn into the ones that you collect for crafting. So again, if you want to maximize your crafting output, you want to be putting the haunted modifiers of the highest tiers on the packs that have the highest density and pack size. So again, going into Mudflats as the example, you want to have the rowers do that if you want to maximize your crafting output. So there are 2 axes and rewards for why you want to be making things harder. But often what I would say people are probably going to be like, I'm going to make things a bit easier to start with as they get more comfortable with their character. As their character gets more powerful, they start to take a little bit more risks in that regard. And of course, if it becomes too hard and they over make it too hard for themselves, the mods rotate pretty frequently, like to the point of you like running through an area, the next time if you then had to recreate that area, because you're like, nah, I've made it too hard. The mods will be have rotated, and you can adapt your decisions and be like, yeah, this is easier for me now. I'll wait a few more areas
Diablo 4
or some more levels until I then raise the difficulty again.
So how clearly is that like reward system communicated in the UI? Can like someone who hasn't like watched this know that, you know, killing more of these monsters will give more devoted to the next zone and stuff like that?
That isn't currently communicated, but it will be. You probably didn't see it in the live stream, but we will do that. At least on the hovers, when you hover over and it just says devoted, we will put like a little, you know, like, or we'll put it on the hovers of all the like tier things where it says like, you know, servant haunted, noble haunted, etc. Currently, I think it says something, but I can't remember what. But yeah,
God,
we'll do a
Warrior full Act 1 gameplay, no commentary,
and all of that.
Holy
it's actually
shit.
kind of interesting on that point.
From Alk.
That this is the first time in POE where
God.
you have information about what is in a zone and what the pack compositions are, and like just information about monsters. And there's just information generally there about like what monsters do and so on, which is kind of not really something we've ever really done before. So this UI actually sort of provides that, and it'll be interesting to see like whether that's actually useful and like whether we want to think about how we might communicate that again in the future, because like all that's now sort of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I got really excited actually when I saw that. I was like, oh, we can actually see what their abilities are and damage types and stuff like that. I was like,
there's along that note, there's quite an interesting feature in maps that because maps have uniform density.
You can bind scrolls of Froggy.
So, generally in a map, you're going to have like
there is a program
five packs or whatever, and you're going to have 20. It's generally going to be that there's 20% of the map as each pack. So in maps, there are these extra little symbols, which I don't think were in the live stream that were kind of added
something.
more
I forgot
recently,
the name
which
of
are
the
variants.
thing.
So sometimes a certain pack is going to have higher like pack size or mod effect or density, and there'll be these kind of up and down arrows to kind of show like this pack's going to be more common and this one's going to be less common and stuff like that, just to add that variance so that those variables can still play a role in when interacting with the modifiers. Otherwise, it would just be like,
support, where's the difference?
You know, here's porcupines, I'll do X, and then 90% of packs you probably wouldn't care too much about. So we've added extra variables to make it that the packs and maps.
Oh yeah, true. I get it.
You know, are a bit, you know, have more influence on your decisions. That being said, when you get into tier 17 and you all have a pack of Brutuses, you might actually think a bit more about it. Yeah.
You're talking about your up and down arrows there. Maybe realize what the next league is going to be. Monster stock market investing. It's there. It's ready for you.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So I'm going to go off topic a little bit here and answer a chanted question in chat so that we can get back on track. So one sec. There we go. So you've been flooding us with a lot of great quality of life updates in the lead up to this release.
Oh, left click.
It's like some spring cleaning is going on right now, which I love to see. That said, at least one of them seems to have missed the mark, which is the automation change and the resulting removal of the ability to bind instant skills to left click movement. So having your steel skin on left click and having an auto cast that way. So this seems to be a pretty unpopular change, and I just want to ask you guys, why do you feel like that is? Why is it so unpopular?
Well, there's a fair. I'll go into a few things here, but yes, obviously missed the mark on this one. As I said, we're not always right. Bit of a disaster. I do, however, think this is solving some good things the way we've done it.
Wait, they're not walking it
back. But the
back?
problem is it hasn't obviously solved it entirely. And going from a bad solution to a bad solution, at least from our perspective, is not what we should be doing. So we will make further changes. I just don't know exactly when and to what degree. There's obviously discussions going on. So to get into some details there, I do believe that it is beneficial now that it is a more observable mechanic, a less like hidden specialized mechanic of you know, like you can follow a build guide and you can see, oh, this person's using this instant skill, but at no point does a user necessarily know they should randomly, unintuitively bind it to left click to have it auto cast.
The way that was before was just, I think, like more than anything, it just felt like such a strange, like, why should this even be a thing? Kind of, you know, like
No,
it's like
this is
it's sort of-
good.
it was kind of almost exploiting a quirk in just the way that our input system was, rather than really being
Yes.
like an actual mechanic we decided to exist. I think that was probably where we started to feel like, oh, you know, this is like, because I remember when I was discussing with Mark, and I was kind of like, this really, like, if you tell a new user about this thing and the way that it works and why it is the way that it is, it's kind of like, this just sounds so dumb. And that's kind of why we were kind of sort of keen to change it. But on the other hand, I guess the problem, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately the issue there is that, you know, the solution is a reduction in character power due to the fact that you need to have an extra support socket, and you know, without compensation, that obviously feels really bad. So
Well,
yeah,
I do stand by the, like, being able to have it trigger while stationary is an advantage, and being able to use multiple is an advantage. But of course, then we talk about more into socket
we have
pressure,
so
right? Using
many
multiple,
videos, man.
Unless you were already using multiple, you know, isn't
I've
reasonable
been
for most
opening all
characters.
the
So,
videos.
and we can talk about all kinds of like what the actual solutions would be, but effectively, from my perspective, I come down to, if these things are just becoming passive skills, then why are they not just passive skills? That's what I've kind of come to recently. Like, we should probably take all of these, make them like, how is, say, Time of Need not different from Steel Skin? I understand one of them is regeneration and one of them is mitigation, but in the sense that, like, effectively what we're saying Steel Skin, Molten Shell, etc. is now every 10 seconds do something for Y seconds, which is exactly what a lot of our passives do. And so I was just thinking, like, we could move a lot of these into passives, and then what we could do is actually take what we originally intended for those skills and design awesome skills that are, because they were intended to be reactionary. And it'd be nice to actually design some stuff that is useful for that. Now, obviously, that's a longer discussion, designing the specifics of all the skills. But there are also some objective problems and balance problems that did happen from this outside of socket pressure. And I can at least cover some of them now. So I'll start with, okay, General's Cry. Obviously nerfed by this, right? It isn't nerfed if you were to use it manually. It is nerfed automated. And when you look at it, no one's using it manually. Everyone's using it automated. And when I say everyone, I obviously mean, you know, the majority of people. So we are buffing General's Cry, and we are doing some other things Warcry adjacent, like I think there's some inconsistencies on a bunch of unique items which have like casting a Warcry and using a Warcry, and we're making that more consistent, so that more things work in that regard. But there's heaps of little nitty gritty details there. Patch notes will hopefully clarify all that. Now then there's mines, which is a big one. Now mine playstyle, aside from the annoying having it on left click, going like tink 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 the whole time, and that just being irritating. It is certainly the case that when it is triggering all the time with a support gem, obviously, if you now want to have the playstyle of throwing heaps of mines and then moving to detonate them all at once, which is how mines are meant to be played, you could do that before, and now you can't. So to change that, we've added a mastery for mines, which does the exact same behavior as before, which the mastery says your mines will detonate every X milliseconds while moving, and it will occur the moment you start moving from a stationary position. Now, the other third one I'll get into here is, I guess, Bone Armor from Necromancer. So goodbye Bone Armor, and we have redesigned some of the nodes around there. What have we changed? I'll see if I can remember all the details here. I think it's Mindless Aggression. And note, all these notables are going to probably get renamed due to the theme change, but I'll use the old names just because that's what everyone will know. So Mindless Aggression is now multiplicative 10% more minion damage and multiplicative 20% more minion life, instead of the increased damage and increased speed. This is possibly worse as a 2-pointer at like level 30, but in-game far superior in terms of actual damage output. You could argue it's slightly worse with Spiritual Aid, but I think that loss is ultimately inconsequential with the other changes here.
We have a
then there's the
1-hour
4-pointer,
preach interview.
Bone
Oh, wait, that's
Barrier, which we are going to keep the PDR stat and the what we're doing is we're removing bone armor and we're adding a large amount of minion life is added as extra energy shield, which will increase the minion survivability for the amount lost by bone armor. So that should provide a good mitigation against, like, well, obviously with the mechanic of energy shield recharging, it'll help a lot towards your minions. Like, they take a bit of hit of damage and then they have some time to get it back, and it's not foolproof, but that's fine. What you have lost is obviously the bleed removal from them.
Yo, shorty.
Deal with it is my answer on that one. What we actually did find, by the way, is a lot of necromancers weren't actually using bone armor, and a lot were just using molten shell anyway. So I don't know how much of that is actually lost. And I know this is a bit of a rant, but I'll just keep going because, again, people want to know about these changes. What else did we change there?
One more thing. Did you change the leech thing, or is that...
Yeah, so there is a... Oh, I don't want to misremember exactly. I'll go into the Unholy Might thing first. So Unholy Might, we're actually changing what Unholy Might does, which is better for summoners in some regards, but more so poison summoners, and better for everyone else in many regards.
POE2 beta
so
delayed,
Unholy
shorty.
Might now is 100% of physical converted to chaos, as well as I think it's 25% chance to apply Wither on hit. So hopefully that is enabling a lot more different unique items, and obviously Sin's Rebirth and all of that throughout the game.
Later this year.
But also poison summoners, in theory, don't also now have to use a Wither setup, and so they get some gems there, I suppose. But that's not exactly necessarily going to be a meta build. But we have changed Extractor Mentis because that gave permanent Unholy Might to monsters, and that means that with CI now you will have a physical and chaos immunity against monsters, and that was a little bit busted with Worm Flask shenanigans. So anyway, that's been adjusted, and I can't remember. We were experimenting with some leech. I can't remember if we stuck with it, but I think we had a 1% of damage dealt by minions is leached to you as life, replacing the recovery on Bone Barrier as well, which should account for a lot more incoming life recovery. I will double check that and I will post that afterwards just in case, because we went through like 50 iterations here and we're at somewhere. So that leaves one major problem, which is the socket pressure, especially on summoners. And we are actively discussing solutions to that one. I think where we are currently landing is that we want to have corruption implicits possibly on all the different minion base types. So Bone Ring, the Bone Shields, and the minion weapons, which grant various different skills like Convocation, the Offerings, Desecrate. I know a lot of people end up just auto-casting Desecrate and Offerings with the wand, but for people who don't have that's good. And at the very least, generally Convocation is unlinked. We might even do the Golem skills as corruptions too. I'm a bit iffy on that one, so I know generally I shouldn't say things that we're not definitely doing, but I'm just speaking freely on that one. So hopefully that is at least a temporary solution to alleviate some socket pressure, but we probably do need to do more. But doing more in the next week is, probably kind of hard. So I would look forward to hopefully seeing more of that in the future. But that's where we're at with that pretty much. Big rant.
It's like this automation change kind of revealed just how much of a very potent band-aid the left-click automation was, because it's opened up this whole can of worms of being like, well, it's exposed how these skills designs are all a bit problematic. These ones that encourage you to have them just up all the time, cast off cooldown. These are things that potentially need to be readdressed, right?
For sure. This does happen a lot. Even if you look at the Pantheon change, which was one of the first quality of life things we announced, it's like, well, we're going to change this Pantheon thing. Surely that's good for everyone, not having to redo. And then all of a sudden it's like, but now I don't want to always have chill effect on and all this. And we're just looking at these things going, Pantheons equals positive buffs. But then there are all these niche builds and Johnny builds that end up with taking these upsides and turning them into, they become downsides, and so now we have to adapt another thing. Often what happens is we change a system that we entirely think is positive, and yes, either because we've not given it enough time internally, or because again it's very hard for even 100 people to find things as quickly and as actively as the many hundreds of thousands of people. And so we find that there are things we then need to do afterwards to fix. So obviously, we address the Pantheon thing by allowing you on a character by character basis to then disable and enable a Pantheon upgrades to fix a bunch of niche builds. But yeah, with a game as like expansive as Path of Exile with all the millions of different builds, it is pretty hard to change anything without affecting something. And in this case, it was just we made a change that affected a lot more than we had originally thought about. And yeah, we're doing a lot of solutions here, but there is certainly need for a much grander solution when it comes to that left click thing. But I think where we're at right now is probably pretty good. I am never ever going to be happy with the fact anyone feels like they need to do some sort of numlock shenanigans, or whatever the crazy strategies are. That is not okay, and as such, we need to. If that is still happening, we need to still fix more.
Yeah, yeah. When there's like one of these things where you change something and it's like, this will be good once we get these other things implemented down the line. Do you feel compelled to maybe like hold off on the change until you can get it all done at once?
Well, I think sometimes, but I think in this case, I think the lesser evil has been met, and I think that it is worth sticking to this one, especially with us fixing all those actual objective problems with the balance and actual nerfs that occurred as a result of it. Sure, not every single use case is covered, but I think the other ones are nowhere near as consequential, and I do think it will actually play relatively well. But yeah, in some cases, I'm sitting there like, okay, do we revert that or do we, aim to get all the fixes in? We're generally pretty fast with reacting to things like this. We generally can make changes pretty quickly. But yeah, it is a hard decision to make for sure. Like you definitely lose sleep over that one. But like that's what we do. And often as like it's actually responding to this one has actually been fun in at least a development sense, because it is promoting a bunch of these other changes that have been like honestly needed for a while.
Yeah.
Like especially when it comes to the socket pressure thing, like it is honestly unacceptable that we have not really addressed that in quite some time. So yeah, I mean, ideally, I can't promise by the end of next week we have the right answer, and I can't promise we're necessarily going to do something, but it is certainly something we are actively going to we have been actively discussing and will continue actively discussing the moment this live stream is finished.
Yeah, like I said, it was such an effective band-aid that like ripping it off now has like allowed you to kind of get to the meat of some of these problems, which I'm excited to see what you do with these like skills that are all have this design where they were just chucked on left click, because hopefully we get some much more interesting skills out of it down the line as a result.
Yeah, I agree. Already I have a lot of cool ideas. It's just a matter of now finding the resources to get them all in and whatnot.
Good luck. So since we're on the quality of life topic, something that bugged me quite a bit lately is getting attacked while talking to NPCs, especially in Affliction. I didn't end up getting through all the lore because I'm constantly getting attacked. But in the preview footage, I even noticed, I don't know if you ended up using a different version, but the player had the issue of talking to the nameless seer and getting attacked by a mob. Have you guys considered using pause tech to pause the game during NPC conversations when you're otherwise defenseless, or maybe other solutions like making you untargetable during dialogue?
I would say yes, at least in the especially in the context of POE 2, which does have pausing.
Is there any actual reason we can't add pausing to POE 1?
Oh, he's doing it again.
Probably not.
Like, I mean, I know it's kind of been one of those things that we've sorry. It's one of those things that like we kind of did, and then we're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Reese and find out what limitations there were. We certainly were scared by it when we first added it. It was like, this is going to break so much shit, but then it didn't really in POE 2, so maybe it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't see any obvious reason why it wouldn't be able to be ported over. You never know. There'll be something, but it's probably something we can work around.
Right.
I mean,
the thing that does suck a little bit about pausing during NPC conversations, though, is that there's various triggers that occur, and so it won't. If we just enabled it like that, like it would break stuff like the Fairgraves quest, and like things like that. Like there are some things that would break if we did that immediately, but like it's the kind of thing
we would have to find a way to be able to pause, or like opt into pausing on some and not on others.
There's also the question of other people in the zone. As well.
Jonathan,
like a ton of random things that would
but you need someone that asks these questions.
Has to have opted into
if you don't have someone that asks these questions,
But I mean, technically in multiplayer,
you're
if you
gonna have a bad
proximity
company.
like that, you can just be like, defend me to your friend, I suppose. But they might just run off and start trying to loot some stuff and leave you to die. But yeah, I guess the counter argument is like, what about things
No,
like
it's
having
not
safe
about
zones
vision,
around
it's
NPCs?
about he
And I
just-
would say that I have yet to find many games
just-
that don't
yeah,
end up just
why?
having exploitative cases around that. And that would be a
Yeah,
lot
why is that the
more
case?
actual work,
And he
What about the
just asked the question.
untargetable buff on the player while you're talking to the NPC?
But it's the whole like
Not you
I'm
again?
in a
Yeah,
map
that's
and
true, but
Alpha's
it's
there
good
and
for the
like,
game.
no,
You
I'm gonna
need someone
die
like
or
that.
something, or like
You need
Alpha's
someone like
worried,
that
and I
in
just go,
every
like,
company
click
in
Alpha,
a
and then I'm
very
like,
high
phew, I'm safe
position
now, and then I
In
get
a
to,
world
like,
where people can log
to-
out, how is that like
to
like,
make it a
problematic?
I mean, you're not wrong, but
successful
it
company.
feels like well,
It
at least
doesn't
logging
matter
out
if
has
you
a
have a
cost to the
gardening
portal,
business
right? Like,
or running
I
a
mean,
computer game.
It isn't quite the same.
Why can I not do it?
But in the sense that like it feels exploitative, whereas logging out does not. Like it feels like I'm cheesing some mechanic that's unintended for that. Like I wouldn't want to do a solution that again
I
feels
counter
like some sort of-
argue. I counter argue that comment because I think logging out feels exploitative.
know,
Yeah,
Whereas
that's
if
true.
you're talking to an NPC who protects you with a bubble because they have NPC magic, I'm like, that seems like an in-game thing. Like,
Yeah, sure.
that seems
All right,
reasonable.
I buy that, but also logging out in POE 2, of course, will log you right back
Oh
into
yeah,
where you
like,
were.
don't,
so-
Yeah, I love-
be careful now because
love
you're going
that.
to get us talking into changing how logout works now.
Yeah.
Just log out
I
is
have to say,
not
after the
cool.
hands
I
on
don't know.
POE 2, I love the pausing and the reconnecting you exactly where you were when if the game crashes or something.
Yeah, log out is weird.
Which was turned out to
Scroll
be
of
very
Escape,
beneficial during the test we just
D4,
did, considering
really
the number of
good.
crashes
I
we
gotta
still
be
were in
honest.
the build.
Scroll of Escape is the
But,
best thing.
At least you could log back into exactly where
Yeah.
you were and just continue.
It certainly
your-
helped.
Yeah. So,
Scroll of Escape is so good.
All right, sorry.
Yeah,
Something you
there
might
will be a
investigate.
solution
Don't
to your
use
problem, is
logout.
what I'm
I
saying.
don't, and I
Pausing
still
might be one of
clear
those,
the campaign.
and otherwise, we'll engineer and come up with design some other solution.
It's
Like, there will
fine.
be something, but yes, it
It's
has
not
come
a
up
big
quite
problem
a bit
for me.
recently just because of the scope of POE 2, and
I'll
generally
use
when
it.
we're discussing that stuff,
I just
we do
want to
also think,
scroll,
well,
not a
This
logout,
is a problem in POE 1 as well, like
so that
what are
everyone
we
can
doing?
use
Like,
it.
let's fix it. So it'll happen at some point.
Sweet. Before we go back to the league, we'll talk about the other kind of quality of life related thing, which was the announcement of the Ashling.
We'll never use logout
crafting
macro no matter
change.
what. Well,
So
if you're not
we've
playing
been
hardcore, you don't need to.
itemized Ashling crafts for quite some time, which is pretty awesome that we're getting that now. But it seems strange to me that it was at the cost of the current Veiled Orb Chaos style effect. That especially was a really nice like mid-level entry crafting option for a lot of players. So to have that removed seems like quite the bummer. As you had the the more random but more accessible version versus Ashling's much more deterministic but more expensive, more costly version. So why did you get rid of the regular Veiled effect?
I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say the intention's to just get rid of things, but I also kind of don't see it as a loss to be able to kind of, where possible, not retain every single little crafting thing. I would say that the crafting is, at this point, like quite bloated in a sense of like, it is quite hard for someone who isn't reading into and studying profusely to figure out exactly how to craft the best item, and that's not necessarily a problem.
They don't have a
but
chance
taking
anyway.
the opportunities to remove something that is honestly just bloat at some points is a win.
I will die
especially
with
if we
honor.
can
That's
find a
something
way to
that a
bring it back
loser
into the
would say,
game
though. I'm
a
sorry.
different way that feels a bit more core and fundamental. And maybe you'll find that with, say, the Necropolis crafting system. Like that is, in theory, a start to end game meant to be crafting. You can
There
do
is
crazy
no
stuff at the end. You
honor
can do
in
really simple
losing.
stuff mid game, early game. And then obviously when we then go to say, is this coming core? Like, how do we want to do it? If we want to do it, maybe it's absolutely busted in so many ways that we don't want to. We'll see. But there's always more crafting things we're adding. Like you don't have a shortage of different crafting things in the game. Like it's certainly a little bit out of control in a good way, and
Shorty, you
sometimes
missed
a bad
so
way.
much stuff. It's crazy.
And more are going to come. So I wouldn't worry about losing something like that in the short term, especially when you only need to wait a league or two for things like that to come back. And there are always just so many other ways to craft your items. I don't think losing that is ultimately fundamental. And the win of having, obviously, it be tradable is huge. I am very much trying my best to get around as many of the, services as opposed to trades. We're doing a lot
100%.
as much as possible. Like I eventually want to make sure we add a thing where for even mirroring items, even though that's like the nichest of the niche in the game. You know, we're talking about, you know, the select few. I do want it to be that, you know, there is a way that you can do that without having to trade your items to someone. So there are a few designs there even, and, you know, like hopefully we will eventually get rid of as much of that as possible, especially when it comes to trusting someone with your item. I don't like that at all. So yeah, we'll hopefully work around. But, you know, obviously like services like boss kills and all of that, there's not really a lot you can do about that. That's completely fine. But when it comes to actually like loaning someone your item, I'm certainly not kind of in favor of that thing. And so yeah, hopefully we can see the removal of the rest of those in due time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm super keen on those changes. So if the thinking is to kind of like slim down on some bloat, I certainly don't disagree that like the crafting system might have like a bit much going on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos already for POE 2 that we're going to watch.
Is this particular one little aspect of bloat?
Holy shit!
It was actually kind of like used in almost every mid-level craft, so it feels a little bit jarring to see it removed, I guess.
Fair enough, and I guess the answer there is Necropolis will provide one of the most in-depth crafting systems we ever have, and you could argue about Standard League, but I mean, you know, my answer again there is deal with it, and then later on there will be more crafting systems and more new things and more interesting things, so...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about the Necropolis crafting. I was stoked. The thing I said after last league, I was like, you guys have to do like some sort of crafting league this time. I feel like it's the only answer to like the whiplash of previous league. So let's talk a bit about that actually. So Affliction was a lot of people's potential favorite league, maybe mine. It was certainly extremely rewarding. Why do you think it was so popular, and were you worried about kind of like coming into this league after that? The correction, effectively.
Why do we think it was so popular? I mean, obviously, I mean, at the start, it kind of wasn't in so many ways. It was certainly too difficult. We certainly messed up a bit there. Once things were kind of fixed and once people kind of got their heads around, or, you know, around the difficulty of the character builds to handle the difficulty, yes, it became Magic Find Ruckus League.
Oh my god, Zizarin has two fucking half an hour videos.
Different. It's not something we had done before in so many regards. It was using new art, and obviously it had bosses, it had all the stuff, it had so many different kind of reward arcs.
No, it's actually 2 videos.
Holy put into
shit!
It, like the omens,
We
and
already
all kinds
have
of little things.
so
It just had
much,
heaps of little detail. The ascendancy
so
classes,
many videos.
I mean, people like that, but ultimately, yes, we can just go to the Magic Find. I'll tell you, I've never had that experience before. I've never, you know, been to the point where
look how many I already found.
Like this,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them is just fucking Al-Kaiser,
unique heavy belts, and a couple other
playing
things. And there's
for
still
2
too many
hours
belts
and
to
40
try,
minutes.
like, you're still just like, oh my god, there are
look at this
belts everywhere.
It was a bit too far.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, even just from a server perspective, the level of the number of players we could get on a server per server this league was much lower than it has been before, and even that was started to become a bit of a problem. Like
So the primary issue there is actually what happens is when monsters stay alive longer, because Affliction was making things last live longer, they are getting hit more, and when a monster is alive, they cost more than when they're dead. And so the moment, and then obviously when you've got a Stygian Spires spewing out 700 monsters a second, combined with like, you know, the 50% increased attack speed, soul eaters and all of that, you know, you are, nothing can survive that level of absolute mayhem, as in hardware wise. So, but yes, there is going to be a bit of a detox, to some degree. But on the other hand, we have changed a lot in the end game to the point where hopefully the meta is so different that it kind of just feels a little bit different as opposed to necessarily like less or worse.
It's going to be such a different game.
There is one other change
man.
I'll talk about, and
it's such a different game.
So one problem that we kind of have is that the amount of
such a
like,
different game this season. It's insane.
Mage Bloods, Headhunters, etc. via divination cards. like there is a somewhat reliable way to get that. You get your doctors, you get your apothecaries and whatnot. And you saw the new divination card scarabs. Obviously, we're like embracing that. We're not changing anything around that. But one thing that I do consider problematic, and we have made changes around, is stacked decks. So stacked decks, a lot of those uniques are coming from stacked decks. And so we have actually made some changes where the league rewards of various leagues, especially the ones that were quite high, so stuff like Tujin and a few other leagues, we have cut back on the amount of stacked decks they're giving. And that, okay, you're like, oh wow, nerf my fun stacked decks. To compensate for that, and what it has allowed us to do is we have actually multiplied the drop rates of your Mage Bloods, your Headhunters, etc. by 2.5 times from world drops.
What?
And the intention there is that you are seeing more from actual drops instead of just from stacked deck spam. Now we've kept stacked deck. It was certainly on the chopping block. It was.
I know you were gunning for stacked deck, like you were all keen to get that thing out. But I think a lot of the reason was just the idea that one thing that kind of sucks a bit is that you're getting rewards for boss kills that people haven't been able to do yet.
Actually, not anymore. We have changed, which is true that which I don't know if people saw, but stacked decks cannot yield divination cards that would give items from exclusive bosses anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that sucked. Was that, you know, like you want the exclusive items to some extent to feel like, okay, you proved that you killed this guy by having that item. So, you know,
there are some corner cases like, you know, the Gambler and the Void that we're doing some specific handling around, but in general, you should be seeing a lot less like random Star Forges appearing before anyone's even killed Uber Shaper kind of thing.
Right.
And also, obviously, you've still got the Voidborn keys that will yield it. You've got Valdo's maps, which will yield whatever people have chosen to give there, which is probably just a bunch of Mage Blood still. But
Chilling with the
yes,
boys.
ultimately, yeah, we want to see a lot more of those drops come from actually killing monsters and from farming divination cards the way we intended, which is by actually farming the counter, as opposed to just mass stack deck farming on a mass level from specific leagues. I hope that is received positively, of course, because I genuinely believe it is better. But let us know. We have a little bit of time to make some changes there if needed.
Right on. I'll let people share their opinions on that one. I mean, to me, it's I like the idea of boss drops coming from the bosses and not just from random stack decks. But anyway, it might be controversial. We'll see. Chat says W, so a lot of wins in chat. So it seems like mostly positively received. You can.
Yeah, we need the
feel
green
a sigh
screen, man.
of relief, perhaps. So I think everyone agrees that Affliction was like probably a bit crazy on the economic side of things and what was dropping and everything like that. And I must say, like, I played the most I've ever played this league. And I was getting to the point, like, in that 2 months phase where I was like doing things and creating builds and doing content that I just hadn't done before. And I think a lot of players had that same experience. And looking at the overall economy, I expected with how crazy the league was for things to be ruined, but because that term gets thrown around a lot when an economy is different. But the like end result felt really positive for most people. Where like, sure, some things, like if you were trying to compete with the Giga Juicers for the items that they were trying to buy, like their bows or whatever, then yeah, you were having a hard time. But for the most part, a lot of stuff was really accessible, and it felt like a really fun league in that regard. And that was actually the biggest, I think, contributor to why it was such a fun league for myself and I think many others. Do you have any thoughts on that and like that economic shift and other ways that could be captured?
I mean, I love it. I love how the economy goes wild based on the content we add. It's always interesting to watch and whatnot. I wouldn't say I have any strong feelings one way or another, but I wouldn't say it's like I just want to note, it's not like our intention to, you know, get away from that specifically or do anything one way or another. Like, we liked these things happening organically. We like the community figuring out how to get around that and utilize it. And yeah, I agree. It ended up being completely fine and honestly completely fun. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe there are a lot of people who are like, no, it was too hard and I felt like everyone else got ahead of me. We don't know too much about that, but I mean, the league's ending now anyway, so what happened. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At least I played a lot. My friends played a lot. Like, we certainly got into it. A bunch of people here were playing a lot, and I've
Wait,
heard
I'm gonna-
mostly only positivity coming from.
Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. I can't. When I
outside of
when
the
I have
very
my
early in
hands
the
like
league
this,
where
I
we had
can't
some
take a
misbalance, like
screenshot.
the positivity
Wait,
for
take
affliction
one
was
right
very
now.
high. It's actually making me think like a little bit more about.
Is this
how
good, or
we
do I
can
have to watch more to
find
the
some way to make
to the
some
left?
of it core, but I don't quite know how to do that just yet. I mean, I don't know if you saw one. I don't know if it was in there, but one of the keystones has the whole like when there's less than 50 monsters remaining, your map boss is empowered by wisps.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in the live stream. I can't remember. Too many
yeah.
too many things going on. But that's like kind of
Send
one
it
way
into
at least for
the
now. But there's a
POE
lot of
chat
good
on
monsters
Discord.
there. There's a lot of good like I mean the bosses, and the ascendancies and stuff are interesting. It's just it actually is one of the more complicated ones, especially when you consider the ascendancies and stuff to try and even think how to put that into core. Like that's a lot of character power. And you like I don't know if we will do that, but ideally even just the magic finding kind of part of it with some regulation to some degree would be fun to add. But I mean, who's to say the current league isn't going to end up having? Sure, it won't be a magic finding one so much, but with all the crafting and whatnot, it's probably heavily going to change the economy dynamically, and that will evolve over time as well. So.
I think it's really relieving to hear as a player that you guys are like, you liked what you saw with the outcome of that. Like, I think the technical side of how
That
Affliction
guy's
achieved
playing
that with,
Diablo.
Like, things
Imagine
being
that guy would be
laggy and
playing
all that sort of
Diablo right
problem,
now on the live stream.
is not ideal, but the end result was something we really enjoyed. But there's this perception that you guys at GGG are sometimes a little bit grinchy about this stuff where you're like, we don't want you to have items and currency. So it's good to hear that.
I mean,
it's more positive
I am playing the game every league till high end game and mostly to level 100, and I am farming all these things. Like I'm not sitting there going like, damn, I don't want all this currency. Like
what I don't like is when you like press Alt in the game and you get disconnected from
Yes.
the server or like
Yes.
random stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like I don't want it to technically break. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say one big shift, like just talking about playing the game here, and like I do want to understand like a lot of what all these QOL changes are, a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what more will be done. And I think a lot of what is coming in Necropolis League with respect to especially all the in-game changes is a resultant of our team playing the game and
I can
listening
tell.
a lot more.
You guys have been playing the game because you
like-
did these changes.
Yeah, we started. So I mean, the whole sextant thing is just like get me away from this. And I'm in game going like, okay, I've just allocated this tree. I'm like, damn, I don't want to play this anymore. And then I'm like, I don't want to have to respec all this, and then it might be wrong again. I want to experiment and try some stuff, and like that's where you then get the loadouts. And obviously I can respec, but I don't want to have to just go trading, which we know is a flawed system currently, and we've spoken about trading a lot and how we are going to improve it POE 2
I love
and
this
then
fucking
looking at
company,
POE 1
man.
around that in the future.
I want to
But
suck.
like I'm sitting here trying to buy on
like
Nathan Orbs,
literally
having the most frustrating
their
time
toast.
ever, just because no one's replying to me and all of that.
So
you know,
much.
like, I know the
One
pain.
of us.
And then I'm like, okay, we need some sort of like Atlas tree loadouts or something like that. Like we need to find a way to have this so that I can play the end game the ways I want without feeling
Atlas
so
passive
punished.
presets, yes.
And this comes
Yes.
into another thing, which is like, okay, like Wandering Path. You know, I want to play the end game my way, but if Wandering Path is quantitatively too strong, then I'm not playing it my way. I'm playing it the way that the meta tells me I have to, because it is too powerful. And so, you know, there's things like that where that comes where why we've removed a number of the keystones and whatnot, is because if you feel like you
this
have
league
to
is
do
gonna be
something.
fucking
so you could
insane,
argue,
shorty.
okay, we'll nerf the value. Well, now I don't
And
want
I
to do it at all. So
I
what's the point
also
in it existing?
already bought
If
the
keystone
supporter
is
pack.
into that binary
Wait,
state
I'm going to
of
show
feeling
you
like
what I
have to
bought
do
for
it versus
$90.
not
Look
have
at this.
to do it. Get rid of it. That's generally how I feel about it, and add something cooler and better. And the new keystones might end up in the same ballpark. And you know what? Might
That's a
remove them
hideout.
later and add new ones as well. That's just how it will
A
be. But,
flying
yeah. Anyway,
turtle.
I don't want it to be that the loadouts
wait,
are
you
like
don't see it.
everyone has tree A, everyone has tree B, everyone has tree C, because the keystones mean that you have to do that. If people want to do that, because that's
It's a
like
flying
metas
space
are metas,
turtle
you can't
hideout.
get around that. But if it's that feeling of I have to do X, that I want to try and get away from, and especially for multiple leagues in a row. Like if it's okay for one league,
Instantly
you have
bought
fun,
that
and
shit.
then if you feel like you have to do something that isn't enjoyable, go away. I don't want it. Like it shouldn't exist.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. But I have a follow-up question that's completely unrelated. What about the rucksack?
Oh,
Look, you're lucky you got it for those 3 months or 4 months.
Oh no.
I just know ultimately. You might see it back one day, but
Yeah, new
I'm
gems.
honestly
Yes.
surprised that Chris was even okay to even let you do that.
I don't think he was okay with it.
Really?
I think I snuck
What,
that.
you snuck that one in without
Well, you weren't okay with it either. Like
I wasn't okay.
we had a massive argument about it.
Oh no.
I assumed that Chris approved it.
He might have. I don't remember, but anyway, the luxury of the leagues is we do get to try these things for 3 or 4 months, and the importance is when we do something that we are reluctant about or we are in disagreement about, is that we do reevaluate it at the end of that and decide are we keeping it or not, and it is a firm no on this one. And like the good thing is we do, because we have these seasonal cycles, the leagues. We do get to try these things, and we do get to do something that we're maybe not quite comfortable with, just to really test it. And in this case, it's not. It's not staying in.
I mean, I have to respect a firm no, but what? Why? What? Why? How come?
Well, okay, why? Not to put him. I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
sorry.
but
I
was on one half of the argument.
Hang on. So you're first of all.
Oh, no, I don't want to keep it.
First of all, Mark ultimately gets to decide this, but at the same time, my feeling on this stuff is that I don't like it when you have a build choice that results in more inventory space, because
Keeping
that kind
all
of thing,
current ones,
like,
yes.
leads to sort of weird incentives that I don't really.
We
love.
don't have
like,
patch
it's
notes
like,
yet, though.
If you have to, it's like if I have to change my build to get more inventory space, that just doesn't feel right to me. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why that is, but like there's various things from games like that where
I do actually agree with that one. Having it be on a class is certainly not the right.
That was
answer.
weird.
I also just personally don't think. I think inventory space limitation is a good thing.
Right.
I think that pressure is good, and I don't have a personal problem with playing with it. Obviously, it's nice to always just have more and more and more and more. But I do think that pressure is interesting, and I do think it is important to have pressure on how much you can pick up and leave a map with. Especially after Affliction, I was leaving every map with a full inventory, going like, holy, there's more things I want to take and I can't, and literally there's stacks and stacks of currency on the ground I can't pick up. But I think that is healthy and good, and it makes you make the good decisions.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think this was actually about the space. The reason why everyone loved the rucksack was that it was a separate space that allowed it to be much easier to manage things like your map rolling currency and your scrolls and just that random shit that fills up and clutters your inventory that you constantly have to deal with when you're shifting stuff over to back and forth your stash. There's a real problem there, a quality of life problem that the rucksack inadvertently addressed, and that's why people loved it, I think.
Fair enough. There are some. Well, at least, okay, so if that is say the problem of rolling maps, for example, like there are better solutions to that, I would say, which is like, again, I hate talking about this because now everyone's going to want it, and it like makes it sound like it's certainly going to happen, and it isn't necessarily. But like, surely a like
thank you so much for the gifts up,
inventory
man.
attached to your map device that you can open that like contains your fragments and whatnot.
I guess you can't put you can't put stuff in it and meet like from the map when you pick it up, I guess. Like, I guess
from the map, sure, but if they're just talking about like the whole bringing a bunch in to roll all your maps and like I don't know, there's more to discuss. But I saw this one on the old quality of life bingo sheet that was there, and I have been thinking about trying to find ways to solve that one, and so I'm hoping that we can find some way to either mitigate or solve that one in the future. Again, no promises, but we might come up with something.
Yeah, I can see there being another solution, and I'd be fine with that because like to me, it's not the fact about getting the more inventory space; it's about solving that quality of life issue. So if there's another solution, I'm here for it.
There probably is.
While I love watching this, I want to see fucking
it's all a resources game at the end of the day. So
POE 2 shit.
Look, I am keeping an eye on those bingo sheets. I am I'm tactically picking the ones so that we can't the bingo can't be completed.
Keep making them bingo sheets.
Not actually, but one thing that is important with a lot of these quality of life, we are actually, especially with POE 2's development, we are looking at a lot of these things which have been hard nose and really reevaluating. And it's like,
I think PoE 2 really has.
Thank you so much, Shorty,
But just
man.
because, like, as well, I think as well, just like watching like new player experience videos and things like that, and just like looking at all the stuff that people are doing, and like it's kind of it's really another shot at like looking at all that really core stuff again and thinking about it. And like we just don't often think about some of that stuff very often because it's been there for so long. And then, so yeah, just having a chance to like really reevaluate everything really then starts to make you think, well, why is PoE 1 even like this? You know, like, and it makes like, ends up making those changes.
Like we on Path of Exile 2, obviously you have I maybe shouldn't spoil this, but I'm going to. We have on Path of Exile 2, we obviously have no more portal scrolls, and I'm not saying that we're doing that in PoE 1 just yet. However, well, I say just yet, maybe ever. But however, in PoE 1, what we are adding is, and it's come from the bingo sheet, is a bind key to just instantly open a portal that you can bind, and you don't now have to open your inventory to do it. I think having to open your inventory during a boss fight or something is not.
That's so
With
good.
pausing, that's kind of more acceptable because you can now pause, use the portal, and you don't risk danger. But messing around with that in the midst of combat is not something that you should really have to be doing.
That's
and the
so
changes
good.
to PoE 2 portals is what really made us reevaluate that. So yes, in 324, I'll do the classic video probably after this or next week or some with us actually showing how it works. There will be a bind for instantly opening a portal, assuming you have a portal scroll in your inventory.
Oh my god, man. This is
love to hear
so
it.
good.
All
This
right.
is scroll of
That's
escape.
fantastic.
Almost scroll of
There's
escape.
been, another
This is
thing that's been
exactly
mentioned
what
a
I've
lot in
been
chat, which is,
saying, right?
Do you have any
Almost
brief
scroll of
comments
escape.
on the state of some of the lesser used ascendancies like Gladiator, for example?
Oh.
Any potential reworks or improvements coming to them?
I certainly want to. I always love doing that. And last time, obviously, with Chieftain, we missed the mark. But now during Affliction with the League meta, obviously Chieftain grew into fit a little bit with the Fulcrum and whatnot. So, you know, it's kind of interesting that in last live stream we discussed that one not really hitting where we want, and now it's got a lot more uses, and maybe this coming League it'll have a lot less uses. We'll see. It's quite fun how the League changes what people play. However, yes, ascendancy class balances are nice. Effectively, we just have to, again, look at what resources we have and decide how much we can do and where we want to target it. Generally, we have a big discussion towards the end of each league development and think, what are we going to do next? Look at the problems, look at what we want to do. And we have a list that's bigger than we can do. And often those things are on that list, and we have to weigh, like, are we going to do option A or option B? And sometimes balancing an ascendancy class is overall
I'll see you tomorrow
less
for more PoE
gain
stuff,
for the players
man.
than something else we want to do. Like, if you would rather multiple Atlas trees and or a Gladiator rebalance, I would hope to think the majority of people are going to be picking the Atlas tree feature. Maybe not everyone, but again, it's better for the mass, and thus, like, that is what we do. So yeah, it is a resourcing issue at the end of the day. Like, you can only do so much with what you have, but we do a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. But yes, we would get there eventually. It will come up in one of the things, and it is something that we will commit to.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to wrap up Path of Exile 1 Q&A now. Thanks for the very long discussion session. I feel like we could chat about a lot of this stuff all day. Another thing I could talk about all day is Path of Exile 2. We're going to now be talking about Path of Exile 2, both the new reveals from today and some broader questions also. So let's dive into it. The star of the show today was the Ranger.
Can I do this?
I had the pleasure of playing at the for a few hours myself, and it really showcases how much the impact of the WASD changes, that movement system, has had on the overall design of the game and skills. And I imagine now you've just like gone back and had to look at a bunch of different skills and think, how do we change this now to move?
And honestly, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that the WASD change is partly responsible for the delay of PoE 2 in some ways.
I thought so.
Because after we changed that, it's like, oh geez, you know, like, and it's like I almost knew this would even. It's like as soon as I was like playing it, I'm like, oh man, like there's gonna be so many things people are gonna want from this. And it's like, yeah, like you do something like that, and then now every class has to change a lot. And we haven't, I think, even yet still fully explored all the implications of that around for some of the different classes. So like, it's just changed a huge amount. And the thing is, as we look at each class again, it's like, well, like, so we at the demo we did in LA, we showed, which we didn't show here on stream, by the way, but there'll be footage of it coming out from the various streamers who were there. We also showed the fact that when we went back to the warrior again, which is a class we already showed, and then we were looking like we're playing around with WSD for melee, we kind of like immediately kind of had this like feeling of like, oh, now that we've got like facing direction being a thing, we'll be able to have active block now, because you can choose your facing direction.
Oh my
You can have a
God.
button to raise your shield up, and that will mean that that feels good with WSD too. So like that's another example of just like you add this, you go to another existing class, you're like, oh man, now we could have this, and then you go to another class and oh man, we could have this, and like it's just kind of turned into this giant mountain of repercussions for everything. So yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
It seems like it's a really good option now for you to distinguish the classes and the skills further now too, because you can have like the slippery, elusive ranger where nearly all of its skills can be shot while moving, or you have the warrior where nearly everything is a bit more stationary, a bit more explosive in that regard. Have you found that?
I don't know that don't know that I'd say that the warrior is particularly stationary, because every skill has movement in it. But what it does have is the fact that, and all the other thing as well is you don't lose control of your character either, even while you're moving. It's just that you're more, but it certainly is dangerous when you've got a slower skill, even when it's moving a bit. Like, so that double, sorry, it's called rolling slam now. The rolling slam skill, like you have to choose when to use that, and that is definitely a feature of the warrior that for the ranger you don't feel the same way, right? Like on the ranger you can definitely just kind of like you feel very free to move around all the time, so like that is a hugely different feel. But at the same time, we always want to make sure that there's that feeling of like I've still got control of my character. I can still do what I need to do. So even when you've got like this sort of slower attacks on another class, there's still there's still like a feeling of control, or at least ideally there should be. Yeah, like that's I guess that's sort of ultimately really important to me. You just never feel like you're losing control of your character.
How does the fact that like you'll have these differences in movement between different skills and potentially builds affect things like boss and monster design, and how do you like balance against classes that do have to stop a bit more?
This is the other big thing, is that like I tell Mark, hey, we're adding this now, and he's like, oh my god, we have to go through all the monsters again.
It was like it was dodge roll, and then it's like, oh no, like we have to go through and make sure like every monster, every skill, everything we have to go, can you be dodge rolled or can you not be dodge rolled?
Right.
And we have to make that decision. And then it's like, finally we got through all of them. Oh, and here's active block. I'm like, oh no.
Well, so yeah, because we've added now an indicator on attacks that implies they're unblockable. That means they're unblockable. But also all the bosses have to make sure that there's the right ratio of blockable to unblockable attacks.
Active block.
There's a few things you cannot get wrong. You cannot
I don't know
have
if that is good
the
or
AoE
not.
look like one thing and it is actually another thing. Very bad. If you have a telegraph or anything and it looks like it's going to do a 20 radius and it does 30 radius in damage, people will immediately, even on one boss, people will be like, this game has bad hitboxes and blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing is if you all of a sudden are using active block and a skill that you think should be blockable isn't blockable, and we don't like telegraph that properly, again, you'll have the same problem where you now don't trust that feature throughout the whole game. So it's like, not only do you have to get it right, you have to be ultra meticulous with it and just be like, should this be blockable? Should this not be blockable? You have to ask several people
block
like,
is
what
you
they feel.
press a
Sometimes
button
it's
and
in
you
a gray
block.
area, and generally, if it's in a gray area, you have to say yes, it is blockable.
But you
because
need to
50%
face
of
into the
people will think it is
direction.
So. And so,
But that was not part of the POE 2 announcement at all. They just dropped it right now.
With, like moving while shooting on the ranger, because then once again you need to make sure the monster composition of each area has monsters that can catch up to you and hurt you even while you're moving, which is actually a little bit more complicated than initially seems, because just even the smallest amount of movement, like depending on what the monster attack times are, will cause you to not get hit. So then there's like a whole bunch of tweaking you have to do there as well.
There's a lot more monsters that have a kind of step or lunge attack as well to counteract this now.
Right.
So when they run up to you for the first time, in order to maintain momentum, the same thing the player does, they leap forward and attack, and that has the capacity to hit a moving target. But even projectiles on bosses, it's like, if you are moving just a tiny bit like a projectile's going to miss. And
Yep.
so now you have to think, okay, should it have predictive firing?
And
Do,
we've
or do we
added-
just
we've
have to increase the speed enough? Like
we've
what-
added tracking to way more boss
Yeah,
abilities.
it's
That like so the tracking has to be way tighter. So like with even with the first
I don't know, man.
boss,
If they're not
we had
maybe
to,
doing a little bit
upgrade
too
the
much
tracking to like to target you
with
so that you have to
active
dodge
block,
roll.
you know, it's almost an
way towards the end of the
MMORPG
attack,
now, you know.
Because then the moment you've got moving while shooting on one class, it's like, well, that means
Almost.
that that class was just trivially moving away from that ability. So suddenly the boss
I don't know.
tracking has to get an upgrade, and like everyone kind of has this thing, but the repercussions have just been immense. But I think it is worth it.
Oh, it feels so much
It's
cooler
so
and
much
so
cooler,
much
yeah.
better when we get that right. Like 100%. Yeah.
That was going to be my response. Like with the hands-on, like the boss fights, they feel incredible. And I noticed what you said, where you have to you really have to get good at skilling the dodge because it needs to be right before it goes off, not like the early dodge, which is something I'm much more used to doing. And in Path of Exile 1, you know, you only get hit when you stop moving, so I can see how that was like an issue
Well,
here.
We are certainly getting away from the just run in circles for 99% safety. And I think that is an absolutely amazing thing. You still kind of run in circles just
skill
because
gap.
you do dodge generally in one direction over another. But like, it's not just the like, I am 100% safe while doing orbits around monsters or a boss. There's a lot less of that, which again makes everything just feel way more engaging. And you can't just, I mean, if you want to pause, you don't need to run in circles now. You can just pause and you know, take a breather.
I know this is like blown out the beta dates for you, and it's been a lot of work, but the net result here should be far, far better.
Well, I
gameplay.
certainly think so. Like, it's just like I felt really bad about missing that deadline, but like it's like at the end of the day, like if we have found a game that is better than the one we were making before, then we have to make that game instead of what we were making before, like regardless of if it pushes the date out. So
Yes.
yeah, like that's
I agree.
I think, and like to be
Everyone
fair, it wasn't
can
just
wait.
that. Like there has certainly when we came to do polish, and it's interesting actually going back in. So it's been so long since we really polished the start of a game before. Like, and it's weird bringing back all the memories of what we actually did back in the early days of POE 1
Look at
that I'd
the
actually totally
smiles.
forgotten about. Like all the little details.
That looks super cool.
About actually
Like,
doing
they-
that
they
again.
seem
It's
to be
like,
happy
it's actually
about
kind of
this.
really interesting going back again and doing it. But I had forgotten what it takes to get the start of a game to feel good, and like it took longer to get Act 1 to a right state than we expected. The annoying part about it, especially, is that we kind of only really realized this as we had kind of, as you know, like I would say probably like a month and a half ago that this wasn't going to happen in time. And we had already like booked in everything for the event that you went to, and then now we were like in this like ultra crunch scramble of like we have to get this to be good enough for all of these influencers who are going to be playing like the game and recording it and so on, and ready for that. And I think that even what we delivered there, like even though I think like it was great if you like played in a similar way to what we have been, or things like that, like there were actually some balance holes you could fall into that meant you had a really bad time. And I do worry that some people kind of fell into those holes and like just didn't end up having a good time with it because like of that. And so that's kind of like probably one of the more eye-opening things to me is like there was way more variance in the experience than I was hoping for. Like some, as I said, just some people just like ended up with the like not finding good items, like not find like, or just like the skills they happened to pick, the combinations that were like ones that just didn't like work as well as others and things like that. And so, that's a bit unfortunate. But if you did have the good experience, I think that like there were certainly people there who got the experience we wanted to show them. And it's really good to see that anyway. So hopefully you're one of the people who sort of, found that you had some good stuff going on. But I'm obviously very interested to hear more about your feedback in particular.
Yeah, that's the interesting question I kind of have from this, is that like there's no doubt this is a very difficult game. Path of Exile 2 is very challenging, but myself and a lot of the other creators I talked to,
it's gonna be so
really,
cool.
like enjoyed the way that the difficulty was done.
Yes,
and
give me
especially the boss
difficult,
fights
please.
I felt were incredible. I really, really enjoyed them, but it was very easy to see people who didn't have such a good time. And like, where do you want to try and get this game? Like, and how do you balance these two things?
It is very hard, and I think that it's especially hard due to the fact that because the bosses have learnable mechanics, like it's hard for me to go and have an objective like play session on another
'Cause you know it.
class because
Oh
I
my
already know
god,
the boss. And so,
Scissorin
that
has
means
like
that to
an
actually
hour of
find out,
POE
I have to
footage
watch people play
already
who haven't played
uploaded.
before,
Holy fuck,
like play again,
man.
and that makes it really, really hard.
Can they please
So
stop
like
talking about
even
this
like
so I can
will,
start watching the videos?
if
Holy
the
fuck.
mechanics of the boss gets changed, I will then I will be dying, and like I think that's great. But once I'm no longer dying anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't still things that other people are gonna have trouble like learning or doing. But I think the worst one is that and that I think people ran into here as well, is that there's something about the item system in PoE 2 now that's leading to too much variance. And we're actually, I was discussing with Mark before this
Patch notes
what's
also,
going on
yeah.
there, because it's not obvious to me yet even why that is. Like the things like the amount of IPD you can get in a weapon and so like that, these are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1. We haven't really changed the mod pool very significantly. So like there's not a lot of changes there, and yet the experience that people are getting with regard to whether their items are good or not seems like the variance seems to be higher. So I need to like find out what's going on with that and like see if I can address it. But I think that what it might end up being is that we have to try it. Like it can be subtle
looking
stuff like
for
through
more
quest
stuff.
rewards or like what's going on with the shop and things like that. We can give people tools to be able to fix their own itemization problems so they don't fall into the whole like, I just didn't find a weapon, like that kind of problem. Like it really sucks.
There's I think it's the issue of small sample size, right? Not in terms of the number of players, but in terms of the number of items you're getting. Like there's a scarcity to the items in PoE 2, which overall felt really good, but it does mean
Somehow
that
on the
when there's a
export,
generally a lower number of items
it cuts
dropping.
in the last minute completely. I don't know what happened there. That was weird.
There's definitely that element, but the hope was
there was also an error, so it was because of
so
that.
You can use gold to.
But I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna re-upload that
choose
shit.
your own dropper. I don't know how much you engaged with the shop in particular.
I did,
but,
yeah.
So like knowing to go to the like, cause that's the thing. Like in PoE 2, the shops matter a lot more because they actually have good items in them. Like there's like it's like majority blues and above in the shop.
You did notice.
So yeah, like that sort of helps. But yeah, it's like that sort of stuff. Like but then okay, so there's one other thing though that I would say is that and this is another one which I'm not sure about, but it's sort of interesting to me, is that when we've been doing our first time user experience testing, the feedback has not actually been that the difficulty is too high. And I think that might be partly to do with like an expectation calibration, where it's like, because these people in those tests have not played PoE before, they're not expecting anything one way or the other about how difficult of an experience it is. So they, I guess, might be kind of like more fine with the difficulty actually, which seems kind of counterintuitive.
This is just what it is. This is the game,
yeah. Like a new player is actually like, oh, the difficulty's fine. Like this is just a difficult game. You know what I mean? Whereas like a PoE 1 player might be like, this is so much harder than PoE 1. Which is like kind of a weird situation that I did not expect before doing this event that we that we just did. So yeah, that's kind of an interesting one as well. But yeah, there's quite a lot of things there that are going on. But yeah, we really have to get that nailed, and it's going to require I think a lot of good alpha testing and things like that as well.
Give me alpha access, please.
Everything there is good.
It might be a thing where it's just something you have to approach with a safety net mindset, where you have like things like you mentioned, having some gold so that the safety net can be items from the shop. And another idea that myself and a bunch of the other creators kind of discussed at the event was the idea of like having a slow passive flask charge generation, so that as a safety net, players who are struggling in a boss fight can play defensively and slowly get flasks back that they can use to keep it stay alive.
I certainly agree that what I don't want to do is a change that will push the top end up as either, because the top end I think is fine. Like you can definitely feel powerful if you get good stuff. Like there's video footage that that I've seen of people killing some of the bosses, like still actually just like 10-second boss kills because they upgraded like to their
see, this is what I meant,
or mace or whatever, to like something like with an alk that was very juicy, and like things like that going on. So the top end is still absolutely possible to like really annihilate shit, but it's that bottom end, like falling into holes that that I'm concerned about right now.
It's a fascinating like design problem to approach.
Right.
This with Path of Exile 2, and I'm super interested in seeing how you guys have been evolving it and will continue to evolve it. Something I also noticed about like difficulty was, and it certainly came up at ExileCon, was the issue of stuns, getting stunned by monsters, just how brutal they can be. I felt like it was definitely better here. I don't know if it was just me getting better or
I
if you
mean,
guys tuned it a bit.
changes were made, so it should have been better.
Okay. But it still was something that the thing that stood out to me the most was like getting stunned while mid-air using escape shot on the ranger. And
that should not be the case. There should be iframes in that skill, certainly.
Okay, so
yeah,
maybe
I think
that's
that might
missing or
just,
not quite right.
We did have a discussion recently where a number of those like jumping skills should effectively be kind of considered to dodge rolling.
Yeah, it needs. We need to add it.
It can just get a bit abusive because you can just be like jump, 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 and it. So we need to figure something out with that just to make sure it's not like
Well, that was my question actually. Was like, these skills, have you considered the idea of them having like when you are winding up you can be stunned, and when you're like winding down you can be stunned, but
it
while you're
would
in
have
the
to be.
air,
It would have to be. There's a
immune.
short window in there,
Yeah.
so that you don't feel like, well, you're literally like 5 meters in the air.
That'd be good.
You're,
Yeah.
you're getting hit.
It looked a bit weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes it did look quite cool and brutal when like a werewolf would do this like lunging attack and swat me out of the air. And I was like, oh, that's actually
you probably want to make
sick.
it so that like when you're 1 meter in the air, you can still get hit, but as you're above that, then that's when the time when it doesn't.
Oh,
It also looks a bit silly. It also looks a bit silly when you get frozen when you're 5 meters in the air as well. So that one.
We need fall damage.
Oh yeah, fall damage. Sure, why not? Yeah.
We're gonna have to push the beta back now because you're gonna design like a full Z level system and fall damage and.
Well, I mean,
extra damage from
I don't know.
height.
Have we even shown any areas with subscenes yet? I guess we might not have.
What is that?
I'm not too sure.
There are multi-story dungeons and that where you can see from one floor to the other in POE 2.
What?
I don't know if we even showed that anywhere, but anyway, whatever.
So it's certainly a shame about the delayed beta, though. It's pretty understandable given it's not like you hear about the idea of like feature creep in a lot of game design, but here it's kind of the opposite, where it's like core game design creep.
Right.
It's like you guys have discovered things that you want to do way more impressively with the core game, right? But for looking forward to the beta, what will the beta end up looking like? Actually, I've been curious about this. Will it be like a full campaign, a partial campaign? Will there be end game?
Yep.
Any
All
thoughts on
that.
that?
Mark looked like you shouldn't have heard that. Yeah.
Okay, look, the intention here is that there's no point getting feedback on something. Well, I suppose it's entirely true given what we just did. But if the game isn't if I don't think it's good, there's no really a lot of point getting feedback from other players. And so what I'm saying with that is that what I'm really going for here is when we release the game, I want it to feel like I think it's a complete game from end to end and that it's a great experience. And then at that point, we get players to try it and see. I think that betaing just like one act or something, the only value that you could have in that is something like a load test or something like that. But I don't think you can actually get proper feedback for the whole game. So to me, you have to have the whole game. Maybe we don't have to have every single class, but I definitely think you have to have at least the campaign and the end game there. Now in the beta, what we won't have is so we'll have an end game in the beta, but it won't include all the end game content that the final game will have. But it will have an end game because you need that in order to be able to test the economy properly and so on, right? We need to know what happens when people get to max level and all of that other stuff. That has to be there. So I want that game to certainly the beta should feel like here is a full game. I could have just I could have just bought this as a new release and that and it would feel that good. But of course the main thing is that we need to be able to the reason why we'll call it a beta is because we need to be able to still make balance changes and be free with that, right? Because if we couldn't do that, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. So we absolutely need to have the freedom to still make balance changes after that point, but it should still feel like the complete game. This is the game, right? Sure, maybe it's missing a couple of classes, but that is the game with everything there you'd expect from a full game to have.
That's good to hear, because I think the difficulty with giving feedback after ExileCon was that they were pre-built characters, and that kind of misses the point of the game because character building is such a big part of the game, right? With this event,
this is the reason why we want to do the LA event.
Is doing changing Jonathan to Chris Jose talks less.
Once again, we got some really interesting information from that, looking at that, because there were more holes than I expected. So there's clearly more work to do there.
we got to build
yeah.
characters, and you got to see stuff that you didn't expect, like
Yeah, for
shield
sure,
being
for
used in
sure,
ways
for
you didn't expect and stuff.
For sure.
That was pretty cool. You're like, oh, I didn't think anyone would use that skill that way.
Well,
I
the
was like,
one that was the most annoying, that was a total mistake, was the crossbow. Like there was some balance on the crossbows that was like left in there from when we did the Act 5 demo, where like it was just like, and then that all just kind of like fell back all the way to Act 1, and then people forgot to like actually balance that properly again. And the reason why is because like we didn't even the crossbows have their own skills built in, and the balance of those
I'll
was
be
not
right
really
back.
correctly working with all of the regular scaling that we do for other weapon types.
I thought
And
so,
so
yeah.
yeah, so someone found one of those and then just proceeded to shotgun all the bosses down in like 5 hits.
Default attacking the bosses with crossbows.
Yeah, and when I saw that, I was like, oh
Cheater.
my god, this was not how this was supposed to go. Yeah, so there's a few mistakes like that in there as well.
Yeah, these things happen. These things happen. So I think people are immensely curious about seeing endgame. We haven't seen any real endgame for this yet. What is it going to look like? What a character build's going to look like? How fast is the gameplay going to be? Is this something you can speak on or show soon?
I mean, we will definitely have to be showing it soon, but I think that a lot of it comes down to when we're finally able to really play through the whole game legit, and like and get there, because you just need to make sure that you're feeling the power progression as you go through the game, going up and up. One thing that we haven't really been showing a lot until the Ranger demo just now was actually using support gems. Like we just haven't really been showing too much of it. And in the Ranger there, we finally showed like a couple there, but that certainly was not like a full 6 links for everything, which is what it's going to be in endgame. And even just with like in the Ranger demo there, when you started to add like multi-proj and chain to a couple of things, you start to see the kind of like, crazy power that you expect to see from POE. And so it will certainly go even crazier than that. I guess what's harder to say is, okay, like I don't want it to be just like the whole screen is covered to the point where you can see nothing about what is going on. Like it needs to still be like, at a somewhat like, just from a visibility perspective, it needs to look reasonable, even if you are like, covering the screen in lightning explosions. There still needs to be some understanding of what the hell is actually happening. So yeah, like we want the feeling of power. Like you want that fantasy of like, I'm becoming a god. But we also need to try and make it so that there's still like some level of counterplay and interest in using different skills and like having a good time with the boss, even while you're feeling that way. And so that is the challenge, and that that's what we have to try and hit.
I look forward to seeing how it plays out, because if I have any fear, it's actually that like you lose some of that impactful moment-to-moment gameplay that you're actually starting to capture with the earlier stages of the game.
Yes. Well, that is a concern, and what I want to try and not have. Like I do want the boss fights to still feel very engaging, and I still even want, like, even in maps, I still want it so that there are sometimes white monsters where you're like, I have to do a bit of counterplay against this. Like, that to happen just sometimes. Like it's so like just not all the time, but just sometimes that can kind of happen.
It harkens back to like the early days of Path of Exile, where just devourers were scary, right? Like the monster type devourers were scary, and I felt that with like the werewolves in this one. The werewolves are just scary; they're fast.
Well, my favorite monster right now in the demo, the Eternal. I don't know if you fought against them or remember them, but the Eternal Knights in the Mausoleum and Tomb are the ones that have a shield, that they're just walking forward with a shield up, and if you hit them, then they shoot a projectile back at you, and so you have to find a way. So you have to find a way to kind of attack them without attacking them from the front, because they've got 100% block there. So you either attack them with an AoE skill from behind, or attack them from above, or like use a degen or something like that. There's like some kind of counterplay there. And as soon as I fought one of those, because I actually had not known that Mark was adding that mechanic to that monster. And as soon as I fought that, I like messaged him like, man, that monster is so cool. Like it's just really cool to sometimes have monsters like that just like, you're like, oh shit, I have to think for a second,
I guess I have to agree, it's kind of cool.
When something is blocking, they still take stun damage, so they can still get
stun them. You can stun them out of it.
Good.
But you can also walk up to them, and they start attacking, and then walk back, and then attack them.
And then he'll have a moment in his animation where the shield goes more out like that, and then the blocking is disabled.
Right.
That is so fucking good.
I'll figure that out.
Yeah. But also, if you use lightning arrows, you can like AoE them from behind, or like there's the poison burst, which will poison the guy even though he didn't take damage from the hit. And like there's so many ways, but it's like
I like it. It's the same what D4 does with the resistance aura
the
mobs.
poison on the life
I like
orb?
that.
Is there other,
I like it when I have to
display
go,
of
oh,
these
wait.
sorts of
Okay, I
effects
have
on
to do
characters?
this now.
I
Okay, you
do want
target
to do
this,
more of
and
those.
then
That was
you
added
can
really
do
recently,
the other
and
stuff.
it was weirdly cool. Like I
prage
didn't
to
expect
get
that
in
change
alpha?
to matter as much as it mattered.
Yeah.
But it actually really
Alpha
does.
is
and
already
having
going
more
hawk,
visibility
so I
for,
have bad
those
news for you,
different,
my man.
Effects is really important. So I definitely want to do more. Like
I
think
don't know
that,
if they are like
there's definite
rolling
candidates for
invites
shock and
or
ignite
if it's
and,
just one
and stuff
invite
like that,
wave.
and bleeding, of course. Bleeding being a one of those ones that would be good to have more visibility on. Like things like that. I think absolutely. I mean, increasing visibility of those mechanics, I think, is super important. Yeah, like we'll definitely do more of that, and I don't think we've exploited like the UI to the degree that we could have before. So like, yeah, just that simple, just make the life orb green when you're poisoning something. Just, yeah, it's weird how much it matters. So
I also noticed
getting an
enemy
alpha,
mobs had
holy shit,
better
that would be so
signaling of
nice, man.
Correct.
their effects as well, like a shield if they were protected or whatever by certain things.
Correct. And I want to do even better.
cool.
Like, I noticed, I was just, like, I think there's more we can do around like feedback for when for when your hit's not working, and I think there's like other stuff like that. Like, there's just tons of stuff that we should do better there. Yeah, yeah, as I said, these little tweaks, they matter a lot, so it's cool.
All right. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you. Thank you very much for your extended time for the Q&A. I know people are eager to go check out the patch notes and also all of the content that's released from the LA, as that embargo is up now. So
all right. So hopefully people are watching videos and
yeah.
I want to.
Please. So we will say see you later then, and thanks very much for watching, folks.
Thank you
very much, everyone.
Yeah.
See you later. Patch notes.
See ya.
All right.
Patch notes. Holy man, this game is fucking goated, man. Okay. Patch notes. Where? Forum. Patch notes. Come on. F5. Ah! Control 5, detonate. Dead. Raise zombie or falling zombies created on long usable and detonate dead. Okay, we're fine. We're fine, boys. We're good. Detonate dead is fine. I can still play detonate dead if I want to next league. There we go. Had to fix the camera first. Okay. Here is patch notes for you guys. Yeah, this is like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? Okay, whoa, fuck. Whoa, tattoos are crazy. 5% increased melee damage. Life regen per second. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have a look at that later. Or tomorrow, rather, I think. I want to see this.
And I guess this is the sponsored video because Grinding Your Games flew me out to LA to try Path of Exile 2.
I'm sorry, is this we need to do?
I didn't just steal this, Chris. Okay, I asked for permission. They said I could take it. I got to try Path of Exile 2. They flew me out. This was unlimited time. We got to play, I think I got to play 3 or 4 hours. So I tried a little bit of the Ranger, a little bit of the Sorceress. We started from level 1. We had access to the skill tree, and we actually had to play the game. This wasn't a predetermined demo that started at a certain level. We actually get to make our own characters. Another thing that was really cool as well, and
He was playing with WASD.
but they did show off
Everyone seems to be playing with WASD, man.
And you can attack while moving from them. We got to see a
Yeah, Rogues has mount, by the way.
Cool as well, and sadly I don't have any footage to show off this, but they did show off that Path of Exile 2 is going to have mounts. And
Oh,
you can
everything.
attack while moving from them. We got to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, the Rogue has a roar.
And it looked really cool. I did hear like just so many people going like, that's gonna be some MTX. Obviously that is gonna be the case, which I'm looking forward to. I did always wonder if we were gonna get mounts in Path of Exile, and yeah, we are. So that's very cool. So we're gonna go through and talk about a few of the things.
I love this starting screen so much, man.
And then we're gonna be looking over. So here we are starting with the Ranger.
I
and
love
you can
this
see
so
that we have
much.
access to softcore and hardcore. However, I'm most likely definitely going to be spending quite a lot of time learning the game on softcore.
Yes,
It
makes
is
sense.
a lot more Dark Souls-like than the current Path of Exile, and especially the bosses are incredibly fun. It is very, very
I think I'm gonna play the full beta on softcore,
and here,
man.
as you can see instantaneously when we're starting off, is that
Just
I
to
choose
learn
WASD
faster, you know?
movement, which I was incredibly skeptical with. You can see here that I instantly put mouse button 1, but then I realized I don't need mouse button 1. I'm WASD now. And it grew on me very quickly. It did take probably like 10-15 minutes to get used to, and it was a little bit weird. But being able to attack while moving felt so incredibly good. In fact, so much so that later on, whenever
For
I did
Ranger,
get
it's
any
gonna be
move
very
that
good.
made me stand completely still, my main feedback was there should probably not be very many moves that makes you stand completely still. They should just greatly reduce. But you can see very similar experience here at the start from current Path of Exile. You're finding the chests, etc. You're finding a gem. This is a predetermined gem, not the uncut gems that we've seen the wave axis for later. So we will be getting that later. But even once you get the uncut gems, and other people that I spoke to that had played for the first time and had maybe not a lot of hours in Path of Exile 1, said that they found it a lot less complicated. And that is because POE 1 gives you, you know, you can see in the vendor like 60, 70 different gems. Here you do actually on the uncut gems only get access to 3 early on. So it's a lot less to take in. Very similar at this point to POE 1, maybe a little bit slower. And you can see that monsters are individually a little bit scarier. And here is a very big difference. The Act 1 or the start equivalent of Hillock is a lot harder. He actually almost one-hits you with one of his slams.
Oh my god.
And does a lot of damage. Ended up using my lightning arrow.
But he's very slow, it seems like.
I'm using my auto attack, and auto attack was pretty potent.
Oh, look at the
early
map.
on in the game to do single target there. And an important thing about the roll is that it has iframes, so you will see that later with one of the bosses that we are literally iframing.
Ah, that's fine.
Like volleys of attacks.
You can iframe?
But here,
Holy
yeah,
shit,
very,
man.
Very dangerous boss early on.
This is so cool.
I will have a separate video going through all of the bosses I fought and stuff like that.
Oh, you have a second nameplate. Did you see that? That is so cool.
Ubers that we're currently facing in the game. So I think bosses are going to be a lot more interesting, and I think we're going to see a lot more softcore than hardcore. The skill tree is not finished, but
Wait, what did he say about softcore versus hardcore? Again.
In the game. So I think bosses are going to be a lot more interesting, and I think we're going to see a lot more softcore than hardcore. The skill tree is not finished, but you can see very like similar vibes. I will not be going over the skill tree and showing everything as well. The reason for that is it is mostly changing. Like there are going to be a lot of changes, so there was simply no reason to like make like a full go over the skill tree.
That animation for the unidentification was nice.
Where to go next and stuff. Here you can see the first uncut skill gem. So now when I'm right clicking that, you can see what I'm talking about here. You can even see it. I'm trying to fetch a little bit of lore here by skilling through it. But the uncut skill gem, what this does is I can right click it and it lets me choose. And if I pause here as well, you can see that I'm able to even see what I'm going to be able to make in the future.
Oh my god.
Level. So early on we have Stormcaller Arrow, Escape Shot, and a Lightning Arrow that we already have.
Okay, so what do we have? Warrior, Marauder, Duelist, Mercenary, Huntress, Ranger, Monk, Shadow, Witch, Sorceress, Druid, Templar. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14 classes with 3 ascendancies probably. Fucking log in, dude. Fucking log in.
And Stormcaller Arrow, honestly, it is like Explosive Arrow, but lightning.
Oh,
And
Tornado
actually
Shot
ended up
still
being my main
exists.
single target for the entirety of the run. Later on, I'll be picking a Vine Arrow. I'm very excited to show that. It was a lot of fun. Now, a big thing in this, when you die, the boss fully resets health. In fact, if you die to a zone, the monsters respawn as well. But as you can see here at the top of the screen, there's a blue checkpoint. So you can see I'm fighting kind of the equivalent of Hail Rake here. And they definitely have some moves that you do need to like learn. You also want to just learn the patterns of the fight. And
The whole map resets. That's kind of crazy, man.
That's what I mean. That it's a little bit more Dark Soulsy.
I'm just a
more abilities. And you're getting stuck on things. And
Yo.
Very quickly. You can actually see a health bar or a bar above my health potions, and that is a stun bar. So when that one fills up, you get stunned. But yeah, this is the Karen Crone, and even
the problem that I have with this, I need this bar below my character. Right? And I was also very scared that the what's it called? The health bar are not going to be visible over my head. I thought they always disabled this for the videos and the live streams, but it doesn't look like that. It looks like they completely disabled.
Hardcore is in the beta. Yeah. we'll figure things out there. Maybe with over leveling and knowing exactly what the bosses can do, you will be okay. But it is quite scary. A lot of things are like almost one-hitting you and stuff. And we can see here when I kill the Carrying Crone that I'm about to get a quest item that is increasing my cold rest. And you do get like less items than early on in POE. And I do actually quite early in this playthrough find a rare bow, which helped me a lot. Now, one of the things I really want to show you is a little bit further in when I pick up Vine Arrow. And they did show us a little bit of a live demo with Octavian playing before we got to play. And he showed off Vine Arrow and like the utility and how that worked. It just looked so strong. It looked like Toxic Rain. It slows down every monster.
Vine Arrow is of fucking OP.
So I was like, I'm just going to use that as my main ability. And I remember Jonathan coming over and saying, oh, we haven't seen anyone do that. That was my favorite skill. I think I started using that with Poison Burst Arrow later for additional single target. And then I had my Lightning Arrow as well. So I had like a fun rotation there.
I like
Another
the
thing as
DPS
well,
that you see there.
I have made great efforts to not show the minimap as much because I know people don't like that. It was very difficult for me, but I persevered. Now, I've skipped a little bit. We are an hour in, and I wanted to show you my playstyle a little bit. So now we are, I think I'm around level 10 right now. And you can see that I'm actually, even though I'm on a 1-link, I'm early on. I think I have a rare short bow at the moment. You can see that the pace is actually not too bad. That was one of the things that I was terrified of.
Let me do this on normal
honestly,
speed.
From what I'm feeling about this is that it comes down to the fact that it's in true GDD fashion that almost everything they've shown off so far has been with a like 1-link with no damage supports.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because you want to show more of the fight happening.
You know, even early on now that I'm starting to scale a bit, I was feeling,
yeah, this is super fast. Look, he's one-shotting everything.
I did see people were getting
with a 1-link.
Okay damage, which was very good for me to see. If you see that monster with a shield, that actually ends up giving me a huge trouble with my Sork later, because right now I'm degenning that thing, making it have no issues, but it actually reflects all abilities when it has a shield. It does like a projectile coming back at you when you have a shield up. So it was awful on my Sorcerer. Did not even notice it on this because my build was so strong with the degen. So really enjoyed that. Another thing as well that was a little bit jarring was having to go back to town for potion charges. Was
yeah, that's fucked up.
I don't like, and I do hope they reconsider that.
I don't like that at all.
It's definitely not as bad on Ranger, because early on Ranger I managed to pick up life flasks recharge every few seconds, and also mana flasks recharge every few seconds. And Ranger doesn't even use that much mana compared to Sork. Rare monsters here, you can see as well, are actually a little bit of a battle. They're a lot more like mini bosses. This one is a little bit scary because it does have that shield, so it's hard to damage it, which I had not realized at this point, by the way. I was not fully aware. But you can see that when I kill it, it does actually drop not a bad amount of bases. And I did get, I think, like 3 alchemies or something like that. And I had not discovered at this point that I could disenchant items similar to POE 1. So you can sell things for gold, or you can sell things for alteration shards, alchemy shards, etc. And here you have a pretty cool boss fight. I think I managed to kill this on the first or second try. On my Sorceress, I think this took me 6 or 7 tries. And I will talk a little bit about Sorceress at the end of this. But this is Draven, very cool boss. And yeah, honestly, that has been my favorite thing. The fact that everything is so different, and that's it's very Elden Ring feel to it. You can see that the lightning is increasing the stun bar here.
I'm just a little bit scared that
we'll just stand still for
this is not POE anymore.
So
this is just this is now a different ARPG. You know, that's my concern that I have with this. While this all looks cool and nice,
now, some of the bosses do start getting different abilities.
I'm just scared that it's too much of other genres in there as well, you know?
Aren't taking that long, and this is also early on. I don't have any like crazy items or anything. They have changed
That's
the way
my
portal and stuff works as well.
concern or my fear for this.
Oh no, actually this is an anti-backtrack feature that they have. But maybe I do end up portaling here. I can't exactly remember because this was 2 days ago. There, yeah, create a portal to town. It's no longer something they have a scroll. It's an infinite resource with a channeling time. And then you can hit the well. You also instantaneously get full flasks by engaging with the boss. So you can see here that I'm like IDing things to sell them. I
that looks so cool.
I could disenchant at this point, and you know, just looking through some item upgrades. I think I am using a short bow at this point. I'm just vendoring everything, and I'm gonna keep the thawing flask in case I get frozen. So that is utility flask that helps you not get frozen. Some of the cool things that we saw on flasks as a roll, I didn't get one, but somebody did get a flask that had passively recharges.
That's pretty cool then.
I'm gonna keep watching here because now I'm about to fight another really cool boss. I do want to make a separate video going over all the bosses just because of how cool they were.
This looks so cool, man. Holy shit.
I'm 90% sure I died to Lachlan. because he has a pretty scary slam. You can see here my damage is pretty good already.
Whoa.
Like he is going down pretty hard, so I'm scaling poison.
Remember, this is-
and while my poison is taking, I'm attacking with that lightning to get that stun off.
Yeah,
for,
100%
for
shorty.
safety.
I'm saying I will probably also like this, but maybe they should have called this
Giving myself a lot more damage.
something else.
And
Maybe this
very
is not
early.
Path
This
of
is
Exile.
still the
Maybe
equivalent
this
of one in
is
the normal game. I would say
a
this is
different
probably the equivalent of
game.
Brutus.
It's also an ARPG and it's
basically
also
game
from
is pretty
GGG,
okay
but
now,
it's
I
not
feel.
Path of Exile 2.
Did I not
It's
die? I feel like I died here.
something
I
else.
guess I just killed him first try. And then here we get an uncut support gem, so we'll take a look at that. And that was a rare that I'm killing here. So you can see the rares do actually like drop decently. And that's like the map, you can portal between the waypoints. And then we're about to check out the support gem. And I'm trying to get like a rough idea on where to go, how to figure out how to traverse the zones. You can see we get Ink AoE or Conk Effect. However, I was not high enough level to get that, so I did not actually get one of those support gems. One thing, like the most important takeaway for me, is once I stopped playing Ranger and stuff like that, I really wanted to keep playing. And right now, I actually wanted to keep playing. So that's a really good feeling. I will be showing Stork later. I did not enjoy that, so we'll talk a little bit about that as well. But I had such a blast on Ranger, and it's a very similar experience of ExileCon, where I play the Huntress, and that was very fun as well. Whereas other classes weren't. I did ask Jonathan some questions about it, like what kind of they're aiming for, and they are going to try to balance it so that it is more fun and lean more towards potentially the Ranger experience there, and that is, it feels very smooth. It feels very smooth.
I'm actually really happy though that they split the two games.
Especially with them being so, they're going to be so dynamic. They're not going to be like
Because even if this,
it's very difficult to really get a feel
like,
for where you're going.
You can jump between the games and it's going to be two completely different games, you know.
Where you could maybe feel a little bit like I wish I knew where I was going in this zone. So that's something I would like to
But
change.
that,
now
that's so cool.
and take a look at now full clearing is definitely going to be something you're doing on hardcore, but on softcore you could maybe feel a little bit like I wish I knew where I was going in this zone. So that's something I would like to change. But now we're gonna fast forward in a sec and take a look at the Executioner, the final boss that I did. So now we're in like Fiery Burned Village and we're coming up on the Executioner. This is actually quite a hard boss fight. I did not kill this on my first try.
That's cool.
The first time I fought him, he like one-shot me with a cleave thing that you're about to see. But he just chops off this poor woman's head. And he's executing people, and yeah. A little bit of a scary one. You can see here, I am trying to stay a little bit close to him, so he will try to auto-attack me, but miss. And I'm trying to keep my poison pod down. That lasts for quite a while.
Remember, this is 1.5 speed, yeah.
Other poison skill I have to poison more, and then just spamming my lightning attack. It does have loads of adds as well, so I do try to keep those close to the poison pod, keep them slowed, as well as slowly dying while I focus damage on the boss. And you see, even this boss, which is, it's also kind of like a Brutus equivalent. It's hard to do a direct comparison. It's not the end boss, so it's not like Merveil, but this is probably the better Brutus comparison. It's a fairly hard boss fight. I think most people died to this. You know, a few people got one shot by that anvil. I got one shot by that slam you just saw, and a lot of people died. There we go. I thought this was one of the attempts that I killed him in, but now you can see that I'm going back in, and he's fully reset. And that's a neat thing here, is that you really need to be able to do the boss in one go. You can't just cheese it by coming back repeatedly and whittling it down over time. So that's going to be a very big difference there for a lot of players.
I don't know. I always like how it is now. I like this much more because there is going to be a skill gap between players, and I like that.
Reassess your approach to a fight. And a cool thing that I'm about to show off now is that you have the weapon sets. Now, I'm not actually doing anything different with my weapon sets right now, but especially for Sorcerer, you will be doing fire and lightning on some skills. You might have a 30% fire damage in your weapon set.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. Wait, you like that you can whittle it down by running at there and throwing yourself at it, or that you have to 100-0 it in one go, in one try, else it's gonna reset?
Almost up there. That is what killed me the first time, so that's a move that definitely can one-shot my character, but it didn't there. I definitely think they should buff the life of the characters. There's so many one-shots early on. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of people having different feelings about that, whether they feel it's a good thing or a bad thing, but a lot of us that were there was feeling like characters were
I don't know, in the first go. I like it too. I like that so much.
You can see I am absolutely
because it's just skill expressive. Oh my god, that guy, oh my god, I killed Executioner first try, you know, or whatever. You know, it's just cool. And you can see how you're becoming better and better and better, you know.
I think I was the second furthest
because you feel it.
And just having so much fun. The speed running, blasting. So here the Executioner goes down, and we're gonna switch over to the Sorceress here. I'll show you the loot. I ran away from the loot. Here we have the Sorceress. I had a very rough time at ExileCon playing the Sorceress, was getting stunned a lot, and I did continue trying WSD here. Definitely I really like that. I don't know if mouse move will have that much of a place in POE 2. Like WSD definitely felt like the way to go. And you'll notice here that the auto attack of this orc is very strong. So much so that later on it actually used to be, or would be my main single target, because I managed to buy a pretty high, auto attack basically. Because the way that works is
I score even more fun. Yes, exactly.
Staffs that have a higher level of Firebolt as an implicit. So if you get one of those early on, that'll actually be insane single target compared to your spells. It doesn't use mana, and you can move so much while casting them. They're maybe a little bit too strong compared to your spells. Now, part of the reason for that is also because the sorceress, you have to be in melee range for a lot of the spells to really be effective, and the combos and stuff. Here you can see like the damage of the auto attack early on. And obviously there are so many other classes too. I've never gotten to try the druid. You see the damage here is a lot higher than the ranger. And that's because the auto attack of the sword is so strong, whereas the spells themselves, not always so much. One thing I noticed as well that was a game changer, being able to freely assign my skill points while standing next to monsters and the game pausing felt so good.
Yeah, that's cool.
The pause feature.
Their boss fight is a fight to the death. Yeah, and also on rares, did you see that?
Quite nice. So really enjoyed that.
Rares also seem very hard, actually. Some of them.
Sword gameplay as it has progressed. Well, we can let you see here. Early on, I'm taking Flame Wall. It was that or Ice Nova, and I really wanted to have a lot of damage. And Flame Wall did end up being a really good choice for me. I also just didn't really want to do too much cold. Here we're coming up on the Devourer. I did not show this on the Ranger, but I did kill it on the first try of Deathless. It was actually quite a hard fight. They had a different array of people. Some that had played POE 1 a lot and some that hadn't. And this was actually a quite difficult one for people that had never played POE before. So it was interesting seeing different approaches and where people were dying a lot. And people were dying quite a lot here. So decent single target, especially with the firewall up.
Imagine juicing those rares, holy shit.
I do think I die here. I don't think I did this Deathless. You see that I am doing quite a lot of damage here. Now that poison ability was quite scary, and you can iframe through that.
Yeah, iframing is gonna be so important, man.
And this, from things like that poison ability, you can hide behind other parts of the Devourer. So that's actually the case for several of the boss fights where it'll make things that you can hide behind, which is pretty cool. I guess I just did it Deathless and everything. I did think I died here, but that was the Devourer, which I think was quite a cool fight early on. Here, I'm just portaling back to town. And we'll now fast forward a little bit, show a little bit more sword. So in this zone, you can see these shield dudes here, very dangerous. They're very hard. You have to kill them in melee range so they lower their shield. And if you don't kill them in melee range, they reflect projectiles, which is very difficult for the sword. And this zone was so hard. And everything respawns when you die.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy that the whole zone respawns when you die.
Because you're very squishy as a sword in melee range. We're going to fast forward here to the boss in this zone. And that was very difficult. Early on, I started trying to kill it with spells. And later on, ended up auto-attacking. Right, so here we have the boss, and this is how I'm trying to first approach the fight. You see my abilities. Firewall, Orb Storms, similar behavior to POE 1, where if you shoot projectiles through the firewall, they gain more damage. If you shoot while inside the Orb Storms, it'll zap out things and do a lightning strike on things, even outside of the orb. So that's quite cool. But it did feel very melee. So you see I'm using my Chaos Bolt quite a lot here, and I definitely died in this fight, because it was very hard. And she has a crazy burst move that I'm looking forward to showing you. She also like walls you in, has like very cool different moves here. And remember, this is actually my second time fighting this, because I'd already fought on the Ranger and killed on the Ranger. It was actually so much harder on the Witch. Like, she summons and loads of stuff. Quite a difficult. I wasn't expecting that move at all, because I think I killed it so fast with my Ranger I didn't have to deal with it. So this is the attempt that I actually killed her on, and you can see that my strat now is actually throwing Firewall down for more damage, and then auto-attacking through it, because that Chaos Bolt just does so much single target. But what it does more than dealing a lot of damage was that it let me be so mobile. And I wonder if we're going to see anything like Stormbrand and Blade Vortex and very mobile skills like that. But mobility is definitely name a game. And being able to move while casting, just honestly, I cannot explain what a delight that was. You can see I have to like destroy the spikes. The buff bar here at the top as well, I really like that. But
yeah, that's good.
I didn't enjoy Sorcerer, so it was, I just wanted to play Ranger more. It was so much fun. It's important to find a class that you really vibe with. And I really vibed with the playstyle of the Ranger. Did a little excited mouth shake there. Another thing worth mentioning, the monsters, like the trash monsters, were so scary, especially things like lightning and shock resistant were just incredibly rippy. I think they do want to incentivize that you're using multiple skills, so I had fire and lightning, so I would use fire on the lightning and shock resistant ones, and that made a big difference. So similar idea to Diablo 2 there. I'm not a big fan of that. I definitely prefer when you can do a one.
Yeah, me neither. What are you gonna do as a melee?
It's a lot easier to incentivize that with the steel plate.
What am I supposed to use when I'm a melee, when they're physical resistant?
You definitely gotta have a different approach to get into it. And there were a lot of cool things that I saw and heard from other people as well. Like, you can actually actively block with a shield now. And until your block bar, which is above my life loss, gets filled, you are like not taking damage at all. You are fully blocking. So being able to like actually make my own character from level 1 and stuff and evolve it over time made it feel a lot more Path of Exile. But still a very different game. Looking forward to trying more.
We're gonna bonk.
And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed seeing my.
Okay, that's the first one done. We have so much more.
enough to be able to fly to LA and try out Path of Exile 2. Now, I am someone new in Path of Exile. I've got about 800 hours into it, but even me in my state was able to very quickly realize that Path of Exile 2 is fundamentally a lot different in gameplay than Path of Exile 1. And we're going to talk about that a little bit. We're going to talk about my impressions and how I feel about the game, what I enjoyed about the game, what I did not like about the game, what class I played, and everything that I can remember basically from this. I also have some footage I'm showing in the background that I will pair with the conversation at hand in order to give you guys the best viewing experience about what we're doing. So with that being said, let's just dive on.
I love the character creation screen so much,
Sorceress,
man.
Ranger, and Warrior. And if you know anything about me, I'm not a bow Andy. I'm not going to play a Ranger. So I was like, give me the character that's got a mace and a shield. That seems for me. And part of the reason I picked that is because they announced while I was there that the Warrior actually had a new mechanic that was being showcased, where the shield itself, you could hold the right click. I was using WASD movement. You could hold the right click, point where the cursor is going, and your character would hold the shield up and actually block all projectiles and damage coming from that direction. And you had this big stamina bar that allows you to absorb damage up to a certain point, and you get sort of staggered backwards. So it was a really cool way of avoiding damage that I thought I would like quite a bit. I will love this to a two-handed weapon because I realized there's the spacebar dodge roll that gives you iframes, and I almost felt dumb for having the shield and blocking everything when I can just dodge roll out of the way and still have movement happening at the same time. So I ended up just ending up with a two-handed mace.
This is you know what? Now I know. Now I know. This is way more No Rest for the Wicked than it is POE 1. Now finally I understand. Now I understand it.
Right, cool. In fact, you can even shield rush charge with the shield that allows you to block projectiles while you're rushing with the shield. Really, really cool.
This is No Rest for the Wicked. That's what it is.
Style, then you are probably going to like this shield style of Warrior. And plus, with the weapon swap mechanics in Path of Exile 2 is a big focal point in the game, then you probably have a two-handed weapon and a sword and board style, and you can swap between them depending upon if you need sword and shield or if you're just trying to DPS. Now, right off the bat, the game opens up and it is difficult from the get-go. I don't know if they had the difficulty pretty high or if I'm just bad or if this is the way that is intended, but the potions do not refill from killing normal monsters.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Magic and rare monsters. And also when you die, then you have to respawn at a checkpoint in your town, and when you do that, it respawns all of the minions on the map. So any of the progress that you would have made walking forward on that map would have been wiped out when you respawn, meaning that you need to be able to progress through the map with your character at hand.
I haven't played it as well, but that's more what it looks like.
Over again. Now, while this might sound somewhat annoying, I actually ended up quite liking this mechanic because first of all, it feels like a little bit of accomplishment when you beat the map in one go without like dying, getting halfway through. Okay, now I only have to do the back half on this life. You do have to beat the map sort of as intended. On the other side of it, it almost had like this building catch-up mechanic where if you are dying and having to reset the map and do it over and over again in the axe, then you're getting more experience. And the loot that comes with that, and
softcore beta it is 100%. I'm gonna play full softcore, learn everything.
Bosses and just comboing stuff out with the two-handed mace, and I felt really, really strong. But in the beginning, it was rather difficult, and I feel like I needed those extra levels. One other thing I noticed that I did not like when I was testing the game was the consistent having to go back to town to get the potions.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Having this problem I was noticing with mana. People kept having to go back to town. They were complaining about, man, I have to go back to town and get mana all the time. Whereas a warrior, I was having this with HP because I'm always up there in the front taking damage.
Yeah, that's so weird. I don't know.
Disruptive because you have like a casting animation you do. It's no longer an instant portal. So because of that, I'm having to like wait for an opening to cast the animation during the boss fight so I can go back to town and click on the well to refill the potion. This seemed like fairly unanimous feedback from almost everyone involved in the test as far as I could tell. So this is probably going to change, I would imagine, before launch.
I just hope
for
that
sure
changes.
Was that the game definitely seemed to explain things better than Path of Exile 1. From the beginning, the concepts in the game were almost explaining themselves to you. For instance, the bosses, if it has an unblockable attack, were flashing red. So you know your shield ain't going to be able to block that. That is, in fact, an unblockable attack, and that's a mechanic that's in a lot of games. So some of these were fairly intuitive from the beginning.
The pause, look how important the pause is to Path of Exile. Explaining things. That is so good.
However, for instance, the way skill gems work, you right click on a uncut gem, you can cut it into a gem, you get to pick, and that was all fine and dandy. But then the skill gems themselves, at least for the warrior,
Bone Shatter level 1, let's go.
I had a lot of mace weapons by time, or mace skills by time I was like level 10, 15, etc. So when I got like a good axe drop, I was like, oh, awesome, log in, boys, I got a good axe. But then I go to equip it, and suddenly I have 0 usable skills because all of my abilities are for the mace, and I didn't really know what I could do about that. I just kind of stuck to mace the whole time because I couldn't recut my gems, and I didn't have any extra gems. So there were some things that feel fundamentally either ill-explained or were not intuitive. Most of those things, however, were related to either the UI or understanding how the skills work, etc. But the thing that was the most intuitive was the combat. The bosses make sense when you are fighting them. You can tell, okay, this is where the hitbox is. This is where I'm supposed to.
Everyone's playing WASD. That's crazy.
They are very fairly telegraphed. So I felt like the
but I guess WASD is just better.
Some of the most enjoyable combat that I've had in almost any ARPG. It's almost what I was hoping Diablo 4's gameplay was going to be like: slow, dark, and gritty. Now, I actually enjoyed this a lot because because it felt more methodical. The word that I would use is intentional. It seems like the game wants you to have intentional movement. Think about every action you're actually performing in the game. For instance, when I'm playing the warrior, there was literally one ability that took 2.32 seconds in order to be able to cast. I'm talking a full 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, and that's how long it took to even get that ability out. And I caution away from saying this, but they reminded me mostly of Ruthless in Path of Exile 1. The drops were definitely fewer and far between, though, but by the time I started to progress in Act 2, they started to pick up quite a bit more, so I think that was only an early game thing. The combat was definitely much more each of the
I love how fluent melee looks. It's insane.
50,000 mobs to get to the next map. Let me just blow through them. Like I was thinking about each one of the fights. Well, at least until Act 2, when I got a two-handed mace, some skill points on the tree, and I started literally one-shotting everything with my two-handed mace. It just took a few good rolls. So I think you're only going to feel that way, and it's going to feel slow while you're learning the game in the first act and a half. Once you get some items, you're sort of back to blasting already. So if you're worried that Path of Exile 2 is going to be a completely different experience, you're not just going to be able to shred mobs, etc., I think it's only going to be that way until you get your character more built out. For me, the highlight of being able to play it was very easily the bosses. The bosses themselves were all fundamentally unique. Each of them had their own personalities. Each of them had their own combat style. Each of them had their own mechanics in which I had to learn. And until I was able to like stun lock them with the two-handed mace, they actually all felt decently difficult. Jonathan Rogers said in one of the interviews that he wants people to die twice and that the third time they are able to defeat the bosses. And that does seem very apparent when you actually play the game. It seems like that has been tuned to make you die a couple times to figure it out, and then you go and you're like, okay, I got it this time, and then you can avoid the mechanics, etc. as you go through. The boss fights felt difficult, but fair. They are also very well themed. There was one boss fight where the guy turns into a wolf, and then he's running around the map and has other minions that come out with him, and that seemed really cool. There was a boss that was like an executioner that is using a giant axe, and he actually starts the fight by chopping off the head of somebody and then coming at you with an axe. So there's all kinds of different style of bosses, and there's over 100 unique bosses in Path of Exile 2, and if all of them were at the level of what I saw just going through the first two acts, that is actually going to be fairly impressive. They released a lot of new information when I was there. One of it, in fact, was that there's actually mounts coming to the game, which is a cool little thing that got snuck in. You can actually run and attack from the top of a mount. So if you're a ranger with a bow, you can literally cast bow shots while you're riding on a mount, and that was completely new. But they also showed how interactions work in the game. So, for instance, you can lay like toxic spores on the ground as a ranger, and then if you activate the spores with your own poison, then they turn into like poison mines. You can have flowers that shoot out tentacles and attack the monsters around there, but you can actually poison and shoot the flower itself, increasing the amount of poison that the flower has when it attacks everybody. There's a lot of built-in combo-based mechanics.
The innovations here are fucking crazy.
Very different than the style of Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, I feel like I'm picking an ability, ramping in, jacking it to the tits to make it as strong as I possibly can, so it one-shots everything on the entire screen. Whereas in Path of Exile 2, again, the word comes back to intentional. I feel like I'm getting mobs together, grouping them up for a combo, laying down combo 1, piecing it together with combo 2, what have you. And that is a very different way of approaching the combat than I have seen in the original game. In fact, when I'm fighting the bosses, one of the things I'm looking at is the stagger bar. When I'm playing my two-handed mace, I'm slowly staggering and building up this stagger bar. And each of the bosses have a unique animation of them staggering backwards when you actually fulfill that stagger bar, which gives you an opportunity to further attack them safely because they are staggered. So I found the game itself to be much more interactive in each of the combat scenarios as opposed to just spam the one button and stay out of the red circle. It ends up becoming like, let me worry about the stagger bar, let me worry about the combo, let me dodge the combos that the bosses are doing. I actually felt like the combat in Path of Exile 2 has probably been my favorite combat out of any ARPG so far. And if I was comparing the combat in Path of Exile 2 to any other ARPG, I would have a hard time doing it. It actually reminded me more of No Rest for the Wicked,
there we
which is closer
go,
to a Souls-like game than anything.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, this might sound, if you're a POE 1 player, like it is almost totally different, but I think this is mostly at the start of the game. You do still have the way itemization works. You can still slam items. You can still roll crazy DPS stats. And I was getting like double my DPS when I got a new weapon upgrade. So you're going to be blasting through with the higher axe, no doubt. But in the beginning of the game, the impact of each of the individual fights and the boss fights felt difficult and just really strong and memorable, which for me was an improvement over a lot of the other ARPGs I've played, where it's maybe I thought, oh, that was a cool, well-designed boss fight, but then what I'm doing, my part in the boss fight would be like extremely boring in some of these other games. Whereas in Path of Exile 2, I feel like my combat's good, what I'm worried about with the boss is good, the audio and the music is very good, the impactfulness and the theme of each of the boss fights are very good, and they're all fairly unique. So I have high praise for the boss fights. They're definitely gonna have to do some balancing though. I got to a point where my two-handed mace could like stun lock some of the bosses. There's definitely some bugs and some issues with them getting stuck on things, and I saw this multiple times while I was there. But for the most part, I think that is just alpha testing stuff that will be fixed upon release of the game, and I'm sure it's going to be much more fleshed out. I do want to take a moment to mention that WASD felt a lot better than I thought it was going to feel. There are some complaints about hotkeys, and that would be true. I'm sure that you could use an MMO mouse, but not everyone may want to do that. So using WASD while trying to use like Q, E, R, T, etc. might be somewhat difficult while you're also moving.
That might be a little bit rough.
With your character facing where your mouse is pointed, it's actually quite important for things like shields, for instance, and felt correct. I felt like I was strafing as opposed to just like keyboard turning in World of Warcraft, for instance. So WASD felt significantly better than I thought it was going to, and it makes sense now why Jonathan Rogers had said that that is what almost everybody internally has been using over there as well, because it feels very smooth. So a moment here to talk about in-game towards the end of this video. They did not show us the in-game while I was there. We got about 4.5 hours of gameplay that we were allowed to do, and during that time, people were making it through Act 1, maybe part of the way through Act 2. I don't think anyone actually made it to Act 3, and they did not show us footage of the in-game. So as it currently stands, the only thing I'm aware of is the early game of Path of Exile, and we are awaiting information on the in-game. It did seem, however, that going into Act 2, the gear drop started to ramp, my damage started to ramp, I started to feel much stronger very quickly, and so I'm sure that is going to carry through in progression throughout the acts, and as we get more towards in-game, we might actually end up seeing more of that Path of Exile 1 style of mapping and blasting through, as it did seem like it was leading in that direction, but the beginning of the game is definitely going to be slower than you're used to. Overall, I enjoyed my time playing Path of Exile 2. I was looking forward to Path of Exile 2, but after actually playing it, I'm looking forward to it even more. Now, I think that they're going to have some announcements related to Path of Exile 2 as of the posting of this video, so hopefully we'll actually get some more information about the game that they did not share with us at the event, but as of today, I'm very optimistic about Path of Exile 2, and I will be looking forward to playing in any of the betas whenever that does arrive. It's too early to give it some 1 out of whatever, 10, etc. So at this stage of the game, I'm just going to say I'm optimistic, looking forward to it. I think most people are going to like it, and it looks like it's more accessible in terms of the Gimro player base, as opposed to only being really made for Path of Exile 1 players. I think this is going to be a game that many style of ARPG players could enjoy. I also think that the difficulty is probably fairly high from the testing that we had, and that probably will be, I would assume, nerfed a little bit by the time the game actually comes out, as this seems to be consistent with most of the Path of Exile 2 gameplay that we have seen people test already. It seemed like the difficulty was fairly high, so I'm curious to see if they do keep that level, because I think a lot of people might be frustrated from the beginning. There were some like gaming journalists and etc. there that I think literally ended up just giving up on Act 1 and some of the bosses, so I'm curious to see whether or not that does maintain its difficulty going throughout the game. I myself died many times while testing the game also, so I'm curious to see that. That's about it for this video. Thank you for watching the video.
Okay, boys, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna watch the rest tomorrow. I am so fucking tired. Suddenly, I'm gonna send you to Khan. I'll see you guys actually tomorrow for more POE 2 video watching. I'm gonna save all of these to the bookmarks bar, and we can have a look tomorrow. And more POE. So I'll see you guys there. Bye-bye.
Yo, Chronix, sup dude, thanks for doing it, man. So I'm new and I like melee. What they do to melee? They fucked melee in every way possible.